Chapter 1. The mudslide struck suddenly, overturning 4 vehicles in the convoy that were on a summer vacation trip, while the others were forced to scatter and evacuate to both sides. One side was luckier because there was a campervan camping site not far away, which was flat and spacious, and a certain distance from the mountain, making it relatively safe. On the other side, things were different. Rocks kept sliding down the endless mountain road, and the whole escape process was like crossing a fire line. You never knew whether you should step on the gas to rush through or step on the brakes and wait when the next boulder slides down. The people in the camp and the fleeing people kept in touch, and they were extremely anxious as they listened to the situation on the other side. "Can we stop? Find a safer spot," he yelled from the other side. "Why would I be rushing if I could just stop? The worst part is that rocks keep falling and the ground is collapsing. Damn it. The road ahead is blocked. Xin Xiaoru is here again. Why are there so many rocks? Is this mountain made of stones?" Chaos and turmoil ensued. Some people and their cars were overturned by the falling debris. Some were frantically calling for help. Some were still trying to escape, and some were stranded on the road, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a motorhome took off from the treetops, yes, the treetops, and flew towards the epicenter of the mudslide, or rather the earthquake. "Hello, this is a motorhome hotel." A very small motorhome was parked in front of a black sedan that had been hit by a rock and was smoking. A woman, looking rather listless and chewing on a piece of ice cream, casually said, "Buy a ticket and get on. If you're satisfied, please give us a 5-star review." The group struggling to climb into the vehicle. The story begins 7 days ago. 7 days ago, Xin Xiaoru was reborn. The good news is that she has gained foresight, so she can take advantage of the remaining time to stock up on what she needs and learn survival skills. The bad news is, being reborn is bad news for her in itself. He was tormented for 5 years in the apocalypse, and no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. When he died, there was no resentment, only the deathly silence of "it's finally over." Now if I told her, "You need to start all over again, go through it all again," all Xin Xiaoru could say was, "Please have mercy on me. Either way I'm going to die. At least I'm free now, but you're making me go through it all again. Are you crazy?" Moreover, if you're a slightly wealthier person, you can go on a shopping spree after being reborn, or build a farmhouse with your family, construct various defensive fortifications and infrastructure, and be careful what you do. But what about her? An orphan who lost both her parents. All she inherited from them was this RV. Moreover, she didn't have a driver's license before she turned 18, so she couldn't even drive a motorhome. It was Aunt Qian, her mother's best friend, who helped her. Aunt Qian ran a motorhome campsite, where she settled Xin Xiaoru's motorhome and all her belongings. She also taught Xin Xiaoru about the precautions for using water and electricity in the motorhome, which turned the small motorhome into a cozy place for her to stay during summer and winter vacations. Now she is 20 years old. After graduating from vocational high school nursing, she entered a second-class hospital with the highest score. She worked as a nurse for 2 years, and her monthly salary gradually increased from 3,000 to 5,000. After deducting 4,000 yuan for learning to drive, 20,000 yuan for repairing and maintaining the RV, money for updating the RV's solar panels, air conditioning pipes and other parts, as well as money to thank Aunt Qian for taking care of her and to treat her family to a meal, and money she borrowed from Aunt Qian from time to time when she was hospitalized for pediatric treatment when she was a child. After all the miscellaneous expenses, she had no money left after 2 years. What can you do with a few $1,000s? Even if she bought 2,000 caddies of grain, she wouldn't have anywhere to store it. Even so, she honestly approached Aunt Qian and told her about her rebirth so that Aunt Qian could make some preparations. Aunt Qian laughed uncontrollably, saying that Xin Xiaoru had gone crazy from the heat. "Xin Xiaoru, there will be an earthquake here at the camp in a few days. The magnitude won't be big, but the recent heavy rains have loosened a lot of soil and rocks, so there will be a large-scale mudslide. We'll see when the time comes." When she said this, Xin Xiaoru herself wasn't quite sure. Many people experience a period of disorientation after waking from a nightmare, unsure of what time it is, or whether the dream was real or the present is real. If the earthquake was real, then it means I have indeed been reborn. If this hadn't happened, it would have just been a long nightmare. She made preparations, took leave from the hospital, and waited at the RV campground. During the few days of waiting, something strange happened. The RV would sometimes move on its own. Xin Xiaoru and Aunt Qian both know how to spot car problems. They checked the trunk and chassis, but there were no issues. Yet, the car still started moving on its own. It wasn't charging around the camp, but rather sliding back and forth slightly. Xin Xiaoru dared not stay in the car any longer and chose to sleep in the house with Aunt Qian. When I woke up the next morning, the car had driven itself to the front door. Qian Zhengli yelled and quickly slammed the door shut. I must be opening it wrong. Reopen the door. Yes, the RV is still there, and its headlights even flashed twice. Qian Zhengli. This feels like something out of a horror movie. A ghost car. Help. Xin Xiaoru had been awake for a while, but she was listless and felt that even the daylight was dim as she lay in bed. What's wrong? Hearing the noise, she got up in a daze, and then saw the RV continuing to flash its lights, and flashing even more enthusiastically after seeing her. If this vehicle had a tail, it would probably be spinning like a wheel of fire by now. Oh. Aunt Qian hesitated. How come the ghost movie turned into an animal movie as soon as Xiaoru appeared? They were still flashing lights. Xin Xiaoru pulled Aunt Qian behind her and went out alone. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, an electric shock-like sensation sent shivers down her spine. Master! A clear, childlike voice exploded in his mind. It's me. Your long-lost system, Wa. Xin Xiaoru? The car door opened automatically, inviting Xin Xiaoru inside. Xin Xiaoru reassured Aunt Qian with her eyes and entered the RV. It was a familiar RV where I had lived for many years, small, cramped, and cluttered with a lot of stuff, but now it looked strangely more pleasing to the eye and seemed less crowded. Out of caution, Xin Xiaoru did not reply immediately, but went to the driver's seat to check the vehicle's startup status. The child's voice rang out again. Master, where are you going? I'll take you there. Whether it's a car or a pet, in Xin Xiaoru's view, only what she can control is truly hers, so she didn't reply, but instead looked to see if she could start the car. The result is affirmative. She drove the RV around the campsite, found nothing wrong, and then stopped back. Who are you? Xin Xiaoru asked. Why do you say you're a system? And why are you appearing in my mind? I don't know either. The child's voice carried a hint of feigned melancholy. I've been in this car ever since I became conscious, but when I talk to my owner they can't hear me. Then they even threw me away. Wah! Xin Xiaoru's heart skipped a beat, and she said, Throw away? You mean I'll go to school or work and leave you? No way, the system said. You abandoned me when you saw the RV was running out of gas while escaping a wildfire. Xin Xiaoru took a deep breath. That was the scene from her past life where she abandoned the car and fled. This system was actually someone who had experienced a natural disaster and apocalypse with her in her previous life, and then they were reborn together. With her initial wariness lessened, Xin Xiaoru began to chat with it in detail. It turns out that the system arrived on the day of the strongest signal disruption, caused by the solar geomagnetic storm in the previous life. It came to the RV's onboard system, and became a system that depended on the RV and Xin Xiaoru for survival. Of course, the so-called system is actually a name it gave itself, based on the TV series and various Baidu encyclopedia entries downloaded from the car's system, and its functions do indeed have a systematic nature. First, its upgrades don't rely on crystal cores or anything like that, but on its management system. It needs to be run like a hotel, attracting customers, building goodwill, and achieving customer satisfaction before it can be upgraded. Secondly, its upgrade path is unclear. In its previous life it couldn't communicate with Xin Xiaoru, and it kept trying to integrate with the vehicle system, but it took 3 or 4 years to finally control the vehicle. By then, Xin Xiaoru had already abandoned the RV because it ran out of gas. As a result, the system could no longer find its owner. Now, by a twist of fate, it has returned with its owner. After a few days of adjustment, it directly contacted Xin Xiaoru in a state of complete integration with the RV, and finally became completely connected with its owner's consciousness. The system is very excited. Xin Xiaoru's excitement was limited. Ultimately, the little system has no idea what it can do after upgrading. In its previous life it was at level LV0, And it is still at the same level now. Fine, how about running it like a hotel? Let's give it a try. She first tried to catch snails and bring them back, then tried to bring Aunt Qian onto the bus, but the system said she wasn't a guest. Aunt Qian is family, it said shyly. So, Xin Xiaoru drove back to the hospital and invited a nurse she was on good terms with to have hot pot in her car. This time the guest was considered a guest, and the system activated the rules which appeared in Xin Xiaoru's mind as a notice board. If a guest stays overnight, pays 100 renminbi, and gives a 5-star rating, the RV hotel mission will be successfully completed for the first time, and the guest will gain the ability to fly. Xin Xiaoru. Flying. She was completely stunned. Does it mean the literal meaning? System. Yes, master. Xin Xiaoru grasped the nurse's hand. We haven't seen each other for days. Let's stay in the carriage and chat tonight. But let's do a role-playing game. In the pitch-black, damp night, a wandering traveler, rushing to his destination, missed the inn and thought he would have to sleep on the street. Just then a breeze blew, lifting the curtain of a carriage on the street, revealing a warm yellow light inside. A stunningly beautiful woman sat in the carriage, beckoning to the traveler. Why don't we stay in the carriage together, just enough for one night? Ouch, why did you hit me? My colleague retorted irritably. You're an absolute beauty. While I'm just a traveler who got eaten by a beautiful monster. I ate there. I'm inviting you to stay with me. Oh, and to make it more special, remember to leave me a 100 yuan bill and a 5-star review tomorrow. As Xin Xiaoru spoke, she first transferred 100 yuan to the nurse's WeChat account, then winked at her, determined to make her finish her performance. The nurse was also speechless. However, since she had the early shift at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and staying in the RV next to the hospital was indeed much closer, she agreed with a sense of novelty. Will this work? The system asked uncertainly. Xin Xiaoru wasn't sure either. After all, the 100 yuan was just a formality. She would transfer it to the guest, and the guest would transfer it back to her. It went back and forth like that, and it was hard to say whether it was considered exploiting a loophole in the rules. Forget it, if we try to find guests like a proper hotel, we'll be lucky to find any. The next day, the nurse left a 100 yuan bill, and even left a note with 5 stars drawn on it. Then, a notification popped up in my mind. This task's income is 0, customer satisfaction is 5 stars. After deducting the 4-star increase in customer friendship, the actual satisfaction is 1 star, the task has failed. Boss, please do not take any shortcuts. Keep up the good work and strive for better results. Xin Xiaoru. Damn it. It's bad enough that there's 0 revenue, but customer satisfaction is actually being eroded by friendships. So the RV is only worth 1 star, and everything else is the nurse's love? Thinking about it this way, she really loves me. No, now's not the time to think about that. Xin Xiaoru was furious. What do you mean by taking crooked paths? This is called free accommodation and serving customers. Don't you understand basic human decency? The rules and regulations section still displayed a cold and personal message. Boss, please do not resort to crooked methods. Keep up the good work and strive for even greater achievements. Xin Xiaoru. Fine. With no other option, she could only try to drive the car back to the campsite properly, then take out all the odds and ends from the car and put them in Aunt Qian's storage room. She then tidied up the interior of the RV, changed all the sheets and blankets, took photos, uploaded them to Airbnb, and created a special RV homestay with a bold title. Wherever your destination is, that's where we'll stop. It's summer vacation now, and Yicheng, as a semi-tourist city, has many students taking advantage of the holiday to come and play. But that was in the past. Now, not only in Yicheng but all over the country, there are torrential rains, droughts, and high temperatures. In some places, huge hot and humid air currents have risen and collided, forming hail that has unexpectedly smashed many doors, windows, and car windows. Let alone tourists, very few people even go out when they have nothing to do on the road. Yicheng is currently experiencing high temperatures and heavy rainfall, making it extremely humid. It's best to stay home unless absolutely necessary. The streets are only crowded during rush hour. Otherwise, they're deserted, with only the scorching heat of the sun. I spent most of the day setting up the RV, but I haven't received any inquiries. I still can't just post it online. She started driving around buying things like milk tea and ice cream along the way. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from ahead. Xin Xiaoru was startled and saw the second floor of a glass building suddenly shatter, and a person fell out from in front of the broken glass wall and crashed heavily to the ground. She instinctively went forward to check the situation and while doing so, called the police and dialed 120. As soon as the call connected, she approached the injured man and saw his dilated pupils. These are completely black eyes that even someone who has been dead for some time shouldn't have. However, the person was still moving. He looked towards where Xin Xiaoru was, reached out his hand, as if trying to grab something, or perhaps asking for help. Xin Xiaoru was horrified. It's July 16, 2036, 2 months before the disaster erupts and the zombie virus spreads. Why are there zombies here? Has the zombie virus already broken out ahead of time? Or has my rebirth caused some unpredictable changes in this world? Hello? Please speak? Came a urging voice from the other end of the emergency call. Xin Xiaoru abruptly stepped back, instinctively crouching behind a trash can to hide herself. She explained the situation of the person who fell from the building, then hung up the phone and stared intently at the building's entrance. It was a very ordinary office building, unremarkable, and 5 minutes ago it didn't look any different at all. However, now Xin Xiaoru has noticed something different. Outside, people screamed, called the police, and gathered to watch, but the glass building remained silent. No one went to the windows to check, yet there were signs of movement, indicating that someone was inside. No one seemed to care about the person who had fallen. A terrifying thought made Xin Xiaoru stop observing and run away as if she had seen a ghost. She got into her RV and headed straight for the ring road away from the city center. She filled up the gas tank along the way and used all the few thousand yuan she had to buy the cheapest rice, which cost 20 yuan a bag and weighed 10 jin. All 150 bags were loaded into the car, and we sped off to the campsite 100 kilometers away. Her heart was pounding. As Xin Xiaoru drove, she recalled the apocalyptic events of her past life. It's still early. Hopefully I'm just overthinking it. A piercing alarm blared in her mind, urging her to run. Once she finally reached the camp, she breathed a sigh of relief and immediately checked her phone for messages, especially from her colleagues at the hospital. The 99+ comments above are all discussing today's fall from the building. The person was taken to the hospital next door, where they said he had been dead for 3 days. They don't know how he fell from the second floor today. No way? Wasn't it said that it was still moving after falling? Misinformation spreads. Maybe I'm seeing things? The police have sealed off the building and are currently investigating the situation. It seems to be a serious murder case. Exciting. This is the first time I've ever seen a murder case like this around me. But it's not uncommon to see people ending up in the hospital after fighting. She slid her slender fingers across her phone, reading through all the messages in the group chat, finally settling on a single sentence. There are sirens again. They probably sent more people. The number of police officers and auxiliary police officers in a police station is limited. Even if more personnel are sent when a murder case occurs, the number will not be much. Xin Xiaoru frowned and finally dialed 110 directly. I am an eyewitness. I saw the deceased still moving, and the deceased state was very similar to that of a zombie in a zombie movie. Police, the people who go to investigate should be prepared with guns, take precautions against riots, and also wear masks. The police officer who answered the phone paused for a moment, then seriously advised Xin Xiaoru to return to reality and not confuse movies with real life. Although the police did not accept the absurd zombie theory, they still recorded Xin Xiaoru's testimony. In a sense, the body was already dead before it fell from the second floor, but many people witnessed it still moving after the fall. Regardless of what strange thoughts were in the girl's mind, she was still one of the witnesses. Can I reach you by this phone number? I might contact you again later to make a record. Xin Xiaoru. After hanging up the phone, Xin Xiaoru repeated what she had told the police in her colleagues' group chat. Regardless of who listened or who took it as a joke, Xin Xiaoru disregarded it all. Now all she had to do was download various offline maps and search for batteries, generators, and the like. Sigh, there are so many troubles. The most troublesome thing is not having the money to prepare these things. In my mind, the system timely reminded me. I can guarantee the RV's fuel and electricity supply. Xin Xiaoru paused for a moment. Oh right. She also has a camper van attached. The nurse stayed here for one night. Although she didn't help the system complete its task successfully, she still provided popularity and satisfaction, which helped the system recover some of its energy. Just then Airbnb, which had been silent for most of the day, suddenly started making a notification sound. You have new check-in information, please confirm. Xin Xiaoru raised an eyebrow and muttered as she opened the app. Who is it at this hour? Airbnb guests and renters are advised to use their own photos as profile pictures. The person's profile picture was taken under a dark bridge, wearing a baseball cap and a mask with deep-set eyes. At first glance, he seemed like a quiet, handsome young man with a refined air. However, as everyone knows, anyone wearing a hat, mask and sunglasses is a stunning beauty, so that didn't count. Just looking at his eyes, this person seemed menacing, as if he was about to rush off to start a fight. Without a second thought, Xin Xiaoru immediately rejected the offer to join. Just kidding, she was almost certain that the zombie virus had arrived ahead of schedule. So why would she go out of her way to let a man who looked fierce move in? The next moment, an Airbnb private message popped up. 30,000 per night. Book for a week, total 210,000. We can sign a contract and transact offline. If you're not comfortable with that, you can bring someone along. Before his brain could process it, he typed, deal. Bank card number. XXXXXX. When the text message notification confirmed that the amount had indeed reached 210,000, Xin Xiaoru suddenly realized what was happening. What on earth is going on? System, if I sell you, will you come back to me on your own? If the system had a physical form, it would definitely roll its eyes. I can control the RV, and this time you can't shake it off even if you try. Xin Xiaoru was relieved and immediately put 150 bags of rice into Aunt Qian's storeroom at the camp, then boldly went back to the city center to pick up the people. Don't be fooled, people die for wealth and birds die for food. The ancients were right. 1 second she suspected a zombie virus outbreak and fled the city center like she was being chased by ghosts. The next second she came back for 210,000. Please delay your outburst. Xin Xiaoru prayed. The tenants were waiting at a crossroads. He was wearing a black long-sleeved athletic shirt and trousers in the sweltering heat, the white stripes tinged with rust. He carried a backpack bulging on his back, seemingly filled with a tent, and a baseball cap and mask-like accessories were piled on his head, identical to the image on his person. As soon as the door opened and the man walked in, Xin Xiaoru felt a wave of heat wash over her, and a faint smell of blood filled her nostrils, causing her hair to stand on end uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Don't tell her that the chicken was just killed. Xin Xiaoru had a startling intuition. Her instinctive urge was to push the person out of the car, close the door and run away. But looking at his bulging backpack, which he didn't know what it contained, Xin Xiaoru didn't dare to move. The man was very tall, and seemed a little cramped inside the RV. He glanced around the interior and asked, is there a shower? Xin Xiaoru. Okay, it'll be in this small cubicle. This is a Class B motorhome with a very small interior space of only 5 square meters. The bed is placed horizontally at the back with 3 walls. In the middle is a neat little sofa and a foldable table. The table is currently folded up, leaving space for people to move around. Next to it are fixed storage cabinets. After the man came in, he didn't put the dusty bag on the countertop, but on the floor. He took out a new set of clothes, went into the small cubicle next to the counter to take a shower, and left a message. I've sent you the next destination on your phone. You can drive now. Before Xin Xiaoru could say anything, she heard him grope his way into the toilet and turn on the cold water to take a shower. Xin Xiaoru glanced at the large backpack on the ground, suspecting that it contained some weapons or contraband. She hesitated between running away immediately and continuing to be a landlord, and driving for her tenants. System, can you protect my safety inside the RV? The system proudly declared. No one can hurt you inside the RV. The entire RV is mine now. But if someone attacks the RV from outside, I can't. No. Xin Xiaoru comforted her. It's already very good. If what the system says is true, then she has nothing to fear. After checking the guest check-in information and verifying that his ID card and appearance matched, Xin Xiaoru confirmed his check-in. The man's name was He Gang, and he was from the south. He booked the RV not only to live here, but also to take it to many other places. He sent Xin Xiaoru as many as 15 addresses in private messages. Clearly, he had listed the places he planned to visit over the next 7 days. Xin Xiaoru searched online and found that these addresses were all in remote wholesale markets or factories, such as private grain warehouses, garment factories, vehicle modification shops, and agricultural tool processing plants. The more Xin Xiaoru looked, the more alarmed she became. Isn't this all for stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse? Could he also be a reincarnated person? Not only did he regenerate, he's probably already killed several zombies. Of course, we can't assume everything is apocalyptic. On the worst, it could just be someone at criminal smuggling and selling things. She secretly searched for this person's ID number online. If he was a wanted criminal, the result would be readily available. No, it's all right. She suppressed her instinctive apprehension at first glance, informed Aunt Qian of the tenant's information, and even set up a scheduled text message to be sent to the police officer's phone number that she had left with the initial report, just in case something happened and the police could find the culprit. After doing all that, Xin Xiaoru seriously began to act as her RV landlord, taking her guests to her first destination, a private grain warehouse. The man, or rather He Gang, took a quick shower, washing his hair in just 5 minutes. After coming out, he washed his dirty clothes and underwear at the sink outside, and hung them to dry in a place behind the toilet stall where the driver's seat couldn't see them. The strong smell of blood that Xin Xiaoru had initially perceived had been significantly reduced by the air conditioning. He came out wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt, leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and soon his breathing became even, as if he had fallen asleep. But when Xin Xiaoru was about to turn at an intersection, he didn't even open his eyes and suddenly said, "Go straight, don't take the road in the city center where there are a lot of people." Oh, okay. Xin Xiaoru didn't refuse. Anyway, she was afraid of crowded places. The more people there were, the more she was in fear of when the zombie virus would break out. Upon arriving at their destination, Xin Xiaoru watched as the man began unloading various items. These were all different types of vacuum-packed grains. Some were clearly rice from the last 2 years, while others were old rice from several years ago, with yellowish grains, and they were being sold very cheaply. She observed him coldly for a while, and seeing that he didn't seem to want her help, she got out of the car and wandered around asking him questions. The cheapest rice she bought before was 2 yuan per jin, 500 g. But here the cheapest old rice is only 5 or 6 mao, 0.5 or 0.6 yuan per jin. Xin Xiaoru was shamefully tempted. "Boss, can I buy it?" On a sweltering day, the shop assistant was sweating profusely. "No selling. No selling. Don't make my job worse." Xin Xiaoru. He Gang was still silently carrying rice. He glanced at her, put the rice in his hand into the RV and asked, "How much do you want?" "I'll contact the boss." Xin Xiaoru was overjoyed. "I'll buy as many as you have." Vacuum-packed rice is less prone to spoilage than loose rice. Even if it spoils after 2 or 3 years, it is still much better than regular rice. The man said coldly, "It's not big enough. I want all the space in your RV for the next 7 days." "That's not a problem." Xin Xiaoru immediately called Aunt Qian and asked her to come and help move the rice. Aunt Qian was utterly exasperated. "One minute you're running a campervan hotel, the next you're buying old rice, and you want me to buy tens of thousands of kilograms? Are you crazy?" Xin Xiaoru is now basically certain that the apocalypse isn't a nightmare, but a real possibility. Given that, how could she possibly let Aunt Qian continue to be unprepared? She glanced at He Gang, deliberately standing at a distance that wasn't too close to him, making sure he could hear her, and said anxiously, "The world is about to become unsettled. Today I saw a dead person in the Guangming building. It fell out of a window and was still moving. Just like a zombie. Listen to me, stock up on more supplies with me. If nothing happens, that's great. The extra rice can be donated to an animal shelter. They can feed tens of thousands of kilograms of rice to their dogs in a month, so they have no trouble finding a place for it. But if something does happen, this will be life-saving food." Qian Zhengli disagreed. What a waste of money. Use my money. My money, okay? Don't use yours. I recently won 210,000 yuan in the lottery. Might as well spend it. As she wished, He Gang glanced at her amidst his busy schedule before continuing with his work. After much persuasion, Qian Zhengli finally agreed to come and buy things. As the owner of a caravan road campsite, she owns both a caravan and a truck, and she uses a truck to pick up goods. She also called a helper to help, and the three of them moved the items together. Mingming ended up finishing moving the items before He Gang. The boss of the private grain warehouse was very unhappy. The boss made the money and managed the warehouse. He was paid a fixed salary and just wanted to do less work. Now, in the sweltering heat, he not only had to transfer goods for one man, but also for 3 women. He kept grumbling and complaining. Xin Xiaoru endured it, sped up her work, and after moving her own goods, she helped He Gang move hers. Her attitude was completely different now than before. This was a cheap and nearby small grain warehouse that He Gang had contacted through his own connections, and she was grateful for his help. He Gang could carry 100 jin of grain on one arm each time. Xin Xiaoru didn't have his strength, so she carried less and followed his pace obsequiously, while also chatting to pass the time and get closer to him. After moving everything and getting back to the car, she felt she had gotten to know the man a little better, and started asking him if he had any inside information. However, the man didn't say a word, returned to the car, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, and told Xin Xiaoru to go to the next destination. This time it's a garment factory. Xin Xiaoru asked Aunt Qian to come along too. It was already evening when he arrived at the garment factory. However, the amount of clothing he had ordered was not much, and it wasn't very heavy, just bulky. It wasn't just clothes but also various down comforters and silk quilts. Just looking at them made him feel hot in the middle of summer. Qian Zhengli was about to explode, but she restrained herself because of the presence of outsiders. After buying and packing a lot of winter clothes and quilts, she refused to leave any further. Go ahead and be crazy, I'm not going to play along. Xin Xiaoru regretfully saw the person off. The mysterious man behind her is going to buy knives. She wants to buy a lot of them. Aunt Qian, please let Sister Qian come back too. Sister Qian is Qian Zhengli's daughter, who is currently studying at a university in another city. Any place with a large population will be dangerous in the apocalypse. If there are no familiar rural areas to set up camp, it's better to go to a camp. In the previous life, this camp was trapped by earthquakes and landslides, and people inside could not get out and people outside could not get in. At that time, Qian Zhengli was trapped in the camp, guarding the food and water in her own small shop, waiting for people outside to clear the road. It took her 3 days to finally escape with great difficulty. After escaping, they realized it would have been better if they hadn't escaped at all. The landslide inside is just the beginning. It's beyond collapse, and even an earthquake wouldn't affect it much. As for floods, the terrain isn't high enough to submerge it. Wildfires are a concern, but the campsite parking area is quite large and treeless, so the fires won't spread there. Moreover, because the road was blocked, the zombies outside couldn't reach her even after the outbreak. In short, it's very safe. Now, if we take some food to feed the dogs and start trying to improve the soil and grow crops, it will be a perfect post-apocalyptic paradise. Daughter, just focus on your studies. What are you doing back here? Aunt Qian's patience ran out. If you have nothing to do, just come back to work at the hospital and stop thinking about all this nonsense. Xin Xiaoru sighed. The next day, as the sun rose, Xin Xiaoru received some good news. Initial mission completed. Your guest He Gang stayed one night at the RV hotel, paid 30,000 yuan, and received a 5-star satisfaction rating. The RV's flight capability has now been successfully activated. The initial task was easy, but the difficulty will increase in the following tasks. I hope you'll keep up the good work, boss. In my mind, the dashboard updated with a new task. Please accept 20 guests. Each guest staying one night and giving a 5-star review counts as one guest. Completing this task will earn the RV an additional 1 square meter of space. Xin Xiaoru's face was flushed as she looked at her phone on the subway. 20 people, 1 square meter. He Gang still needs to live in the RV for 6 more days. If he is satisfied with these 6 days, he will have completed June 20th. How do we find the remaining 14? She subconsciously opened the familiar Airbnb app, but after Higaing, there were no new inquiries. She put her phone away. We can only take it one step at a time. Xin Xiaoru had an unusually busy day. In order to get closer to the hospital, and more importantly, to stock up on supplies herself, she contacted the hospital's head of drug procurement and got the contact information of a pharmaceutical representative, who offered her a 40% discount on a batch of drugs. These are all common medications for reducing inflammation and fever, supplementing various vitamins, as well as bandages for stopping bleeding, etc. Getting this discount is already quite a bargain. Of course, many of these are also medicines that are close to their expiration date, but I can't worry about that now, I'll just stock up on some first. Higaing stockpiled it along with her. His eyes were sharp yet indifferent, and he spoke very little. After 2 days, Xin Xiaoru's fear of him lessened considerably. Her natural outgoing nature made her seem like a socially awkward guy trying to seduce someone. One minute they'd ask him, "What's the purpose of these spares? Or are you using them yourself?" It was a roundabout way of probing. One minute they'd ask him, "Is the apocalypse coming? Are you like those reborn big shots in novels?" That's a direct question from someone who's actually been reborn. Finally, on the second night, whether out of annoyance at being asked too many questions or moved by his words, Higaing said for the first time from the bottom of his heart, "Have more things with me, and then hide them well so that no one can see them." His voice was still cold as he spoke, and his handsome face seemed to say keep away, but Xin Xiaoru was satisfied. "I'm not alone. Now's the time to stock up. Stock up as much as you can. Stock up as much as you can." She had no money. The 200,000 yuan was all given to her by Higaing. Higaing was very busy and barely slept at night. When Xin Xiaoru was driving, he would pretend to doze off for a while, but once they arrived at their destination, he would spend the whole night moving things. He found a way to buy a lot of gasoline, a lot of strange materials, and even a lot of bicycles. By the third night, the RV was completely packed full. Even the bed was full of stuff, leaving no room to sleep. He didn't mind. Being nearly 1.9 meters tall, he would simply sleep on the small sofa when he couldn't stay awake any longer. After putting things on the sofa and the passenger seat, he spread out a cotton-padded coat, found a small corner on the floor, hugged his knees and fell asleep against the car door. Xin Xiaoru. Well, at first glance I thought it was a hunting lion. But after 2 days I realized it was just a kitten. This was the 3rd day she had worked with Higaing, and the 6th day since her rebirth. She still remembers the earthquake and has been reminding Aunt Qian these past few days not to go near the mountain and to stay at the campsite. Unusually, Aunt Qian didn't scold her, but instead asked her if she wanted to go back to the camp first. Something has happened at the Guangming building. The Guangming building was where Xin Xiaoru saw the zombie fall from the 2nd floor window. Aunt Qian, a longtime resident of Yicheng, had heard somewhere that more than one person died that day. Apparently, over a dozen people died inside the building. Meanwhile, a message circulated in the hospital's colleagues group. A doctor has been taken away. It seems to be related to the murder case at Guangming building. It said that he provided cover for a wealthy person's entry drug certificate, allowing him to bring in some illegal drugs, possibly narcotics. Xin Xiaoru's hand trembled. Just then, the sound of police sirens passed by outside, and her phone rang at the same time. It was the policeman who had taken her number calling. "Xin Xiaoru, right? There's something I need to confirm with you. Besides seeing the body on the ground moving abnormally, what else did you see? Were there any other people in the Guangming building?" Xin Xiaoru had already set up the tent behind the RV, connecting it to the rear door. This tent was separated from the interior space, yet still allowed her to enjoy the cool air from the RV's air conditioner. Meanwhile, Higaing was strapping several spare tires to the roof of the RV. "There were shadowy figures moving around," Xin Xiaoru whispered. "But I didn't see anyone in particular." The police officer said sternly, "I regret to inform you of something. A large-scale murder has occurred inside the Guangming building. The killer is on the run and appears to be killing witnesses as well. If you feel threatened, you can come to the police station immediately for help. You can find the nearest police station, and I'll go and let them know. You can also come find me. The address of my police station is XXX. Wait. Xin Xiaoru exclaimed, startled. A murder case? They're still killing people? Do you have any information about that person? I have CCTV footage of him passing by the first floor entrance. I'll send you a screenshot. Please make sure you pay attention. Xin Xiaoru nodded and soon received a multimedia message. Inside, a man wearing a long-sleeve tracksuit, a black mask, and a baseball cap, seemingly aware of the surveillance camera, pulled down the brim of his cap while glancing at the lens out of the corner of his eye. A sharp, murderous aura and the stench of blood assaulted my senses. It was him. He Gang. Even though she had suspected it beforehand, Xin Xiaoru still felt a chill run down her spine. When I came to my senses, a tall figure was already standing in front of me. Xin Xiaoru suddenly looked up and met those sharp eyes that were exactly the same as those in the photo. My heart was in my throat. If it weren't for the courage she developed during the apocalypse, she could have delivered a shrewish roar right now. She sat at the tent entrance looking up at him, her hand reaching for the dagger beside the pillow inside the tent. The two faced off for an unknown amount of time. Xin Xiaoru suddenly felt a gust of wind, and her sweaty neck felt strangely cool in the middle of summer. Just as she was about to be provoked into a fight to the death, He Gang finally spoke. I won't kill you. If you're afraid, go on your own. Xin Xiaoru. She didn't know if she should breathe a sigh of relief. In the end, she packed up her tent, left the RV with He Gang, and ran away dejectedly. In fact, she knew that when He Gang killed people, he was likely killing zombies, not people in the conventional sense. But how did he know those people were zombies? Was it because they were secretly causing trouble and he had to clean house? Or was he reborn and knew some inside information so he wanted to kill the people who were first infected with the zombie virus? Anything is possible. Xin Xiaoru knows too little information, and he obviously can't tell her. The only option is to stay away from trouble. However, the police said that person killed someone else later. Who did it? Was it He Gang's accomplice? So, did He Gang approach her just to kill her? Like, did he think she saw something terrible, or that she was infected with the zombie virus, and that's why he came to eliminate her? Xin Xiaoru suddenly shook her head. Help! She should find a place to stay and wait for the RV to finish its 7-day mission before flying back to her. She and He Gang were currently in a remote location, near a small sparsely populated hotel. She planned to find a safe and convenient spot by the window to spend the next few nights. The small hotel quickly checked her in. Then, less than 5 minutes after she moved in, the police knocked on her door and took her to the police station on suspicion of being an accomplice to a murderer. Xin Xiaoru. White walls, black iron bars. This was the first time she'd ever been detained and interrogated overnight. What had she done to deserve this? She was unworthy. You can see, this is the RV rental I posted on Airbnb. She had already handed over her phone and given him the lock screen password. I still have all the private messages he sent me. But why would he give you 210,000? The policeman simply didn't believe it. Xin Xiaoru didn't know either. Maybe they have too much money to burn? Do you even believe it yourself? Xin Xiaoru. Honestly, she didn't believe it. But she really needed the money. Everything she bought was purchased with funds from the initial 210,000 yuan. Who cares about his motives or schemes? Money talks. Xin Xiaoru, as if struck by a thought, touched her beautiful face and exclaimed, He's definitely after my body. Police. I'm completely stumped. The police still didn't believe it and continued their interrogation. Torture is no longer common, so many people can only endure it. The police stay up all night with her, and nobody gets to sleep. Just then, the bright light suddenly flickered and went dark. There was some commotion outside. The police officer pressed the intercom. What's going on? Have you activated the backup power? A crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, and human voices seemed to be blocked by something. The policeman searched under the table and found a low-wattage reading lamp, which he handed to Xin Xiaoru. Use this for light if you're scared. I'm going out to check. No. Xin Xiaoru instinctively grabbed the policeman's wrist. Don't go out. You can't go out. She already had big eyes, but she was usually listless and lacked energy, often looking like a dead fish. Now, with her eyes wide open, the police couldn't help but sigh in the dim light. He's still just a 20-year-old kid. It's all right, hold the lamp, don't be afraid. I will protect every citizen. He tried to push Xin Xiaoru's hand away, but Xin Xiaoru held on tightly. She has nothing now except a bit of precognition and an intuition born from being terrified of the apocalypse. Despite the cacophony of noise outside, she managed to pick up a sharp, piercing sound of fingernails scraping against the wall. The footsteps were heavy and somewhat uncoordinated. The breathing was also heavy, like the last gasps of a dying person. Someone is turning into a zombie. Xin Xiaoru grabbed his wrist with great force and showed no intention of letting go. Go out and either kill it or seal off the area it's locked in and take the others to evacuate. However, even with all her might, she managed to grab the policeman's hand, but the seasoned officer could easily break free. Chapter 3. Don't worry, it's just a power outage. He tucked the small reading lamp into Xin Xiaoru's arms. I'll go check and be right back. Ordinary people, unless they have superpowers, have a 99% chance of turning into zombies if they are caught by them. The remaining few lucky ones either escape unscathed or possess superpowers of different attributes. In her past life, Xin Xiaoru always behaved very well, and was never scratched by zombies. However, most of her companions or passers-by who were scratched or bitten became zombies. There are also some people with good physical strength, or those who have been lucky enough to win 20 yuan out of 5 yuan in the lottery since childhood. They feel that they can't go on living and want to challenge themselves to become superhumans. But no matter what kind of person they were before, they are all equal under the zombies. There is no luck or physical strength to their advantage. Xin Xiaoru saw things very clearly and hated gambling on probabilities from the bottom of her heart. So no matter how hard she suffered, she did not pin her hopes on becoming a superhuman. Instead, she tried her best to be as shameless as possible. In the end, however, she died in a fight for food. She failed to get any food and was stabbed in the heart, dying instantly. She held the cool reading lamp to her heart and quietly turned it off. She looked at the locked interrogation room door, opened the cabinet where the police kept various documents, took the documents out and put them in the corner under the desk, then curled up and hid inside. During this process, they found a spare walkie-talkie and just in case, put it in their pocket. The early zombies weren't very strong or agile. They couldn't smell Xin Xiaoru through the iron bars and the large cabinet, as long as she didn't make any noise. Soon, sounds of inquiries and fighting could be heard outside, along with many phone calls to 120, emergency services, reporting addresses. Xin Xiaoru's heart was pounding like a drum. The person who was scratched needs to go to the hospital? Wouldn't that mean the hospital would be completely overwhelmed? The zombie virus and natural disasters were bound to break out sooner or later. She couldn't possibly stop them all, but she could delay them as much as she could. Turn the walkie-talkie volume down to the lowest setting, turn it on, and try to make a call. There was a burst of static, but no one responded. Unsure if it was a channel error, Xin Xiaoru adjusted the walkie-talkie frequency, listening to each channel but only heard static. Communication was disrupted, so Xin Xiaoru had no choice but to turn it off. She huddled in the closet, staring blankly into the darkness at an unknown corner. The feeling of those massive, irreversible gears turning suffocated her. She could only speak to the system in her mind to alleviate the despairing sense of fate that everything will eventually come to pass. Where are you now? Where is the tenant? The system's voice trembled slightly as it spoke. He killed someone again. No, not someone, it seems he killed zombies. When He Gang saw his own photos on Xin Xiaoru's phone, he knew the surveillance footage hadn't been completely deleted and he'd been found. His account had likely already been blocked by the trail. However, all his money was stored in a stolen debit card, a discarded card that someone had forgotten. He immediately changed his appearance, put on a flashy yellow wig, went to the bank and withdrew all his money, a thick, heavy bag. The zombie virus outbreak was clearly not limited to the bright building alone. As he walked down the street, he noticed many people appearing dazed and confused, seemingly needing to go to the hospital with high fevers, but these were actually signs of impending zombie transformation. He could tell the difference. The companions or kind-hearted people nearby wanted to take the person to the hospital. He Gang touched his wrist. The message on his smartwatch was still showing the new address his superior had sent him, prompting him to reply. With a cold expression, He suddenly walked over without warning, bumped into the person, and left as if nothing had happened, returning to his RV. A delayed scream came from behind. The person with the high fever had a dagger stuck in their chest and collapsed to the ground lifeless. The murderer. That blonde guy is the murderer. A passerby pointed at He Gang, who was wearing a wig. He Gang quickly got into the car. The watch was still vibrating, and new messages kept coming in, prompting him to reply. His aura was chilling and finally, unable to bear it any longer, he ripped the watch off, turned it off and threw it aside. There are always some people who are hopelessly stupid, yet they still try to control the life and death of others. If it were him, after doing such a stupid thing, he wouldn't just make his subordinates work themselves to the bone to clean up his mess and be permanently blacklisted. He would hang himself or jump off a building to atone for his sins. Why don't these people just die? Why did those innocent people have to die? Why should he be buried with these idiots? Even though he was furious and his eyes were bloodshot from not getting a good night's sleep for days, He Gang still drove very steadily. If Xin Xiaoru were driving, he could take a nap while driving, but now that she's gone, he has to work nonstop by himself. There are still so many things that aren't ready, so many weapons that we haven't acquired yet. He Gang took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, and killed infected people along the way as he headed to his next destination. However, in his eyes he was clearly an infected person, while in the eyes of others, he was just an innocent passerby. Many people called the police, but for some reason very few got through and even fewer responded. Nobody knew what the situation was. Meanwhile, many police stations experienced varying degrees of chaos. Some were dealing with a sudden surge in murder cases, but a witness near the murder site was apparently traumatized, developed a high fever and had seizures, and was hospitalized. Then, while on the verge of death in the hospital, the witness suddenly jumped up and went crazy. Police took some of the more unsettling patients away to the police station. Others were taken to a mental hospital. In short, the process was handled normally, with the priority being to restore order to the hospital. However, these patients did not behave themselves when they arrived at the police station. Instead, they died inexplicably. Now, no one dared to rashly take the insane patient to the police station for detention. Although the police station has doctors who are helping those people reduce their fever, everyone, especially the patients' families, still wants to go to the hospital for examination and hospitalization to feel at ease. As a result, the hospital became increasingly chaotic, to the point that many police officers were tied up and unable to leave the hospital. Later, orders came from higher authorities that this was a new infectious disease, and that isolation and treatment were necessary. When the family members protested, they were all quarantined, which finally allowed the hospital to return to normal somewhat. Even so, the situation still spiraled out of control. The police station where Xin Xiaoru was detained is like that. As police resources became strained, the families of the patients who came to the police station to report crimes also began to act out, scratching police officers who came to help them and passers-by who came to conduct business, making the scene increasingly chaotic. Xin Xiaoru felt that the air conditioning in the police station was set too low, so low that it gave her goosebumps in the closet. Her phone was confiscated, and she could only see the clock on the wall and know what time it was when she went out of the closet. She was too afraid to come out. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of hurried footsteps came. The police officer who had interrogated her earlier, along with several colleagues, had arrested several people with fevers and locked them all in the interrogation room. Xin Xiaoru suddenly rushed out of the closet. "Don't lock me with them. I want to go somewhere else." The police were startled. The interrogation room wasn't a prison. It was just a place to temporarily interrogate suspects. They had just randomly found an empty room to lock someone up, not expecting there to be someone already there. The police officer who was interrogating him nodded to her and took her out with him. The police station was still without power, so they used flashlights to patrol every corner of the station. Only after confirming that all the troublemakers had been locked up did they breathe a sigh of relief. "You said before that these are zombies." The police officer turned his gaze to Xin Xiaoru, his eyes sharp. Xin Xiaoru nodded quickly and discreetly moved away from these people. She saw it. Many of them had scratches on their arms. 9 times out of 10 they were infected. The police obviously knew this too. Everyone remains silent. People outside can't find the police, and 120 emergency services isn't enough. Actually, they're in the same boat. Internal lines and satellite phones are constantly busy. The only message we're getting right now is that we need to isolate, and isolate again, separating the abnormal population from the general population. Everyone watches TV shows and reads novels regularly, so they all know something about zombies. Based on current information, even the most improbable scenario has become reality. Zombies have appeared in Yicheng, and even in many other parts of the country. Those people were physically dead in the hospital, but they were still moving and even scratching other people. The police officer didn't say anything more, returned the phone to Xin Xiaoru, then handcuffed himself and chained himself to the railing in a corner. The police station doors are locked. If we really lose our minds, just find a window and climb out. Sorry, I hope you survive. Good. Xin Xiaoru was feeling very bad. Everyone here is a good person. Yet they are forced to reach a turning point in their lives. Most will become brain dead and turn into zombies, and a very few lucky ones will escape with their lives, but even more hardships await them afterward. Xin Xiaoru sat in the middle of the hall, quite far away from the infected people all around. The police haven't lost their minds yet and haven't agreed to let her leave. When they started to have high fevers, and their eyes began to turn red, and even completely black, Xin Xiaoru knew that it was time for her to leave. She acted immediately, mentally contacting the RV while observing the outside situation through the window. The police station held many infected people, including the police officers themselves. However, among those evacuated by the police, some had concealed their scratches or had already been infected elsewhere. The power went out, and the streets were in chaos and noise, with only car headlights flashing to provide illumination. At this time, the RV was not far from the police station. They were originally in the same area, and Gang was killing infected people as he walked, so he didn't go far. Xin Xiaoru didn't let the RV come by itself. Instead, she contacted Gang on Airbnb first. I've been arrested by the police station. The police station is full of zombies now. Can you come pick me up? If Gang is willing to come, she'll leave immediately. If not, then let the RV come anyway, regardless of his wishes. It's not a big deal to reveal the difference in her RV, because she's going to run an RV hotel, and sooner or later she'll have to make herself stand out. This difference is also a form of self-protection. Pretending to be weak to prey on a strong one is certainly feasible, but the prerequisite is actually taking advantage of the situation. She doesn't intend to take advantage of the situation. Instead, she wants to use the strength of the strong to make herself appear more pretentious, different from others, and mysterious. Perhaps because of this difference, others might be willing to cooperate with her or do her a favor in return. As for whether they would covet her RV, it's fair to say that even if it were an ordinary RV, a desperate person would still try to steal it, and it might even be easier to steal it because the owner is a woman. On the contrary, the more special someone is, the more cautious those who want to take action will be. Gang looked at the messages on his phone and, without much hesitation, followed the location Xin Xiaoru had set to go to the police station where she was located and picked her up in the car. Then, you drive, continue to the address I sent you before. Gang returned to her very cramped corner in the RV and fell asleep almost instantly. Xin Xiaoru wanted to ask, then aren't you going to fight the zombies anymore? But in the end she said nothing, pretended nothing had happened, and led her people to continue. We continued to travel through as remote areas as possible. There were many car accidents along the way because there were no streetlights. When the power was finally restored to the whole city, Xin Xiaoru finally arrived at her new destination, a vehicle modification factory. Here, Xin Xiaoru saw the car that Gang had bought but hadn't finished modifying. This is an off-road RV with a high chassis, making it very sturdy. It has been equipped with many protective railings, especially a row of sharp spikes at the front, which can pierce through many zombies when it crashes forward. The glass is also very thick. It appears to be bulletproof glass. Gang called the owner of the modification shop late at night, and the owner was very unhappy. Didn't we agree that you could pick up the car in 3 days? Xin Xiaoru's eyes lit up. 3 days later was the expiration date of the RV hotel that Gang had booked. It seems he does have a car. but it's just temporarily unavailable for the days he's using it for modifications. Once he picks up this car, he won't need Xin Xiaoru's RV anymore. Just a heads up. He Guang himself doesn't smoke, but he pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from somewhere and handed it to the 40-something-year-old boss. I'll add another 50,000 yuan. We'll get it done tonight and pick it up tomorrow morning. Is that feasible? The boss took the cigarette, tempted. This. 60,000. He Guang raised the stakes. It's not about the money. All our guys have gone home after get off work. Some have already gone to a farm stay with their wives and kids. 80,000. There are still materials that haven't arrived yet. 100,000. Make a deal. Xin Xiaoru watched the two shake hands. No wonder it's all about money. But then again, aren't I also someone who's bought off by money? And my RV driver is even more expensive. For a moment, Xin Xiaoru felt a sense of pride, which she didn't know where it came from, that she had sold something for a higher price. Late at night, the entire vehicle modification plant began operating around the clock. He Guang didn't rest. He told Xin Xiaoru to continue on her way. He was going to a new place, a kitchen knife processing factory. Xin Xiaoru drove for 2 hours and arrived at the processing plant at 4 in the morning, which was also awakened by money in the middle of the night. Ostensibly they process kitchen knives, but they also process tang swords, the kind you only see in movies and TV series. These are not ordinary knives. They are the kind that require a collector's certificate to purchase. Clearly, He Guang had his own connections and actually possessed the credentials to buy long swords like tang swords in large quantities. Xin Xiaoru, as the younger brother, bought a lot along with them. However, tang swords here are very expensive, often costing 1 or 2,000 yuan each, with some even costing 40 or 50,000. Is this the price a knife should have? He Guang glanced at her and picked out a sword for her worth 10,000 yuan, along with some whetstones. This can last a long time. Keep the other tang swords worth 1 or 2,000 yuan each as a backup, the more the merrier. Xin Xiaoru's 210,000 yuan had been mostly used up by He Guang to hoard food, bicycles, medicine, and all sorts of other things, leaving her with only 60,000 yuan. With a determined heart and gritted teeth, she spent all the remaining money on a huge pile of tang swords, the kind that would be discarded without hesitation and replaced with new ones if their blades became dull. However, the RV was completely full. Her knife, along with his even larger number of knives, were piled up on the roof, leaving no room to stack them. They could only be towed behind the RV by a trailer. After getting settled and getting in the car, He Guang fell asleep again in the only empty space in the RV, hugging his knees. He was covered in blood, and his features were obscured by the cargo in the dim light, making him difficult to see clearly. Xin Xiaoru remained silent and steadily drove the car to the modification shop. When they arrived, she didn't call him but stared at the brightly lit shop, waiting for dawn, feeling a long-lost peace in her heart. At 9 o'clock, He Guang, who had only slept for 4 hours, suddenly woke up. His body was a little sore and stiff from being curled up in a small space, but his spirits had recovered a lot. His eyes were still covered with dark circles, and his head, which had been throbbing with needles from several days of lack of sleep, was much better. He took a shower in the small toilet stall, changed out of his blood-stained clothes, and got out of the RV wearing black sweatpants and a gray vest. The sun was shining brightly today, making his strong shoulders and back appear even more powerful. Xin Xiaoru didn't get off the bus. She just watched him walk away. She knew that she and he were going to break up. The off-road RV was completely modified and drove out several times larger than Xin Xiaoru's RV. It was surrounded by exaggeratedly large steel plates and spikes. Xin Xiaoru then got out of the car to help He Guang move things, carefully placing the crammed items onto the RV he had already modified. This took up the entire morning. At noon, Xin Xiaoru and he, both covered in sweat, took a quick shower in their respective RVs, then bought 2 bags of frozen dumplings and cooked them together as a farewell meal for the two of them. Xin Xiaoru ultimately didn't hear his secret from him. He didn't ask Xin Xiaoru to return the rent for the next few days. He only said when Xin Xiaoru asked about the secret of the zombie virus for the last time. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. Once Pandora's box is opened, it's impossible to end it with just a few deaths. Protect what you've hoarded and cherish the last bit of peace. Xin Xiaoru couldn't help but ask, "Can we go together? You're very strong and I've also stockpiled a lot of things." She felt it was inappropriate to ask the question out loud. The things she hoarded were all bought with his money, and her connections were all built through his connections. Basically, Xin Xiaoru just happened to appear on Airbnb when he needed a motorhome for traveling day and night, as well as a driver, and he ended up getting carried around for a few days. What can she do? She could only work as a driver or a nurse. Moreover, although he appears to be alone now, he may actually have many relatives, friends, and partners to accompany him, so he doesn't lack any leg ornaments at all. I've had enough of clinging to powerful figures for the past few days. Ultimately, all she has is a motorhome that's still being upgraded, and she hasn't told him about it yet. She hasn't decided whether to tell him or not. Xin Xiaoru composed herself, preparing for rejection. To her surprise, He Gang thought for a moment and then nodded. "I understand." "Huh. Wait." Xin Xiaoru didn't react for a moment, but when she finally understood, her pupils dilated in shock. "You're coming with me." He Gang nodded. "But not now. I have other things to take care of. Leave me your address and I'll come to you when I need to." Ignoring her slight disappointment, Xin Xiaoru quickly left the address of the RV campsite. "If you can't get through that mountain road, just wait for me at the foot of the mountain." He Gang gestured for her to look at his off-road RV. "It's been modified. Unless it's a vertical mountain wall, it can handle most things." Xin Xiaoru. "Okay." And so, she parted ways with He Gang satisfied. Yicheng descended into chaos even earlier than in the previous life. However, the current chaos is still in its early stages, and the zombie virus is mainly concentrated in hospitals and police stations. The police have suffered heavy losses and are short-handed. The nearby military region has dispatched troops to manage the situation and forcibly contain the zombie infection in a relatively concentrated area. Those with scratches and bites are being checked, and those that need to be killed are being killed. After a chaotic night and morning, by the time Xin Xiaoru returned to the RV campsite, the situation had been brought under control. However, overall the apocalypse did indeed come earlier than the previous one. Upon receiving the news, many people began to hoard supplies or flee the city. He Gang didn't let Xin Xiaoru continue driving for him because he had anticipated this situation. He contacted the boss behind him, but the boss was unwilling to continue selling supplies, so he abandoned the follow-up plan and went off to do something else. He didn't ask Xin Xiaoru to return the 90,000 yuan for the next 3 days, and Xin Xiaoru didn't have the money to return it either. When she returned to the camp, she sorted out various supplies, classifying and organizing medicines, cold weather gear, life jackets for water use, fireproof jackets and helmets, as well as various mountaineering first aid items. She also stored and hid the food. Only then could she finally sleep peacefully for a while. Then, not long after I fell asleep, there was an earthquake. The earthquake itself lasted only half a minute, but the rocks around the camp had already been loosened by the previous heavy rain. Now, with the addition of a relatively strong earthquake, they collapsed immediately, breaking the roads on both sides. One of the caravans was in a rather unsafe area of the city, and since they had already planned to go on a summer vacation together and had prepared a lot of things, they decided to set off a few days early. Those who didn't embark on this journey in their previous lives are now stuck halfway through. Xin Xiaoru has a survival philosophy she learned from the apocalypse. To succeed, you must take the initiative. If you make a strong entrance at the beginning as a charlatan, a mysterious and high-class figure, you'll likely be in a dominant position later on. If she's going to run a motorhome hotel, she needs to give people the initial impression of a high-profile and unapproachable hotel owner. Don't try anything funny or sneaky. "In this RV, I'm the boss." Xin Xiaoru peeled an ice cream to wake herself up, drove the empty RV, which had already been unloaded, to the top of a big tree to attract everyone's attention, and then flew towards the area where the mudslide had occurred. "Everyone move aside, I'm about to show off. We are determined to expand our RV hotel business." Chapter 4. 3 vehicles in the convoy had already arrived at the campsite and were waiting anxiously. According to them, the entire convoy consisted of 12 vehicles, of which 4 were swept away by the mudslide, and there had been no news of them since. The remaining 5 vehicles were stranded on the road. Xin Xiaoru traced the road and terrain, then drove her RV up from the tree and quickly moved along the damaged road. The mountain was still collapsing. She used binoculars to confirm the approximate location of the 5 vehicles before starting the rescue. Some cars had been damaged, but the people inside were still alive and struggling to crawl out from between the cars and the rocks. From a distance, they saw the off-white RV flying towards them and thought they were hallucinating. Xin Xiaoru maneuvered the RV to a stop in front of the 3 people inside. "Hello. This is an RV hotel. 100 yuan. Oh no." She looked at the updated data on the sign in her mind. 500 yuan a night, buy a ticket and get on the vehicle. If you're satisfied, please give us a 5-star review in your mind. The deafening roar of the landslide in the distance still lingered. Not only could this woman and her car fly, but she was also taking the opportunity to do business. There was a striking sense of absurdity and reality about it. The father, one of the 3, tentatively said, "Could you please get us out of here first? Money is not a problem." Xin Xiaoru shook her head, making the 3 of them's hearts tighten. Then in the magical RV, the magical woman said, "Money is the issue. Just remember to pay." As she spoke, she jumped out of the RV, took out a shovel and smashed the glass. Then she pushed the stones on the roof back to prevent them from rolling down and hitting people. The family of 3 quickly climbed out through the windshield and rushed into Xin Xiaoru's RV. Ding dong. The sound of the new RV hotel function being activated rang in her mind. Xin Xiaoru returned to the driver's seat and looked around. She saw that next to the notice board where the missions were posted, there was now a red health bar for stamina and a blue health bar for popularity. As the 3 people entered the space, the popularity value increased to 3, and the stamina value increased from 10 to 13. Xin Xiaoru mentally probed the red and blue bars, but there was no response. It seemed she still had to figure out the usage and meaning of these 2 values herself. She continued searching for the other 4 cars. This investigation revealed a pattern in stamina consumption. When the RV is in flight mode, it consumes 3 stamina points per hour, and the consumption rate slows down when it is not flying. When the RV is driven by itself instead of using gasoline, it will consume 1/8 of your stamina per hour. In other words, 8 hours of driving will consume 1 stamina point. The RV's flying speed is not fast, only about 30 miles per hour. Sometimes you can watch a car speeding ahead but can't catch up until that car is hit or trapped by another vehicle, and then the RV can slowly catch up. Some people, like the family of 3 mentioned earlier, were not seriously injured and were able to get into their vehicles immediately after being freed. However, others were crushed to death inside the vehicles, or had their arms and legs pinned down and unable to move. With the help of others and the use of jacks, some of the rocks that were relatively easy to move could be pried away. However, some of the collapsed rock formations were in such unfavorable locations that the jacks could not find a foothold and had to abandon the trapped parts. Xin Xiaoru gave them 2 choices. Either wait for rescue on the spot, or record a video to absolve them of responsibility and let her perform the amputation. If Xin Xiaoru were any older, say in her 30s or 40s, the injured person's family would have been willing to let her perform the amputation. But the reality is, Xin Xiaoru is only 20 years old, very beautiful, but lacks energy, appearing unstable, uneducated, and inexperienced. No one dares to trust her judgment or allow her to perform the surgery. What if rescuers arrive and the family member's limbs can still be saved? Xin Xiaoru understood and immediately led the people in the car to rescue the rest of the passengers. Darkness falls quickly in the mountains. The last rays of warm yellow sunlight faded, leaving only a dim blue sky. Xin Xiaoru finally found her 5th vehicle and picked up 17 people in total. She ignored those who hadn't had amputations and wanted to wait for a more experienced rescue team. She told the people in the RV that the hospital was closed due to an infectious disease outbreak, and they either had to go down the mountain to find their own way or pay her for treatment. Everyone had internet access on their phones, and although it was a bit laggy, reading text messages was still smooth. They saw many messages from relatives and friends, and knew that what Xin Xiaoru said was true. So instead of saying they would go down the mountain to find a hospital right away, they asked this miraculous woman to treat them. "Hey beautiful lady, look at our friends," one of them said anxiously, pointing in the direction of their trapped friends who were being pinned down. Xin Xiaoru refused. I have limited energy each day. I asked once when I went there, and then again after rescuing the others. It's their choice to wait for the rescue team, and it has nothing to do with me. I won't interfere anymore. Those of you who want to stay can stay. Her RV was only 5 square meters, and cramming so many people in was already its limit. After the treatment that night, she could only sleep 3 or 4 people at most. More people wouldn't speed up her RV mission, so it was better to leave it there now, which would reduce her workload and minimize medication waste. The group looked at each other, and in the end, no one was willing to go down and keep their friend company. They had been running for their lives all afternoon and were exhausted. Their own injuries hadn't been treated, and they were showing clear signs of fever and infection. They simply didn't have the energy to care about anyone else. They gratefully asked the RV owner to find a stable place to park. Xin Xiaoru agreed and took the 17 people back to the RV campsite to meet up with the other 3 RVs. On this day, the RV's popularity increased by 31 points, and its stamina, after being depleted following the increase of 31 points in popularity, remained at 26. After midnight, the popularity points had already been merged into the stamina points at a 1-to-1 ratio, and now they are being reset to 0 and recalculated, while the stamina points retain their previous values. In other words, the popularity score only represents the number of new popularity members for that day. For every point the popularity score increases, the stamina score also increases by 1 point. It displays the popularity results for the day, and is recalculated the following day. The stamina score, on the other hand, fluctuates constantly, increasing as new members enter the RV and decreasing due to the RV's own consumption. With 31 people, Xin Xiaoru treated their wounds, put on splints, and provided anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and pain-relieving treatments. After a series of procedures, the injuries of most people were stabilized. Several people with bloody holes in their bodies remained in the RV groaning, and were looked after by Xin Xiaoru, while the others found mats at the campsite and slept outdoors. It was hot, and there was no water or electricity, so Aunt Qian couldn't bear to use the backup diesel generator and slept in her own RV with the air conditioning on. A woman in the RV offered Aunt Qian 1,000 yuan to sleep in the RV with her, and Aunt Qian agreed. Some people were so tired that they fell asleep immediately, but Aunt Qian didn't sleep. Instead, she was on the phone with her daughter. She now believes Xin Xiaoru's story to a great extent and wants her daughter to take leave to return to Yicheng. We bought a whole truckload of old rice. No matter what happens in the future, it will be enough for us to eat for several years. Qian Zhengli's daughter, Qian Duoing, is studying at a university in another city. The situation at her school is currently relatively stable, without the many crazy individuals. However, some people at the university hospital are experiencing symptoms which are currently being managed. The hospitals in the university town are also experiencing some issues. Mom, is it true that Xiaoru's car can fly? If it really can fly, can it come pick me up? Qian Zhengli hesitated for a moment. Judging from what she said today, flying is very tiring and slow, so I'm afraid she won't be able to reach you. You see, you've already gotten your driver's license. You can rent a car and drive back. I can't rent one. All the cars that are available have already been taken by the owners or their relatives. The remaining ones aren't gone because they feel it's not that time yet, but they're prepared to leave at any moment. Qian Duoing was anxious and frustrated. Mom, can you drive over and pick me up? It's only 500 or 600 kilometers, it won't take long. If we drive fast, we can make a round trip in a day. Or can you have Xiaoru fly over? She couldn't quite imagine how a motorhome could fly, and now she was just hoping that her mother could come up with a solution. Qian Zhengli. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow, but you should also see if there are any ways to get back. Whether it's renting a car and driving back yourself, or buying a train or plane ticket. Get back as soon as possible. Okay. I'll wait for your message. After hanging up the phone, Qian Zhengli tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Xin Xiaoru slept very well. After one night, the task of getting 25-star reviews for the RV hotel was completed by 3 more, on top of the 320th that He Gang had completed before. Now it is June 20th. It is estimated that in another 4 or 5 days, the task of getting 20 reviews will be completely completed. Feeling relieved, I was able to clean everyone's wounds more easily, and the bandaging movements became much gentler. After a night of rest, the few seriously injured people stabilized and, while making calls for help, discussed how to find their companions who had been buried by the mudslide. Some people had a closer relationship with the missing person, or were more righteous, and were eager to find Xin Xiaoru, hoping to ask her to help them search. But the woman who saved their lives yesterday was now as hard as iron and refused to agree. Do you know how big the landslide was yesterday? Xin Xiaoru retorted. Do you want me to dig it out bit by bit? Or do you want me to find an excavator to clear a path for you? No need, I'll just drive over and take a look, a quick tour will suffice, the person said eagerly. I checked yesterday, there's nothing there. Xin Xiaoru generously took out the spare shovel and spade from the RV. Those are your friends, you can go over and dig them yourselves. The visitor then asked Xin Xiaoru to take them to their destination, and after thinking for a moment, Xin Xiaoru readily agreed. She used 3 stamina points to gain popularity points from 16 other people who had traveled with her, and then took them to what was said to be the area most severely affected by the landslide, where the 4 vehicles were directly buried. She then stopped nearby and did not take any further action. Yesterday was a major earthquake, and there are still aftershocks today. The magnitudes weren't large, but the sudden tremors gave everyone quite a fright. So the 16 people made a token effort to call out all morning, but there was no response, so they asked Xin Xiaoru to take them back. On the way back, Xin Xiaoru used up another 3 stamina points, which was acceptable. All told, the 3 people who stayed in the RV last night gave her 5-star reviews, and these reviews also increased her stamina points. On average, 2 stars equal 1 stamina point, so if one person gave her 5 stars, she would have 2.5 stamina points. Not bad, not bad. Xin Xiaoru was very satisfied. It's just that she could only make money from these people this once. After they left, she would have to conserve her stamina points. There is food at the RV campsite, which is the same food that Qian Zhengli used to sell at the campsite shop. It is not as cheap as in the city, and now it has increased by several yuan. A cup of instant noodles that used to cost 6 yuan now costs 10 yuan. To be honest, if she were truly thinking of herself, Xin Xiaoru felt that 10 yuan was already very cheap. The reason is simple. From now on, money will become less and less valuable, and there will be many more situations where she has money but can't buy anything. However, the team members who had clearly caught their breath didn't think so. They didn't say anything verbally, but their satisfaction with the RVs was evident. Another night passed, and Xin Xiaoru's RV project showed no progress, remaining at June 20th. The display board indicated that all 3 customers had a satisfaction rating of only 2 stars. The customer feedback provided on the display board indicated that the food and accommodation were expensive, the place was too small, and the RV hotel owner had a bad attitude. Xin Xiaoru was so angry she laughed. She left the bed and sofa for these people, and slept in the driver's seat like a grandson, leaning on the steering wheel all night. These people even complained that the place was too small. Just as she was cleaning up the campsite and thinking about sending the group away soon, she heard 2 people in the RV whispering to each other, which the RV's radio picked up and transmitted to her mind. These 2 are profiting from the national crisis. Aren't they afraid we'll come down the mountain and report them for price gouging? Hey! Xin Xiaoru stopped cleaning the campsite and walked to her RV, banging on the door. Are you idiots? You think I can't hear you talking bad about me in my car? Get out here. Seeing that the person didn't move, he simply grabbed them and dragged them away. Don't let her height of just over 1.6 meters and her slender build fool you. A nurse needs the physical strength to endure the hardships. She may not be as strong as He Gang, who can lift 100 pounds with one hand, but she is as strong as these ordinary white-collar workers who have not exercised for a long time and have been injured. She didn't hold back at all, dragging everyone down one by one, forbidding them from staying inside any longer. She also overturned all the instant noodles that had been sold to them and refunded all the money. Seeing this, some people became enraged and wanted to fight, but Xin Xiaoru stunned them by hitting them with a shovel. Not to mention these people, Qian Zhengli was also confused. Xiaoru. She pulled her back. Don't get so angry. Xin Xiaoru patted Qian Zhengli's hand, indicating that she knew what she was doing, and looked at the few people next to her who were frightened by her. Stay if you want, get out if you don't. You're willing to buy instant noodles, but I'm not willing to sell them. Chapter 5. As she spoke, Xin Xiaoru noticed someone secretly taking a shovel, the one they had borrowed to shovel dirt to find someone before. And without saying a word, she rushed over and smashed the shovel on the wooden handle of the man's shovel. With a clatter, the tools fell to the ground, but Xin Xiaoru quickly picked them up. Aunt Qian, take your things, we're about to leave. Aunt Qian was stunned and didn't react. Xin Xiaoru nudged her and whispered, we need to go out first and take all the stock in the warehouse with us. We'll come back after they've been rescued by the rescue team. Xin Xiaoru, Qian Zhengli, and a helper Qian Zhengli hired at the camp make up only 3 people. The only reason they can hold their own is that they appear more assertive and domineering, while the other side generally still holds a civilized mindset from a peaceful and prosperous era. The downside is that they take it for granted that everyone should help each other. And if someone tries to take money from you when you're in a life-threatening situation, they think, that's so heartless. Furthermore, since they've paid for things, whether it's a camper van, medical treatment, or even instant noodles, they feel entitled to good service, and if they don't, they're genuinely unhappy. On the other hand, there were advantages. They didn't realize that the apocalypse was coming and money was worthless. Nor did they know the value of all the supplies in the camp. They didn't have the intention to rob or fight with people. Seeing that Xin Xiaoru was a ruthless character who would grab a weapon at the drop of a hat, and also had a magical RV, they didn't dare to really fight. This is the duality of things. Xin Xiaoru appeared very angry, and hurriedly led Aunt Qian back to the warehouse to organize the supplies, but she was not as furious as she seemed inside, and she packed things in an orderly manner. She wanted to abandon these people, giving them the illusion that she was leaving with all the supplies. That way, when these people leave and realize the chaos of the world, they won't be tempted to return. Of course, if they are tempted by the terrain and want to come back, then there's nothing that can be done. 50 kilometers north of the camp is a fairly open valley, where Aunt Qian has contracted an undeveloped new grassland, which is a perfect place to hide. And so, Xin Xiaoru, along with Qian Zhengli and her companions, packed their belongings, loaded all the campsite supplies into the truck and RV, and then used specially made high-strength steel bars to hoist the truck and Aunt Qian's gray RV under their own beige RV, which then took off. The survivors at the camp were dumbfounded as they watched the RV carrying people and cargo fly away. So they're not making money anymore? How could they just leave like that? What should we do if we leave them here? There are still several relatives and friends whose legs are trapped. They sent messages saying they can't wait for rescue, and want the RV owner to help with amputation. Now that the owner is gone, what will happen to those people? Some people, skilled at lightening the mood, tried to smooth things over while Xin Xiaoru was packing. However, Xin Xiaoru was angry, acting as if she were taking advantage of someone's kindness, saying, I saved your lives, so I'm your father. But your lives are worth less than the price of instant noodles. I should have known better than to save you. This infuriated the others, and they forbade their friends from continuing to say anything nice. It's just a few stinking coins, take it and buy a good coffin. After saying that, he transferred 100,000 yuan to Xin Xiaoru. Xin Xiaoru was overjoyed, showing no annoyance at being humiliated by the money. She casually left with the words, You're very sensible. I'm very satisfied. After saying that, she officially took off, heading towards the undeveloped valley. Qian Zhengli and her companions were in Xin Xiaoru's RV at the time, looking out the window, and were extremely shocked. The lush mountains and clear waters had long been destroyed in the earthquake and mudslides, and the winding roads were also in ruins, collapsed and in pieces. The once very open and undeveloped valley had shrunk by half due to landslides, with only a narrow strip of valley in the middle, no more than 100 meters wide, still worth seeing. However, the ground was uneven and not very stable, but it was enough to take shelter in an emergency. Qian Zhengli felt conflicted seeing that Xin Xiaoru seemed determined to settle down here. The campsite worker was named Zhou Fengyun, a 37-year-old woman from the countryside in her prime. Like Qian Zhengli, she was a divorced single woman. She had no special skills or ambitions, and had worked at the campsite for 6 years. She and Qian Zhengli got along very well, and seeing her boss's unease, she gently tugged at her sleeve. Xiaoru has already done enough by saving them. If they still die in the mountains after this, then that's fate. Qian Zhengli frowned. Her thinking was very simple. Arguing is one thing, but if you can help someone survive, why go to such extremes? Let them go hungry for a day, then I'll extort some money from them tomorrow and send them out, Xin Xiaoru said at the opportune moment. There are 31 people there, and each delivery costs 31 stamina points. She dislikes those people, but she won't let their interests interfere with her own. Upon hearing this, Qian Zhengli finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yicheng was stable but also chaotic. He Gang, a suspect in many murder cases, was not arrested. Instead, he drove his off-road RV around the city, marking target locations where he could rob things when things got chaotic. Then he used all the remaining cash to buy a lot of delicious cooked food that he might never be able to eat again. He put the leftovers in the RV's refrigerator. That day, he also killed several non-infected members of the organization and successfully rescued a brother amidst a heavy encirclement. When Xin Xiaoru messaged him, he was still fighting with someone. Broken glass was flying all around, and screams and the smell of blood filled the entire corridor. When he rescued his brother, who was barely alive, and was being pulled downstairs by an escape rope, the wound on his lower back reopened, and he was covered in blood. The lighter ignited the rope, cutting off the path of those who wanted to slide down. He Gang put his brother's arm over himself and carried him towards the off-road RV. After getting into the car, He Gang roughly pulled out some plastic tape and stuck it on his back to forcefully stop the bleeding. He then stepped on the gas and drove off to a less crowded road in the suburbs. Xin Xiaoru sent He Gang new location coordinates and explained what was happening at the campsite. After not receiving a response for a long time, she put down her phone and continued to organize the RV and truck. She has a lot of supplies, most of which have to be piled up on the truck so that she can live in the RV. When the RV is not on the road, running the air conditioner consumes energy. More energy is consumed in hot weather and less or even none is consumed in cool weather. However, in the next 2 months, Yicheng will become increasingly hot and scorching, and without replenishing physical strength, one will simply run out of resources. Zhou Fengyun as a guest can add 1 point of popularity and stamina to the RV each day when she enters it. However, the 5-star rating she gives it is like the nurses. It's fueled by friendship. Having not experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, she doesn't find the RV particularly special, nor does she truly believe from the bottom of her heart that the RV hotel is worth 5 stars. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhou Fengyun is considered one of our own, and she helped us a lot during the stockpiling process. So we can't charge her for living here. It seemed like I had completed the RV task on June 20th, but I'm stuck here. Since the RV's space can't be expanded, her supplies will always be stuck in the truck outside, constantly at risk of being stolen. How can she get new 5-star reviews without exposing herself too much or consuming too many supplies? Unconsciously, Xin Xiaoru looked at the hospital's employee group on her phone. There have been no new messages in the group for the past 2 days, which means they are probably being kept in the hospital with a signal jammer on to prevent any messages from causing panic. If only those who have experienced disasters would genuinely give RV hotels 5 stars, then am I supposed to go to the most disaster-stricken hospitals to rescue people? That would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the police. After pondering for a moment, Xin Xiaoru decided to take a look at her local Class 2 Grade A hospital. The flying car restarted and arrived at the foot of the mountain where the road was still relatively intact, which was also the edge of the city. It landed and switched to normal driving, heading to the Class 2 hospital where it had previously worked. Just as she had imagined, the Class 2 Grade A hospital was indeed sealed off, with doors and windows locked and police tape everywhere. However, Xin Xiaoru knew a place where she could climb over the wall. It was at the edge of the small grove in the green belt of the inpatient department. The wall looked intact, but a section of the top was rusted and collapsed, and it was not visible because it was hidden by the trees. Only by actually going over and pushing the top of the fence could one discover this. Xin Xiaoru quietly made her way to that corner and climbed over it, even spotting a stray cat dozing on the wall along the way. There were few people walking around or patrolling the hospital. Only occasionally, someone would use binoculars to monitor the hospital from the windows. She swayed and twisted her way past 3 pairs of binoculars and entered the inpatient department. The inpatient building has 20 floors. The nurse and doctor that Xin Xiaoru wanted to pick up were from the thoracic surgery department on the 12th floor. Instead of climbing the stairs directly, she climbed over the empty information desk, took out her colleague's nurse's uniform and cap from the cabinet, put them on, and wore a mask to pretend to be a nurse on duty. As she climbed the stairs, Xin Xiaoru stopped to listen to the noise from each floor. The floors from 1 to 5 were quite noisy, so she skipped them. The noise was especially loud on the 6th floor. So Xin Xiaoru boldly took a mirror to check the situation. She peeked out from behind the mirror and saw the chaos on the 6th floor reflected in the light. Many people who had turned into zombies were locked in rooms 6 to 15, and the police were pulling the trigger to deal with them one by one. In other rooms, many people were frantically smashing windows and doors trying to break out. At first glance, I recognized several colleagues. However, these people were very dirty and disheveled. I wondered if they had any wounds or infections. The police stood guard in the passageway, telling people to go back. They're injured, but I'm not. Why won't you let me go? I'm just a patient, I just checked in, I don't know anything, please let me go. Why are you locking me up? You've killed someone. Among the conscious patients in the ward, there were all sorts of opinions. For them, this lucidity was merely a cruel kind of lucidity. They would watch helplessly as they developed fevers, gradually lost control of their bodies, and transformed into monsters. They wanted to run, but escaping would only undo the police and military's days of control, so most of them could only wait to die. Xin Xiaoru estimated that it would be very lucky if 2 people with superpowers could emerge from this floor. Before the police could look over, Xin Xiaoru quickly put the mirror away and continued upstairs. When she reached the 9th floor, she saw someone smoking at the bottom of the stairs. Xin Xiaoru didn't dare to go up and waited quietly. After the person had gone far away, Xin Xiaoru continued to walk up the stairs. The 11th floor was unusually quiet. Xin Xiaoru continued to discreetly observe the situation from the stairwell using the reflection in the mirror. From this floor onwards, the situation should be relatively good. The doors were closed, and the number of people was not as dense as in the wards below. Xin Xiaoru could see through the glass windows that some people were talking in 2s and 3s. Although there was anxiety on their faces, they were generally relaxed, and there were no obvious wounds or other signs of being pulled. The 12th floor, the target floor, was the same as the 11th floor. There were no police officers in the corridor, only a familiar-looking security guard. However, he was clearly not taking it seriously, chatting with the doctors and nurses in the ward while keeping watch. Uncle Zhang. Xin Xiaoru recognized him and took the initiative to greet him. Zhang Baoan looked over surprised. Aren't you? Xiaoru. Yes, it's me, Xin Xiaoru said easily. I had severe insomnia last week and took leave. Now that the hospital is having some trouble, I applied to return to work and came to our department to see if there's anything I can help with. Zhang Baoan looked on incredulously. This is the first time I've ever seen someone deliberately jump into a fire pit. Are you crazy? Oh my, you were so lucky not to be in the hospital, yet you came back. He cried out in pain, wishing he could take Xin Xiaoru's place and be free outside. There's no point in talking about this now, Xin Xiaoru said with a grin. I'll help you move supplies, deliver food and toiletries, isn't that great? Sigh. Kids just don't know any better. Zhang Baoan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it for long and immediately asked, How's the situation outside? It was very chaotic before. Xin Xiaoru glanced at Zhang Baoan without making a sound, making sure he had no wounds, before casually sitting down on the chair next to him. It got much better after the hospital and police station were completely closed. But it's just that there are no zombies outside, so the security has worsened. Zhang Baoan nodded repeatedly, then sighed. Several police officers have died in our hospital alone. There's nothing we can do about it. This madness doesn't discriminate. By the way, you mentioned this zombie thing, is it real? I don't really understand. I heard zombies are from overseas. How did they get here? Yes, how did we get here? Xin Xiaoru chatted idly with the security guard as she walked around the floors. After wandering around for a while, she didn't see the nurse or doctor she was close to. Other colleagues saw Xin Xiaoru's excitement and greeted her. Xin Xiaoru naturally went over to chat with them. After a while, she learned that those below the 11th floor were all people who had been scratched or suspected of being scratched by zombies. There weren't enough people to distinguish between bites, surgical wounds, or minor scrapes and abrasions. Those on the 11th to 20th floors were in good condition. "Where are Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua?" Xin Xiaoru asked. "I got scratched the day before yesterday and I'm on the 9th floor now," my colleague said. Xin Xiaoru's heart sank. Someone was smoking on the 9th floor. It was most likely police or security guards, so it was certain someone was guarding the area. How was she going to get them out? She looked at her relatively comfortable colleagues on the 9th floor. These people might not be willing to go with her. Only those in despair would be willing to carry a 1 in 1,000 chance, thinking that if they weren't infected, they could survive in a new place without the risk of being threatened by zombies. Only someone like that would give a 5-star rating to a motorhome hotel from the bottom of their heart after escaping a disaster. Xin Xiaoru silently apologized to the police officers, fearing she might have caused them trouble. But she also wanted to do something. Whether it was useful or not, she wanted to write down what she knew and tell them. Just then a batch of supplies arrived, today's fruit and boxed meals. The administrator notified the person in charge of each floor to go down and collect them. Xin Xiaoru naturally went downstairs with Zhang, the security guard, to collect the meals. This time they took the elevator downstairs. Whether it was psychological or not, Xin Xiaoru felt anxious and uncomfortable all over as soon as she got on the elevator. After receiving the supplies, Xin Xiaoru took them to the 12th floor in 2 trips. The first time she took most of them, but the second time was just a pretext. She took the rest and went directly out to deliver them via the elevator on the 9th floor. The police officer on the 9th floor was exhausted and assumed the person had been brought up from the next floor, so he didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until he saw the person walk halfway around the hallway that he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Where did you come from?" Xin Xiaoru looked like she hadn't woken up yet, and continued to walk around the corridor. Finally, when she reached ward number 15, she saw Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua, who looked extremely anxious. "Stop!" A policeman rushed over and grabbed Xin Xiaoru's arm. "Which floor are you from?" Xin Xiaoru, still half asleep, said, "19th floor." "Isn't this the 19th floor?" "This is the 9th floor." The policeman looked at her suspiciously. "Where's your walkie-talkie?" "It was in the dining car." "Wait, I forgot it. Sorry, I'll definitely take it with me when I get back." Just then, the elevator went around and reopened, and another policeman came in to deliver food. Taking advantage of the moment, Xin Xiaoru muttered, "I need to hurry up and bring them the food upstairs," and went straight into the elevator, clicking the close button. "Wait a minute." The police came up to arrest her, but Xin Xiaoru had already turned off the elevator. The elevator reacted quickly and took Xin Xiaoru upstairs. Meanwhile, the police contacted the 19th floor via walkie-talkie. After the 2 sides checked their information, Xin Xiaoru was instantly exposed. She went up to the 12th floor, pushed the food cart out, smiled and handed it to Zhang, then said she was going to the toilet. She turned around and went up 2 floors through the stairwell, smashed the stairwell window, and used a climbing hook to hook onto the windowsill and slide down. Thanks to the 5 years of hard work and struggle in her previous life, she managed to use whatever tools she could find, even the unusable ones like scavenging scraps. The climbing hook she's using now was bought with Higaing. It's of excellent quality and easy to recycle. Counting down the floors to the 8th floor, Xin Xiaoru retracted the hook and moved horizontally along the windowsill and window unit on the exterior wall. Hearing a noise upstairs, she immediately hid under the heavy air conditioner outdoor unit. In the summer breeze, she could hear the police asking questions about the surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the staff member in the monitoring room was someone who turned into a zombie and collapsed on the first day, and the person who replaced him was just a policeman who wasn't very familiar with the hospital's cameras. To prevent conflicts between doctors and patients, this Class 2 Grade A hospital has surveillance cameras in elevators, stairwells, and corridors. However, there are too many surveillance cameras, but the screens in the monitoring room are limited. When no one is deliberately controlling them, the screens will randomly play dozens of surveillance footage, according to a certain pattern. The police officer in charge of surveillance first followed instructions to retrieve surveillance footage from inside the elevator and the 12th floor where the elevator stopped, and then hurriedly retrieved surveillance footage from the stairwell. However, he was not skilled enough, and the person giving instructions was also unsure of Xin Xiaoru's purpose, resulting in chaotic instructions. In the end, all they saw was the broken window on the 14th floor. There were no security cameras outside the windows, so they could only look with their naked eyes from the ground floor and between floors. Furthermore, it's possible that Xin Xiaoru used a diversionary tactic, appearing to have broken the window and gone out, but actually still in the stairwell. Suddenly, the entire hospital ward building was in chaos. Looking down at the more than 20 meters below, Xin Xiaoru took a deep breath, suppressed her instinctive fear, and waited quietly. Once the commotion upstairs subsided, and the people looking up from below were blinded by the summer sun and unable to clearly distinguish Xin Xiaoru's white nurse's uniform and cap from the white walls, they glanced in different directions. Xin Xiaoru immediately jumped into the room through a laboratory window, based on her memory of a blind spot in the surveillance footage, and then closed the window and drew the curtains again. Wiping the sweat from her face, Xin Xiaoru skillfully found the water dispenser and paper cup in the dimly lit laboratory and poured herself a glass of water. Speaking of which, can her RV purify water? Clean water isn't easy to find in the apocalypse. Should she stockpile water? Upon hearing Xin Xiaoru's thoughts, the system immediately perked up. As long as there is water, I can purify it. Xin Xiaoru astutely grasped the key point. If there's a drought and no water is available for you, you can't just conjure up water out of thin air, right? Aha! Xin Xiaoru sighed. You still need to prepare more things yourself. After resting for a while, Xin Xiaoru cleared her mind. Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua still need to be saved, regardless of whether they're infected or not. If they're not infected, Xin Xiaoru will have 2 stable tenants, who are likely to help her complete the system's mission. If they are infected, it doesn't matter if she kills them in the RV. After all, the system said that as long as they're inside the RV, attacks from inside won't work. Before Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua die, they can at least die a little more peacefully, and they can even give the RV 2 points of popularity and stamina. However, if they get infected, Xin Xiaoru may have to find some new, reliable people who are currently in difficult circumstances to help her complete the task. Call her cold-blooded or heartless. All she cares about right now is her mission and the extra square meter of space the upgraded RV will provide. If her 2 friends can help her complete the mission, things will be much easier for her. Let's rest for a bit and recover our strength. We'll see if we can find an opportunity on the 9th floor later. If not, that's okay too. We'll just have the RV fly to the 9th floor, smash Sister Lin and the others' windows and pick them up. Having made up her mind, Xin Xiaoru took out a pen and paper from the lab desk and began to write. Suddenly, Xin Xiaoru noticed a printing sound coming from the laboratory. Looking over, she saw that a printer connected to the laboratory machine had automatically printed out the test results. Turns out the machine is still running. Did the lab technician leave in such a hurry that he forgot to turn off the power? Or did the lab technician turn into a zombie, and no one clean up the lab? Xin Xiaoru favored the latter and got up to get the test report. It's actually a poor DNA mutation rate? She couldn't understand every indicator. She could only look at the areas where the data was obviously abnormal. Besides the newly printed copy on the front, there were many other copies below. Strangely, the DNA mutation rate in this data was gradually increasing. What does that mean? Are you observing the genetic mutations of zombies at different stages? But this laboratory and the entire hospital have been sealed off for at least 3 days. If the doctors were in good condition and still conducting tests during these 3 days, they should have been done in a safer place on the 11th floor or above. How could new samples still be being delivered just 2 hours ago? Or perhaps there are many substances to be tested, and the machine is analyzing them one by one? Xin Xiaoru had never used this testing machine before, and she didn't dare to press any buttons rashly. She walked around the machine and saw many samples sealed in a transparent, enclosed compartment. As more and more data were analyzed and interpreted, Xin Xiaoru discovered that the concentration of DNA mutations in the samples was indeed getting higher and higher. Xin Xiaoru continued to compare the printed test results, and suddenly discovered a major problem. The DNA mutation rate was increasing, but each time she compared it with the previous table, the unchanged part of the DNA was exactly the same. In other words, these organizations may very well have originated from the same zombie's body. The severed specimen was still mutating. Suddenly, a warning pop-up appeared on the data monitoring software running on the computer. Room radiation levels exceed safe limits. Please turn off the radiation source and move out immediately. We remind you again that room radiation levels exceed safe limits. Please turn off the radiation source and move out immediately. Xin Xiaoru suddenly looked at the specimens that were still being tested, disregarding the procedures, unplugged the power to shut down the machine, violently opened the lid of the test compartment, put on gloves, took out the specimen, put it into a dry glass container, poured alcohol from the alcohol lamp on it and burned it. However, the radiation detection equipment in the laboratory still exceeded the standard. That intense heart palpitation I felt in the elevator returned. It's not the specimen that's the problem. It's something else that's acting as a radiation source. After hesitating for a moment, she simply unplugged and turned off all the equipment in the laboratory, leaving only the radiation detector still in normal use. Strangely, the radiation level decreased slightly with each device turned off. Even after all the equipment within sight in the laboratory was turned off, the radiation remained at a relatively high level, but not to the point of directly causing genetic mutations. Xin Xiaoru held the radiation detector in her hand and walked around the room, occasionally turning on and off the devices that she hadn't broken yet, including the computer. She confirmed something. For some unknown reason, the radiation levels of these devices were now extremely high. Basically, just 1 minute of operation would produce 0.1 millisieverts of radiation, more than a chest X-ray. If the devices weren't turned off, this radiation would continue to accumulate. According to the standard that a radiation dose exceeding 4,000 millisieverts is lethal, this computer, if turned on for a month, would accumulate a lethal dose of radiation to the human body. Previously, all the equipment in the laboratory was on, and when the computer alarmed based on the numerical feedback, the radiation level in the room was even higher. She brought a radiation detector to the door and found that any electronic device in the hallway, including the lights, could increase the amount of radiation. Suddenly, I feel that the power outage in Yicheng might actually be a good thing. In her past life, there was already a theory that the zombie virus was related to ionizing radiation. However, by the time this theory circulated, the entire world had been without power for a long time. Xin Xiaoru was unaware that electronic devices and external radiation could combine to cause such a severe impact. She planned to cut off the power to the hospital first, hoping it would slow down the rate at which these people mutated, and could also be considered a small compensation for the chaos she was about to create. More importantly, she could take this opportunity to more easily take Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua away. There is a main switch in the hospital building on the first floor. The key to the main switch box is with the electrical room manager. Xin Xiaoru used the same trick again. Looking for a gap when the people patrolling the ground floor, she used a climbing hook to hook onto the window and slide directly to the first floor. Because everyone in the building was looking for Xin Xiaoru, this outsider, especially the people on the first floor, who were all rushing to look at the hospital's exterior walls, hoping that an outsider dressed as a nurse might be hanging there. She slipped into the first-floor hospital building, where she felt safer. After searching through many rooms on the first floor like playing hide-and-seek, Xin Xiaoru found the administrator, who was running a fever, in one of the rooms. In the same room as him were about a dozen other people who were running a fever or were even dead and turning into zombies. Xin Xiaoru's heart jumped into her throat, and she knocked on the window. Those who still had a shred of consciousness turned their gaze toward Xin Xiaoru. Xin Xiaoru's heart skipped a beat when a loud horn suddenly blared outside. It seemed as if the horn switch on a motorhome was broken, locked in place and kept blaring, drawing the attention of most people. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xin Xiaoru shouted, "Give me the key to the electrical box, and I'll turn off the power and let you out in the dark." The administrator made a hissing sound from his throat, and then remained silent for a long time. A slightly more sober person nearby, on a whim, quickly rummaged through the administrator's backpack, successfully found the key, and forced it through the crack in the door. A minute later, the entire hospital building was plunged into darkness, and everyone was in an uproar. Some of the more sensible people who had been thinking about escaping immediately began looking for anything they could to smash the doors and windows. However, a long time ago, a patient committed suicide by jumping off a building at the hospital. Each ward was designed to be very ingenious and sturdy, including the windows in the corridors, which could only be opened a little and could not be pushed open too far. Xin Xiaoru jumped from the 14th floor, but could only break a window. She was only able to get into the 8th floor because the window of the laboratory there could be opened and was not locked. As for hospital rooms, forget about it. Unless you have a sharp object like a hammer, you can't break through the windows and doors. Having made such a big fuss, Xin Xiaoru didn't hesitate and immediately ran up to the 9th floor. She encountered several groups of police officers on the way, but she heard the commotion in advance and hid in the dark inside a large blue trash can in the stairwell, narrowly escaping them. She stumbled up to the 9th floor, took out a hammer, smashed the window of the ward where Sister Lin and Sister Xiaohua were, and shouted, "Wait for me by the window in the east corridor." Then they went into the ward. The others didn't know what their former colleague was doing, but they were already desperate and didn't want to continue waiting in this place where they were waiting to die. So they went wherever Xin Xiaoru told them to go. Without hesitation, Xin Xiaoru went straight into the room and smashed the skulls of all the immobile, zombifying people with a single blow each before running towards the window, covered in blood. The RV that had been honking loudly had now taken to the air, landing right in front of the east-facing window on the 9th floor, leaving those who were planning to escape dumbfounded. Xin Xiaoru, get in the car quickly. The RV's door faces the window, which is already broken. One can easily jump into the RV by simply flipping it over. For a moment, everyone jumped in, completely bewildered. Xin Xiaoru was the last to enter the RV. Before leaving, she left a letter in a very conspicuous place at the entrance of the fire hydrant, and then sped away. Everyone followed along in a daze until the RV flew for a long time and finally landed, at which point they finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to cry. Some of them were not actually scratched, but because everyone said they weren't scratched, no one could be trusted. Previously, police officers and doctors separated men and women to verify each person's identity, but later it was found that it was impossible. While you were still checking, someone pretending to be normal would suddenly go crazy and scratch the police officer and doctor who had been confirmed to be normal. There was no other way. After 2 days of painful lessons, the hospital was taking in new crazy people and locking them all up, while also locking up innocent people who were too weak to distinguish right from wrong, along with people who were already on the same floor or even in the same ward or office. In a ward, either everyone is lucky and unharmed, and they don't cause any trouble while living together in the same room, or one person dies and the entire ward is doomed. Unfortunately, the lower floor departments, having previously temporarily received individuals who had gone insane, and also due to the nature of these departments, had a higher number of patients and their families, increasing the likelihood of accidents. As a result, many floors below the 11th floor were completely overwhelmed. Those on the floors above the 11th, having more experience, responded much more decisively. Upon seeing anyone with a high fever and unusual symptoms, they would administer a sedative injection without hesitation, and place them in a designated room on floors 1 through 10 for observation. If they went insane, the police would be immediately notified and the person shot. And so, by a twist of fate, the hospital came to be divided into 2 worlds, with the 11th floor as the dividing line. Xin Xiaoru remained silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "Actually, it's not just scratches. Even without wounds, just being in the same room can lead to mutations." Chapter 6. The group was startled. Little Flower Sister hurriedly asked, "Is there any explanation?" Xin Xiaoru explained to the group, while at the same time, the police at the hospital also saw the letter left by Xin Xiaoru. The letter contained 2 parts. One part used zombie-themed movies and novels to describe information he knew from his past life. The zombie virus can be spread through bites and scratches. In the early stages, infected zombies move slowly and have about the same strength as ordinary people, but they are deadly and can spread the virus even with a small bite or scratch. So we must be vigilant. The current approach of killing zombies as soon as we find them is correct, because there is no way to counteract it yet. Along with the outbreak of the zombie virus, there are also various natural disasters. These include but are not limited to earthquakes, volcanoes, high temperatures, droughts, and the extreme cold and floods that may follow. In addition, water and soil pollution are very serious, so we must do our best to demarcate and preserve clean soil and water. The police weren't entirely surprised to see this. It was a possible prediction given in the earlier warning. People were already concentrating resources and implementing protective measures to preserve existing food, water, and soil. However, they were lower-level personnel not responsible for this aspect, and the specific scale of the protection efforts was unclear. The police continued reading, and it wasn't until they reached the second part of the letter that they truly frowned and began to take it seriously. This section describes Xin Xiaoru's discoveries in the laboratory and her own speculations. The zombie virus may have mutated due to radiation interference during some research. As long as the radiation continues, the toxicity of the zombie virus will increase. In addition, it may be due to radiation interference from the external environment that the radiation of many electronic devices has been amplified hundreds or thousands of times, comparable to the radiation from X-rays or CT scans during routine physical examinations. If these radiations are not turned off, they will continue to exist, directly causing genetic mutations and accelerating the spread of the zombie virus. What might have taken a whole day to go through the complete transformation from injury, infection, death to zombie can now be completed in just over 10 minutes. Even some people who didn't have any scratches or bites may mutate, because they are in the same room with radiation and infected people. Many laboratories in the hospital have radiation detectors. You can observe and record them to see if this is the case. If it is confirmed, we hope that the information can be made public, so that everyone can take precautions in advance. After reading the letter, the police immediately reported it along with the case at the scene, and at the same time had the doctors upstairs, who were in good condition, discuss the experimental plan and countermeasures. Xin Xiaoru and her RV, like Gang, ended up on the police's list of criminal suspects, and also on the list of many netizens' attention. The scene of them flying in the sky was recorded and posted online, spreading widely. Various speculations and discussions related to zombies abounded, and keywords such as superpowers, earthquakes, natural disasters, and viruses directly occupied the first page of search hot words. People discussed anxiously, still unsure of what had happened and waiting for an explanation from the government. But this did not stop them from instinctively hoarding goods, causing prices to skyrocket and supermarkets to be emptied of easily stored food. Brother-in-law, look! At the RV campsite, people who were still stranded and waiting for rescue suddenly saw a message on their WeChat moments. The supermarket is out of instant noodles. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around to see. The group was fleeing for their lives, and their phone batteries were running low. Only 3 intact private cars had power banks, so they agreed to turn off their phones together and take turns turning them on to receive messages, occasionally checking the messages and inquiring about the rescue team's progress. The person holding the phone right now is playing a video from their WeChat moments. The person filming the video hurried past the empty booth while explaining. Instant noodles, luncheon meat, canned fruit, everything's gone. The fresh food section is packed with people and they're still grabbing things. I don't know what they're fighting over. The next video shows this person incredulously filming a pharmacy. Cold medicine and fever medicine are all gone. Even vitamin C effervescent tablets are sold out. Are you crazy? Is it really necessary? The video was played twice, and the group looked at each other, a hint of regret rising in their hearts. Why provoke the RV owner? The rescue team is tied up, the campsite is completely empty, there's nothing there, you can't get in from outside, you can't get out from inside, the air is hot and stuffy, there's no air conditioning, no food, and even the water is what the campsite owner sold before, and once it's gone, it's gone. In an instant, everyone's panic and frustration reached a new level. It's all your fault. The short man couldn't help but complain to the burly man. Why did you have to provoke me? We've already paid 500 yuan for the RV hotel. Do you really need 10 yuan for instant noodles? I'm angry because of money? It's because she dragged my wife. What, you can't even say a few words to her in private? Who does she think she is? The shorter man pointed his finger at the burly man's wife. Why did you say that on their turf? They saved you and you still have to talk back. If I were you, I'd want to hit you too. The burly man shoved the man back violently. Looking for trouble? Trying to hit me? Come on, try hitting me. You. They were pushing and shoving each other. Seeing this, bystanders quickly intervened, forcibly blocking the view with their own bodies, and finally managed to separate the two explosive charges. Our problem is getting out of here as soon as possible, said a woman who loved to be a peacemaker, both internally and externally. Let's make this clear. These next 2 days, whether it's a rescue team or anyone else, we need to speak politely and avoid offending anyone. We'll spend the money where necessary, but lives are the most important thing. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Let me do the talking. Let's get out of the camp as soon as possible, find something to eat, and figure out our next move. As she spoke, she hoped the RV owner would return. After all, there couldn't be a more convenient way to get out of trouble than her RV. She'd be willing to pay a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan for the transfer. It's all because of that lousy teammate. The woman couldn't help but think. He's caused so much trouble for me. At this moment, Xin Xiaoru, who was being targeted by the group of people at the camp, had just come off a section of the inner ring expressway and found a less crowded side road to stop. There were 12 people in the RV besides Xin Xiaoru, including 7 patients and their families, and 5 doctors and nurses. Xin Xiaoru took out a bedsheet and divided the already cramped RV into 2 areas. The women went to the side with the bed to take off their clothes, including their underwear, while the men went to the side without the bed to take off their clothes. When some people refused, Xin Xiaoru directly brandished a hammer still stained with blood. Treat all those who refuse as zombies and eliminate them on the spot. One of the people who had been scratched persisted. If I have wounds, how do you treat them? Are you going to put me down now? Xin Xiaoru said indifferently. You're overthinking it. I'll monitor you and kill you on sight if you show any signs of zombification. But don't worry. I'll try my best to make sure you leave this world with some dignity. The speaker retorted angrily. What's the difference between that and a hospital? Xin Xiaoru thought to herself, there really is no difference. At the time, she just couldn't let you guys run around in the hospital when the power was out, so she asked you guys to come and increase the popularity of the RV. Before the man could say anything more, Xin Xiaoru suddenly grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the car wall. He tried to struggle, but the next second his artery was severed by a thin blade. Before the blood could even spray out, Xin Xiaoru covered it with her hand, and it flowed down his neck, collar, and arms onto the ground. Screams rang out. Someone grabbed the doorknob trying to get out, but couldn't pull it open. Then someone else, driven by malice, grabbed Xin Xiaoru by the neck, intending to strangle her to death. However, the neck that should have been slender and warm had a faint metallic feel to it, as if there was an invisible metal barrier blocking the attack. Before he could even react, Xiaohua slapped him across the head, grabbed his hair and forced him to back away. Xin Xiaoru quickly turned around and plunged the blade she had just used to kill someone into the attacker's neck, reaping another life. At that moment everyone froze. Xin Xiaoru glanced at Xiaohua's red and numb right hand out of the corner of her eye and asked softly, "Are you all right?" The others were confused, but Sister Xiaohua keenly realized that there was something special about these 2 RVs. But now was not the time to talk about it, so she shook her head repeatedly. Xin Xiaoru looked at the others. I said that if you really get infected with the zombie virus, I will give you some dignity. If you don't even want this much dignity, then you can only leave early. Her gaze was piercing, her hands were covered in blood. She was no longer the savior who rescued people from the hospital, but a living llama. Divide into men and women and take them off. No one dared to say anything more, and they began to take off their clothes, huddled together. Those who knew they couldn't escape confessed directly, showing her the skin where they had been scratched and bitten, and proactively revealing their identities. Xin Xiaoru nodded, without forcing him to take his clothes off. After everyone was checked, excluding the 2 who were already dead, of the remaining 10, 8 had wounds and 2 had no wounds. Dr. Lin was lucky. She had no injuries. Xiaohua and the other 3 people initially thought they were fine, but a thorough examination revealed abrasions on their calves, back of their necks, and shoulder blades that they didn't know had appeared at some point. Xin Xiaoru took 2 steps forward, barely leaving enough space for the 2 unharmed people to stand behind her, creating a psychological barrier. She said to the rest of the people, Even if you get scratched, there's a chance nothing will happen. Because the concentration of the virus in an infected person's fingernails is not as high as in their mouth. If you're lucky enough to come across a fingernail that doesn't have the virus, or if the virus is blocked by your clothes and stays in the air a little longer before dying, then you'll be lucky and nothing will happen to you. The probability is very small, but not non-existent. Even if you get infected, there is a 1% or 0.1% chance that you will not become a zombie, but rather a superhuman. She pointed to herself without any hesitation. Like me, I have the superpower to control a motorhome. The group, who had been looking pale and ashen, instantly perked up and their eyes lit up. So let's pray, Xin Xiaoru said. Pray that you can be that lucky one. Chapter 7. Xin Xiaoru didn't let the person without any wounds leave. Instead, she went with her to the driver's seat and the passenger seat, and laid down the floor between the two seats so that the three of them, including herself, could rest there later. She threw the body out of the RV, and to avoid trouble, Xin Xiaoru specifically chose a place overgrown with weeds to dump it. There were 8 people with wounds, exactly 4 men and 4 women. The women sat on the small bed, while the men were squeezed on the sofa and on the floor. The air conditioner was blowing loudly, and the car TV was on, playing a variety show that had been downloaded earlier. The patient whispered, "Doesn't this emit radiation?" Xin Xiaoru shook her head and took out a radiation detector. "My RV can provide isolation." As she spoke, she opened the car window, took the detector outside and waved it around. The readings on the device visibly rose rapidly, startling everyone in the car. However, once the RV was retrieved, the readings returned to normal. The group unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. "I brought you out and will observe you for a day," Xin Xiaoru said. "If there are no signs of you turning into zombies after a day, then it means you are safe and I will let you go. I can't promise anything else, but I can say that I'm in charge of my territory, and no one or no zombie except me can harm you." Sister Xiaohua's attempt to beat someone up actually failed. Her full-force strike felt like hitting a rough, uneven steel plate shaped like a face. It didn't hurt the other person, but instead caused her considerable pain and her hand went numb. Xin Xiaoru noticed Xiaohua's condition immediately and brought her a basin of cold water to reduce the swelling. "Thank you. You don't need to fight for me anymore. When in doubt, scratching your head can be helpful." According to the RV's defense system, as long as the force used to grab someone's hair doesn't exceed a certain limit, there shouldn't be any problems. That's why Sister Xiaohua successfully pulled away the person who was choking her. Xiaohua was very depressed. She and Xin Xiaoru have a good relationship and share some similarities, such as not liking to gamble. From childhood to adulthood, she has never bought lottery tickets, and she doesn't understand the meaning of blind boxes when shopping for merchandise. Now she doesn't think she'll be that lucky one either. "I'm going to die soon, isn't I?" Sister Xiaohua sadly picked at the bedsheet. Xin Xiaoru, "Your wound isn't very noticeable. It's probably just a scratch from rubbing against a table or cabinet during the chaos. It's not necessarily a fingernail scratch. Even if it was a fingernail scratch, it could be from a non-infected person accidentally scratching you during the chaos at the hospital. Anyway, being alive is all that matters." She patted Little Flower's head to comfort her. However, these words were interpreted differently by others. Since there are so many possibilities, why kill those 2 people? The woman hiding in the corner couldn't help but speak, her tone filled with fear and questioning. Xin Xiaoru retorted. They were so agitated as if they had just accidentally scratched themselves. People who aren't sure if they were scratched by an infected person wouldn't risk going out like that. Just like you, you're taking a chance, which is why you only dare to speak up after things have calmed down. The woman choked up. Xin Xiaoru was right. She really wasn't sure how she got the wounds. The hospital was in complete chaos. Police and security quickly and forcibly locked people into their rooms, isolating them. Many people resisted and tried to walk down the corridors. There was pushing and shoving, and people ended up with injuries for no apparent reason. Those 2 people reacted so strongly, it was definitely suspicious. However, the woman was unwilling to admit it. Even if someone is infected, couldn't they possibly become a superhuman? The results aren't even out yet, and you've already killed someone, that's 2. She hesitated, then softened her tone. "It's too bad." Xin Xiaoru showed no emotional fluctuation, saying calmly, "If I force them to stay, they'll be resentful. If they become superhumans, they'll become formidable enemies who don't like me. Why would I create trouble for myself by keeping a ticking time bomb?" She hoped the world would descend into chaos sooner, just a little later, and absolutely refused to let those infected with the zombie virus out. As for those unwilling to be infected, Xin Xiaoru didn't care whether they would later become zombies or superhumans. Death was their only fate. "Aren't you afraid that once the zombie virus outbreak is resolved, the police will be free to arrest you? A solution? If that day ever comes, things will be all right." The room was silent. Night fell quickly. Xin Xiaoru and 2 uninjured people were dozing in the cockpit, while the other 8 people were crammed on the beds, sofas and floors, sleeping in all sorts of crooked positions. At 2 a.m., Xin Xiaoru heard a system notification. 2 people couldn't withstand it and are turning into zombies. He got up and turned on the light, waking everyone. After confirming that the 2 people were dead, and that their pupils were dilated and their eyes were completely black, everyone hurriedly tied them up. Xin Xiaoru dragged them out of the car, smashed their heads with 2 hammers, and then returned to the car. In the following 6 hours, 3 more people developed persistent high fevers. Xin Xiaoru pried open their eyelids to show the others. Once the black pupils start to dilate, it's most likely that the virus has invaded the central nervous system. There's no hope of saving them or for them to become mutants. It's best to deal with it in advance. She didn't push these desperate people to their limits. Instead, she quietly waited for them to die and turn into zombies before tying them up, dragging them out and blowing their heads off. As the sun rose, fewer and fewer people remained in the RV, until only 6 people were left by the afternoon. Xin Xiaoru and the 2 uninjured people are fine. The 3 injured people are basically confirmed to have only suffered accidental scratches or escaped by chance. They can decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Those who survived the ordeal ran away without stopping, wanting to get as far away as possible. Only Sister Lin, Sister Xiaohua, and a male doctor around 40 years old stayed behind. They told Xin Xiaoru their request, to go back and pack their things and then ask her to take them in. Xin Xiaoru naturally agreed. Her RV upgrade is a sure thing. My mood improved for a full 2 hours. But things didn't go as planned. After the male doctor and Sister Lin went home, they both said they wanted to bring their families to come and stay with us. As a young woman living alone with no parents, she had completely overlooked the matter of family. Both of them have parents, partners, and children. They realize that it is not safe outside because of zombies and radiation, so they want to hide in the RV. Naturally, they try to bring their families along so that the whole family can be together. Not to mention them, even Aunt Qian is on the phone asking if she can go to another city to pick up Sister Qian and bring her back. Xin Xiaoru was completely baffled. She was carefully conserving her stamina in the RV, calculating when it was more cost-effective to use stamina, and when it was more cost-effective to use fuel while driving. Aunt Qian, on the other hand, said, "My daughter is afraid to take crowded planes or trains back, so I can only ask you to pick her up," and wanted Xin Xiaoru to try to see if she could set off. Xin Xiaoru: "Unless you are out of town, I will not pick up anyone else." He hung up the phone after saying that. Everyone has a price in her heart. Aunt Qian is the relative who has let her stay in the campervan campsite for free, and taken good care of her for so long. She is willing to protect her, support her with supplies, and do everything she can to make things convenient for her. As for Sister Qian from out of town, she can't manage things that far away. All she wants to do right now is upgrade, and upgrade while minimizing resource consumption. With so many people coming, there's barely enough room for everyone, but what about food and drink? She's not willing to sell instant noodles for 10 yuan or bottled water for 5 yuan. So when Sister Lin and the male doctor suggested bringing their families, Xin Xiaoru said, "It's 500 yuan per person per day, not including meals, and everyone will have to squeeze into a 5 square meter space in the RV. If you want, come." The 2 families looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, the family members couldn't bear to spend the money, because they hadn't witnessed the horrific scene of zombies in the hospital firsthand. Dr. Lin and the male doctor couldn't persuade them otherwise, so they chose to stay with their family, without a motorhome. They each gave Xin Xiaoru 10,000 yuan as a thank you gift. expressing their gratitude for rescuing them from the hospital. If it weren't for you, we would have been finished if we had been arrested at the hospital. Xin Xiaoru thought to herself. Thank you so much, you actually helped me complete the task. In the end, she said nothing, accepted the money, and set off with her unmarried guest, Sister Xiaohua. She needed to use her newly acquired money to buy supplies as soon as possible. Xin Xiaoru opened her phone to look for Hegang, only to find that the car's charging plug had been used to charge the male doctor and Sister Lin, but her own phone had not been charged and had been shut down due to power failure. You can only top up first. It was already dark, so Xin Xiaoru found a secluded roadside to park her car. While waiting for the car to charge, she and Sister Xiaohua cleaned the house and changed the bedsheets. Xiaoru, what's this? Sister Xiaohua picked up a watch from the ground. It looks like a men's watch. Xin Xiaoru turned her head to look. Isn't this the smartwatch that Hegang is wearing on his wrist? I instinctively took it, thinking it was also out of power and not responding, and plugged it into the RV to charge. The next second, the screen lit up, and I heard the RV's automatic unlocking device in my mind, along with dozens of unread messages. Knowing it wasn't good to look at other people's chat pages, Xin Xiaoru's body language betrayed her, and she quickly opened the chat page. The first unread message is, read but not replying. Is it tantamount to being a traitor? Or is it a guilty conscience for letting the witness to the bright mansion escape? The second point is, don't think I don't know, you've been living in the RV with that witness for the past few days. Is this how you let the organization's target for murder go unpunished? Xin Xiaoru. I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. There's no such thing as a free lunch. That 210,000 is just cheese to lure mice. After a brief moment of shock, Xin Xiaoru read through all the unread messages spanning 4 days, her eyes twitching slightly. So that's how it is. Just then, the phone charged to 5% and automatically turned on. Xin Xiaoru opened Hegang's message page. There was an unread message from 2 hours ago. I'm injured, can you come pick me up? Price is negotiable. Xin Xiaoru smiled slightly. This powerful figure. And this one who has resources and has just betrayed the organization and is now all alone, is now hers. In the city center, in a dead-end street known only to locals, there is an off-road RV that shouldn't be there. The car was so big that once it went in, there was no way to turn around, leaving the driver with no other choice. Let's rewind to 1 day ago. After rescuing his brother, he fled for his life, initially leaving a large gap in the enemy lines. However, most of the police in Yicheng were tied up at the hospital, and a small number of soldiers were also chasing zombies in areas with zombies and maintaining order, leaving them with little energy to focus on reports other than those related to zombies. So the group of lunatics went all out, driving modified off-road vehicles and crashing into many people, all in pursuit of Hegang, the traitor. Just as they were about to catch up, traffic police arrived and tried to force the SUV to stop. As a result, the group of people directly used guns, punctured the tires of the police car, and ran over the front of the police car, blocking their way to continue the chase. This shot directly triggered the traffic police officer's sensitive nerves. He immediately jumped out of the smoking police car and pulled out his own gun to shoot at the tires and the driver. Amidst screams and chaos, Hegang's RV wobbled and twisted until it arrived at a secluded corner he had previously discovered by chance. He felt like he had a fever. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Chongyue looked like a blood-soaked figure, his chest rising and falling slightly, and the aura of a zombie on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Without further hesitation, he injected one of the 2 vials of reagents that he had risked so much to retrieve into Zhao Chongyue's body. He hesitated for a moment before deciding not to give himself the other injection. Instead, he took some hemostatic and antipyretic medication and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 8. He woke up the next afternoon. Not only did his fever not subside, but his wound became infected and inflamed, making him even more drowsy. Zhao Chongyue no longer had the aura of a zombie, but his injuries were still severe, and he showed no signs of waking up. Upon seeing this, Hegang instinctively reached for his wrist, but the smartwatch had already been thrown away somewhere. The number of contacts on my phone is pitifully small, among which Xin Xiaoru's name stands out the most. He messaged Xin Xiaoru, wondering if she would come to pick him up, He had already thought it through. Since he had nowhere to go, if he could team up with her, she would be responsible for basic medical care, and he would be responsible for physical combat. The two of them should be able to work together for a long time. Once Zhao Chongyue wakes up with more security, even if 2 more of Xin Xiaoru's relatives come, we can still handle them. Of course, all of this is predicated on Xin Xiaoru being willing to come and him surviving. The roads are littered with car accidents and scrapes, and zombies or infected people who haven't turned into zombies appear from time to time, threatening the lives of ordinary people at any moment. His SUV was very conspicuous. I wonder if the people from the organization outside had been wiped out, or if they were still hunting him down to retrieve the 2 vials of reagents. The situation is dangerous. If it were him, he might not risk searching for someone. Sure enough, there was no response for a long time after the message was sent. Her body temperature was rising, and just as Gang was about to fall into a coma again, her phone vibrated. Xin Xiaoru. Update your location and send it to me, I'm here. Looking at the last law, Gang unconsciously curled his lips, sensing that the other person was in a good mood. The location was resent, and they replied with okay. Gang warned. Someone is chasing me. They're driving a modified SUV with license plate number YC24761, and they're armed. Please be extremely careful. This time, Xin Xiaoru paused a little longer before replying, okay. Gang breathed a slight sigh of relief, remembering this kindness firmly in her heart. Xin Xiaoru was better informed than Gang because after Dr. Lin and the male doctor returned home, they promptly contacted the police officers guarding them at the hospital and explained Xin Xiaoru's actions. She took these people with her while trying to save her nurse friend. In the end, 5 of us survived while the others turned into zombies and were killed. They didn't escape outside and cause chaos. 5 out of 12 people survived, which is an astonishing survival rate in hospitals with floors 1 to 10 that are like hell. In order to give Xin Xiaoru more space and for himself, Dr. Lin explained in detail the situation of the people who had turned into zombies in the car. People who have already turned into zombies need to be shot in the head to be dealt with, but people whose eyes tend to turn completely black seem to be destined to turn into zombies, so they can be killed in advance without having to use more force to shoot them in the head. In the hospital, zombies have been shot multiple times but haven't died yet, and can still run around, injuring many people before finally being killed by a precise headshot. And in just a few seconds of this rampage, everyone in the room will be in trouble. The police received the message and expressed their gratitude, telling Dr. Lin and the male doctor that they could decide for themselves whether to stay or leave after confirming that everything was all right, and that they didn't need to worry about the hospital's arrangements anymore. He also offered to add the 2 doctors on WeChat so that those who knew some inside information could see their WeChat moments and stay informed about the situation. In return, Dr. Lin acted as a go-between, connecting Xin Xiaoru with Officer Fong as well. Xin Xiaoru saw Officer Fong's WeChat moments post. Illegal organization goes on a rampage with guns. Police have killed 6 people and there are still 2 to 3 people at large. Xin Xiaoru sat up abruptly. Good heavens, these are the people who want to kill her, this so-called witness to the bright mansion. She tapped her slender fingers on the back of the phone. Some people should be killed off beforehand. She messaged Officer Fong, asking for the contact information of Officer Liu, who was in charge of the shooting case. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed rapidly, her face revealing a cold, murderous intent that even she herself was unaware of. Xiaohua shivered. It was so nice to be her teammate. 10 minutes later, Xin Xiaoru met up with Officer Liu and had Officer Liu and several other police officers who were working on the case get into the RV. Amidst the incredulous looks of everyone, they took off and headed straight for the location where the escaped person might have gone. The police officer was a local and knew the terrain better than the 2 escaped rats. He instructed Xin Xiaoru to fly and then land and drive into a small alley. Finally, they found the 2 criminals in the house of someone whose window had been broken and who had broken into the house. Xin Xiaoru hid in the car, and the police quickly got out and surrounded the criminal with bulletproof shields. Gunshots and curses rang out incessantly, and even Xin Xiaoru's RV was hit by a bullet. The system urgently deducted 5 stamina points to repair the RV, making Xin Xiaoru wince in pain. Finally, after 50 minutes, the criminal refused to surrender and was shot dead, bringing the incident to a close. Officer Liu came out of the room and nodded to Xin Xiaoru. You are the victim, I won't take up your time. If there are any questions later, can I ask you via WeChat? Sure, Xin Xiaoru said, pointing to the criminal's wrist. Their smartwatches can crack my passwords, and my RV has that function. 15 minutes later, He Gang was burning up with fever and couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. Smoke was even coming out of his head. In a daze, someone knocked on the car door. He glanced at it but couldn't see anything clearly. His survival instinct made him open the door. The next moment he felt a lightness on his body and was lifted into the air. After a bumpy half-minute ride, he arrived at a very cool space, the temperature of which made him groan. After that, it seemed that my clothes were taken off, and something cold was pressed against my body. I didn't even know what was on my little brother. I felt comfortable all over. He could feel his entire body rapidly losing heat through physical cooling, and soon he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. After Xin Xiaoru finished treating He Gang, she applied cooling patches to his vital areas, and then helped Sister Xiaohua treat Zhao Changyue, whose injuries were more serious. This person seems to have recovered from the fever and passed the most dangerous stage, but has many deep wounds on his body, including more than a dozen penetrating wounds. Disinfection, debridement, pus cleaning, hemostasis, medication application, bandaging, intravenous infusion, we tried everything we could, but this level of blood loss required a transfusion to save his life. Every hospital is now closed to the public due to a zombie outbreak. The doctors, who are also police officers, are still working, but only police officers or those involved in the cases can request treatment or blood transfusions. If Xin Xiaoru asks the police for help, she will need to hand over He Gang's brother, and even He Gang doesn't know if he can keep him hidden. If she doesn't ask for help, she can only leave it to fate. Xin Xiaoru didn't care about He Gang's brother, but she was unwilling to lose an ally she had already gained. Regardless of what he had done before, he was now an important force alongside her, and he also brought her so many supplies. Let's ask them after they wake up. It was late at night. Xin Xiaoru and Sister Xiaohua took turns taking a shower. After showering, they pulled out the sofa, which turned into a bed that filled all the remaining space in the RV and directly blocked the driver's seat and the toilet cubicle. They snuggled together and fell asleep. They slept soundly. Despite being in a dark alley and a cramped little camper van, it was the first time in a long time that they had slept peacefully. In the morning, Sister Xiaohua was the first to wake up, and Xin Xiaoru woke up as well, sensing the movement. The two checked on the patient's condition and confirmed that the fever had subsided. They then boiled eggs and vegetables, made a vegetable salad with fruit, and also prepared a cucumber salad. The water gurgled and steam rose, a sight that will become increasingly rare in the future. He Gang was awakened by starvation. Having not eaten for 2 whole days, I woke up and instinctively threw off the thin blanket, got out of bed and headed towards the dining table. The next second, a chilly feeling swept over my whole body. Looking down, I saw a cooling patch on a certain part of my erection, as well as cooling patches on my groin, neck, and armpits. My lower back was wrapped in bandages where I had been injured. Otherwise, I was covered in cold sweat. He Gang. Swoosh. He quickly pulled up the blanket, wrapped it tightly around his body, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on his usually indifferent face. Xin Xiaoru smiled. Don't worry, they're all patients. It's part of our daily work. Just think of yourself as a healthy piece of meat. Don't be shy. He Gang. Thank you, good-looking meat is even stranger. A high fever can reduce sperm motility. Sometimes when the temperature is too high, the patch will stick there. Now that the temperature has dropped, just peel it off, Xin Xiaoru said, handing over 2 bags of clothes. I found these in your car. He Gang wrapped the blanket around her lower body like a bath towel, got out of bed sideways and quickly went into the bathroom to get dressed, afraid of bumping into Xin Xiaoru and Sister Xiaohua. Xiaohua couldn't help but bump Xin Xiaoru's shoulder, and Xin Xiaoru laughed too. As Xiaohua casually ate a piece of vegetable to taste it, she suddenly nodded her chin and said, "Your phone is vibrating." Xin Xiaoru looked over when she heard the sound, and saw that the caller ID showed Aunt Qian. She knew what the other person was going to say, and the smile on her face faded. "Hello, Aunt Qian." Xiaoru, I'm begging you, please go and pick up your sister, Aunt Qian said anxiously. She can't get on any planes or trains from there, she can't come back. Xin Xiaoru switched her phone screen and checked the ticketing platform. There's a standing ticket for the day after tomorrow that I can get there. That's a standing ticket. Aunt Qian's voice was shrill, completely losing her usual composure. She has to stand for 4 hours to get back. And there are so many people on the road, it's too dangerous. Xiaoru, please help her. It's just one trip, just one trip. Xin Xiaoru. Let her call me herself. She has my cell phone. After the call ended, Xin Xiaoru's eyes glazed over for a moment. Her relationship with Sister Qian wasn't exactly good. Perhaps because she grew up without parents and her house was divided up by her grandparents. She is very sensitive to other people's emotions. Aunt Qian was genuinely kind to her. She felt sorry for her because she had no parents, so she was willing to let her stay at the campsite for free, and even lend her money for medical treatment when she was sick and needed to go to the pediatric hospital. Qian Duoying as the daughter is not like that. Every winter and summer vacation, when Xin Xiaoru stayed at the campsite, Qian Duoying felt that Xin Xiaoru was a parasite that leached off her family. In front of Xin Xiaoru, she didn't say anything too offensive, but when she talked to her mother or classmates behind Xin Xiaoru's back, she was unrestrained. Xin Xiaoru knew this at least 4 times. She told others that Xin Xiaoru was a beggar who lived in her house and sponged off her, and that she was shameless. Because of her constant talk, Qian's relatives, friends, and many of Qian Duoying's classmates all considered her a bloodsucker. But in reality, she attended 9 years of compulsory education, and the tuition and fees were only 200 yuan a year. Her living expenses were covered by subsidies from the government and school, as well as money she earned by distributing flyers and working summer jobs. While other children were attending regular high school, she was attending vocational high school. Vocational high school wasn't as bad as others thought, especially since she consistently ranked first in her grade during that time. Whenever she had free time, she would do internships, and she always ranked first in the hospital intern assessments, earning a considerable amount of wages and bonuses. When she wasn't doing an internship, she worked as a caregiver to earn money for her living expenses, tuition, and even the miscellaneous maintenance costs of her RV. She paid for the parking at the campsite on time. It's worth noting that RV campsites often operate at a loss during the off-season, and Xin Xiaoru's decision to park her RV at such a distant campsite during her vocational high school years was entirely to support Aunt Qian's business. Even so, 5 years later, Qian Duoying still believes from the bottom of her heart that she is a beggar. Therefore, she can distinguish between Aunt Qian and Qian Duoying. Yes, the town where Qian Duoying lives is not far from Yicheng, only 400 kilometers away, and you can make a round trip in a day. But she refused. Aunt Qian is so rich that she gave Qian Duoying at least 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses during college. If Qian Duoying didn't not have a driver's license, she would have bought her a car to drive to school during her freshman year. Qian Duoying still doesn't have a driver's license, but as a wealthy person, all her friends are rich and own cars, so how come she can't borrow a car? Moreover, having operated the RV campsite for so many years, she knows RV owners all over the country. Xiaoru alone knows at least 10 RV owners in Jiangqing with whom she maintains long-term contact, and who live in Yicheng and are likely to return. How could she not even get a ride? If that's really the case, having money but not being able to spend it, and having connections but not being able to utilize them, then it can only mean that this person is utterly useless. Since it's useless, then let it die out there. Xin Xiaoru thought darkly. However, she knew in her heart that Qian Duoying wasn't lacking connections, but rather that she regarded Xin Xiaoru as the most convenient connection, the easiest servant to be used. If it were her past life and she had this RV from the beginning, she would have been picked up immediately. But having already suffered through 5 years of the apocalypse, why would she continue to torment herself after being reborn? I don't want to. A hard-boiled egg was tapped on the table, making a crisp sound. Xin Xiaoru snapped out of her reverie, crushed the eggshell to reveal the smooth egg inside, admired it for 1.5 seconds, and then swallowed it whole. The bell rang. This time Qian Duoying called in person. Her voice was clear and bright, and she said with a cheerful, coquettish tone, "Xiaoru, Mom said you wanted to hear my voice, so I called you. Please help me this time." I'm not interested in your voice, Xin Xiaoru said indifferently. I'm just curious, your friends, including your boyfriend, all went to university in Yicheng. Don't they want to give you a ride when they come back? The person on the other end paused, somewhat annoyed. What do you mean? Others are others and I am me. Not everyone is as shameless as you to bother others. Xin Xiaoru said, Oh, Sister Qian, it's so good that you're so afraid of troubling others. I knew you wouldn't want to bother me. Goodbye then. Without waiting for the other party's reaction, he hung up the phone. The phone rang again a second later. The moment the call connected, Qian Duoying burst into a tirade. You ungrateful wretch. Now that you have a few tricks up your sleeve, you're acting all high and mighty? Don't forget you grew up in my family. If you had any conscience at all. A hand, damp and cold, gently pressed down on the screen, muting the sound and microphone. The RV became instantly quiet. Xin Xiaoru looked at the person behind her. His hair was wet, and his face and neck were steaming, clearly indicating that he had just given a rough wash in the toilet. He was shirtless, the bandage on his lower back quite noticeable, but thankfully it hadn't gotten wet. He was now wearing loose-fitting sweatpants, which completely covered his legs. He guying. Will we be living with her in the valley camp from now on? Xin Xiaoru didn't say anything. He guying. If you're worried about the supplies being left there and difficult to move, you can slowly figure out a way. Once we officially team up, we'll share my supplies, so not having those 200,000 yuan worth of supplies won't be a big deal. Xin Xiaoru looked up at him and tilted her head slightly. Isn't this just another way of saying, I'll take care of you? Touched? A little but not much. The other side of I'll take care of you is that you have nothing, and I will be your safety net. Xin Xiaoru couldn't allow herself to be unsure. Moreover, having nothing means relinquishing control. Whoever has money is the boss, and she will become an employee. When she was struggling to survive, she would take any job she could find. But now that she can make a living, she wants to become a business partner. Xin Xiaoru closed her eyes slightly, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. Yesterday she just gave up on Sister Lin's family. Even though she and Dr. Lin were already good colleagues, she still chose to leave because of Sister Lin's large family. And isn't she, in He Guying's eyes, also part of that large family? And it also has a troublesome home. He Guying is definitely not a good person. He's only being agreeable now because I helped him and his brother through their difficulties, and I don't want to break ties. The road ahead in the apocalypse may become increasingly difficult. How long can temporary gratitude and affection withstand the test of time? Even his affection and gratitude for Aunt Qian would be worn down by that troublesome person and the suffering of the 5 years of the apocalypse in his previous life. What kind of affection could he possibly have for He Guying, who had only been a team for a few days? Upgrading a motorhome is also an issue. He Guying, Sister Xiaohua, and Zhao Chongyue, who was still unconscious, all gave a sincere 5-star rating. After transferring 500, the long-stalled upgrade task instantly improved from 6/20 to September 20th. They were her partners and also the tenants who helped her steadily upgrade her accommodations. On the other hand, what can Aunt Qian, Qian Duoying, and even Zhou Fengyun, the camp's helper, do? Xin Xiaoru thought about many things, but it only took a few seconds. She said earnestly, Don't worry, I'll handle it. The phone call had been disconnected at some point, replaced by a barrage of WeChat messages. The person has discovered they've been blocked, and phone calls are now just one-way communication. They're switching to WeChat to hurl insults. Perfect. Xin Xiaoru picked up her phone, took a screenshot, and sent it to Aunt Qian. Originally, I thought that if she could come back on her own we could live together and share resources. Now I regret it. I remember all the care you gave me since I was little. Bringing your daughter back is my way of repaying the debt I owe you. After we take your daughter back, we'll be even. I will keep half of the supplies. If you farm in the mountains, you should be able to survive. I will take the rest with me. This is not a discussion, this is a conclusion. Chapter 9. Aunt Qian had clearly been waiting for news. After receiving it, she typed for a long time before sending a long message of greetings. Putting aside the emotional appeal and focusing only on the content, the message is that they want Xin Xiaoru to pick up people, they want supplies, and they want Xin Xiaoru's RV as a crutch. That child has been misbehaving for a long time. You know she doesn't mean any harm. I apologize on her behalf. Xiaoru, when you were little and sick, I took you to the hospital and saved you. Now please help your aunt. Without you, your aunt can't survive. Can you really bear to do this? I'll have Qian Duoying apologize to you right now. Wait a moment. Xin Xiaoru hardened her heart, turned on Do Not Disturb mode, and left her phone charging aside, ignoring it completely. He Gaing accepted her breakfast, a delicious and healthy vegetable salad and boiled eggs. He was starving, so he ate quickly while listening to Xin Xiaoru talk about Zhao Changyue's situation. No need for a blood transfusion. He Gaing swallowed an egg and mumbled, now that he hasn't turned into a zombie, he should already have superpowers, and all his physical indicators will quickly return to normal. Xin Xiaoru's eyes lit up. Superpowers? Forgetting to eat, Xin Xiaoru rushed to the bedside and picked Zhao Changyue's relatively shallow left arm to take a look. The wound that was 1 centimeter deep and 10 centimeters long last night was now just a shallow blood stain. With a little force, she peeled off the scab, and tender new flesh had already grown underneath. This recovery speed. Really? He's already become a superhuman. Sister Xiaohua was also shocked. As a nurse herself, she had her own assessment of the wound healing process. This is definitely 10 times the recovery ability of an average person. At this rate, he should wake up this afternoon. Xin Xiaoru suddenly looked at He Gaing. Besides the deep wound on his lower back, he also had many abrasions on other parts of his body, but the wounds scabbed over quickly and didn't need treatment, so she didn't pay much attention to them. Now, upon closer inspection, she noticed a long but shallow scratch on his shoulder blade, which was now just a faint mark, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. He Gaing was pushed back to her by her, feeling warm fingers tapping on her back, which tickled her. Her ears turned slightly red, but her face remained calm. I was not scratched by a zombie, and I am not a superhuman. Xin Xiaoru. She was speechless and quickly asked Sister Xiaohua to hand her phone so she could take a video of the wound on her back. Shoot for 1 minute. Then hand the finished product to He Gaing. In the video, the scratch, which was originally just a faint trace, is visibly fading, becoming lighter and lighter until it disappears completely. He Gaing's pupils contracted slightly. Congratulations! You're a superhuman too. Xin Xiaoru exclaimed excitedly. Let's see what your superpower is. He Gaing clenched his fist. His heart stirred with emotion. The 2 reagents he seized were arguably the organization's most valuable research assets, said to be able to reverse the mutation of zombies. He hadn't used the reagent yet, but as a last resort, he gave Zhao Changyue an injection, which saved the man's life. He was delighted but not surprised. But I was clearly not grabbed by any zombies. Could it be that the other party's weapon had a virus on it? Or is one of the pursuers infected but unaware of it? He didn't realize he was infected, so he didn't use the remaining test kit. If he hadn't survived, he'd be a zombie by now. I was terrified. Then came relief. He felt a cool, somewhat different energy within his body. The next moment, a small snowball appeared in his palm. He Gaing remained calm and continued to increase the pressure, causing the snowball to slowly shrink and gradually solidify into the shape of an ice block. He tried to turn the ice into an icicle, but Xin Xiaoru stopped him in time. Don't use too much force on the first day. Look at yourself, your face is all white. If ice is edible, then even if there is a drought in the future, they will have a stable water source. She took the ice cube, rinsed it with water, and stuffed it into her mouth before He Gaing could stop her. He Gaing. I should be the one to try. Xin Xiaoru shook her head, enduring the cold air as she swallowed the ice cube with a hissing sound, and mumbled. This RV is my superpower. I won't die inside the RV. If I can't eat this ice, the RV will make it impossible for me to swallow. He Gaing. I can't say how many times I've been shocked in just half an hour since I woke up today. He stood there looking around. Inside the tiny 5-square-meter RV, there were actually 3 people with superpowers. Could you tell me more about your special ability? Xin Xiaoru nodded. This time she explained it in great detail. Sister Xiaohua's eyes widened. So that's why you let me stay in the camper van, specially transferred 100 yuan to me, and then asked me to transfer it back. Yes. Money transferred back and forth doesn't count in the judgment, Only the tenant can pay me the room fee directly. This morning I asked you to transfer 500 to me, which is the current system price. Xin transferred 1,000 to him and his brother, which is also within the system price, Xin Xiaoru said. Once you put it this way, everyone will understand, Xin suddenly said. Then we're certain that the four of us are a team, right? Xiaohua was a little nervous, unsure why he suddenly asked that. After all, of the four people there, she was the only one who was completely ordinary and had nothing. Xin Xiaoru somewhat understood what Xin meant and said, "There's no one else here. What about you?" Xin. "Zhao Chongyue and I have no one else." After they finished speaking, they looked at Sister Xiaohua. Xiaohua Jie's real name is Xiao Yan. Because the hospital kept calling her that, it sounded a bit like Xiao Yan, meaning anti-inflammatory, which didn't sound good. So people said her name sounded like flowers blooming in vibrant colors, and that's why they called her Xiaohua Jie. She graduated from a proper medical university. Although she joined the company only a year earlier than Xin Xiaoru, she is 5 years older than Xin Xiaoru because of her higher and more orthodox academic qualifications. She is currently 25 years old. When Xin Xiaoru entered the hospital, it was Sister Xiaohua who took care of her. Later, because both of them worked very hard, although they were not given the position of head nurse for the time being, their salaries were much higher than their colleagues. Sometimes, if they performed well and performed the correct first aid, they would receive many raises. But her salary and savings are really not enough to cover the 500 yuan a day cost of the RV. Moreover, she doesn't have any special abilities, and the medical skills she possesses are also possessed by Xin Xiaoru. Among the group, she doesn't stand out in any way. "You can help me complete the upgrade task," Xin Xiaoru said, squeezing her hand as she saw what she was thinking. "But I only have a little over 100,000 yuan in savings right now, which isn't even enough to pay for a year's rent." Xin Xiaoru thought for a moment and said, "System upgrades will likely change their requirements as the social environment changes. For example, money is worth less now. It used to be 100 yuan a day, but now it's 500 yuan a day. In the future, money will become worthless, and we might not use money to pay anymore but rather other methods. The question is, do you want to decide whether to come with us, or go back to your home in another city? My upgrade quest still needs 11 more completions. If you three stay for 4 days, no, you only need 3 days to complete the quest for me." Xiaohua hesitated. "Can I discuss this with my family?" "Of course." Xin Xiaoru nodded, waited quietly, and continued eating her breakfast. Xin also stopped talking and ate in silence. "I don't know if it's because I've been starving for 2 days, or because my appetite has increased since becoming a superhuman. What should have been enough for me to eat a big bowl of salad and 2 eggs is not enough now." He went to buy groceries or look for breakfast shops nearby, and while he was there he checked out the situation outside. He found that most shops were closed, and only some supermarkets were still open, but most of the food inside had been snapped up. He had no choice but to come back, cook a big bowl of noodles with the dried noodles he had stockpiled, and eat it in a daze, mixing it with laoganma chili sauce. Sister Xiaohua was on the phone outside, and when she came back she was covered in sweat. Her expression was complicated. There was confusion, disappointment, relief, and a hint of "I knew it. My parents want me to go back. I'm sorry, I might have to go back." She looked at Xin Xiaoru, afraid to see disappointment on her face, but Xin Xiaoru just nodded and pulled her to continue eating. Medical professionals are a scarce resource now, and families with someone in the field will definitely rely on them, as they'll depend on these professionals for any future health issues. That's probably what Xiaohua's family was thinking. "Then in 3 days you help me complete the task as repayment for taking you out of the hospital, and then you can leave by car." Sister Xiaohua nodded, but she seemed to have lost all her strength and didn't say much more. Xin Xiaoru and Xin exchanged a glance, said they were going out to check the situation, and asked Sister Xiaohua to take care of the patient before getting off the bus. Xin put on a loose white t-shirt, and from the outside, you could not tell that he had fought a life-or-death battle just 2 days ago. The two walked away and waited until they were sure the RV couldn't hear them before they started talking about business. "I also have a savings account with 700,000 yuan, Xin said. "I originally planned to pay the room fees for the 3 of us in one go, which would allow us to stay in the RV hotel for about a year and 3 months. If she doesn't join us, it will just be me and Zhao Chongyue, so we can stay for 2 years. Your task should be fine for these 2 years. Xin Xiaoru was delighted but said, "Don't rush. How much money do you have? Let's exchange it all for cash." Later, many people will be unable to exchange their cash in time. This cash can be exchanged for digital currency at double or even triple the amount, and then we can use it to pay for the room. He Gang sensed the hidden meaning in the words. Will you be unable to withdraw the money later? Xin Xiaoru nodded. Haven't you noticed? The internet is getting slower and slower. A few days ago it was hard to watch videos, and now even uploading pictures is difficult. If the internet goes down one day, all cryptocurrencies will be unusable. But we've already stockpiled most of what we can and need to stockpile. 700,000 might not buy much, but it can allow you and Zhao Chongyue to stay as tenants for 2 years. If you exchange 700,000 in cash for 2.1 million in electronic currency and pay me, you can stay in the RV for 6 years. No matter how the requirements for upgrading the RV change, I'm guaranteed to stay for those 6 years. We can exchange the exchanged digital currency at a bank. We can check the largest branches in surrounding cities, or even small banks in rural areas, exchanging as much cash as we can. If anyone else is in the same boat as us and wants to exchange cash for digital currency, I can exchange it back and then use that cash to buy supplies. You and Zhao Chongyue each provide 3.5 stamina points per day, totaling 7 stamina points. This allows the RV to run continuously for 24 hours, consuming 3 stamina points. The remaining 4 stamina points can be used for the RV to fly for approximately 4 hours, allowing you to fly over roadblocks. She laid out all the ways she had been thinking about using the RV over the past few days. The only problem is that after we convert cash into electronic money and pay for the room, we might not have time to spend all the money, and we'll end up wasting a lot of it. Gang pondered. Xin Xiaoru meant that the internet would definitely be cut off in the future. To exchange for 3 times the money, everyone needed to believe that the internet would be cut off. However, this sentiment hadn't formed online yet, and they might have to wait a few days. However, these few days are a good time to go to the bank to withdraw cash, so I'll just have to take it one step at a time. He immediately agreed and took out his passbook to the nearest savings bank. As Gang tried to withdraw money, he noticed a sign. The ATM was no longer dispensing cash. He and Xin Xiaoru exchanged a glance, went to the cashier to withdraw money, and finally only withdrew 100,000 yuan. You were right, Gang said in a low voice. Xin Xiaoru sighed inwardly. It wasn't that she was right, but that this was exactly how things had been in her past life. It's just that things hadn't reached their worst point yet. There was still a chance if she went to a few more banks. So they went to several banks, paying 70,000 yuan here and over 100,000 yuan there, finally turning the 720,000 yuan into cash. After that, we just have to wait for the wind to pick up and for the RV to be upgraded. Xin Xiaoru took Gang's off-road RV to a secluded spot in the mountains and picked up the starving people at the RV campsite and brought them back to Yicheng. The group never saw the rescue team because one of the rescue team members was infected with the zombie virus by mistake, and everyone was taken away for quarantine. So when the people at the campsite saw the RV, they were willing to buy it even if it cost 1,000 yuan, let alone 10 yuan for a bucket of instant noodles. Xin Xiaoru looked at the camp supermarket, which had been ransacked, and said, "The cost of damaging facilities and stealing valuables. Here you go. Whatever you ask for." The person who was so arrogant just a few days ago finally couldn't help but back down. "As long as you give us food and send us out, we'll give you whatever money you want." Xin Xiaoru gave Gang her bank account number and told them to each transfer 10,000 yuan to the account, totaling 310,000 yuan. Then she led her people back to Yicheng. Incidentally, I also earned 31 popularity points that day, which, after being converted into stamina points, brought my total stamina points to 126. On July 26th, with the RV mission completed December 20th, Zhao Chongyue officially woke up from his slumber, devouring 2 large bowls of noodles in one go, regaining his vitality. Gang exchanged the newly received 310,000 yuan for cash and withdrew it, bringing his current cash balance to 1,030,000 yuan. On July 27th, 62 cities including Yicheng made a major decision. to cut off power to the entire city on August 4th. Except for a few highly paid staff members who maintain the basic operation of the city, everyone else was to reduce the frequency of going out. Anyone who showed signs of high fever or dilated pupils in their eyes would be arrested, and those with serious symptoms would be shot on the spot. Public opinion was in uproar. A cash withdrawal frenzy erupted at banks, and within a single day, all banks in Yicheng City, large and small, were emptied of cash. Groups of protesters gathered to demonstrate, only dispersing when they learned that a large amount of cash would arrive at the end of the month. Some impatient citizens exchanged digital currency for Hegaing's cash at a 3-to-1 ratio. That day, Hegaing exchanged 580,000 yuan and received 1.74 million digital currency, which he immediately transferred to Xin Xiaoru to pay for his and Zhao Chongyue's rent for 4 years and 9 months. On July 28, the RV mission was 18/20ths complete, and it was time for Sister Xiaohua to go home. Xin Xiaoru took her to the train station, which was crowded but not completely chaotic, and watched Sister Xiaohua leave. On the same day, Qian Zhengli and her son Qian Duoying made up their minds and agreed to Xin Xiaoru's proposal. On July 29, the RV mission was completed 2020, successfully upgrading to LV1 and gaining an additional 1 square meter of space. Chapter 10. From the outside, the RVs look the same, but the toilet cubicle can be opened from the outside or inside of the vehicle to reveal a hidden space. The space is 1 square meter in area but 5 meters high, making it very large. It looks like it can hold a lot of small, easily stacked items. The task was completed, and the bulletin board in my mind immediately updated with the next upgrade task. Get 45-star reviews. The upgrade reward offers 2 options. Either gain 15 square meters of space or a built-in hotel with beds for up to 9 people. The diagram next to it shows a built-in hotel, somewhat like the upper, middle, and lower berths of a train. There is only a 60-centimeter height difference between the beds, making it impossible for a person to stand up upright inside. After a moment's thought, Xin Xiaoru chose a 15 square meter space. The apocalypse is still 2 months away from officially arriving. By then, zombies will be everywhere, and natural and man-made disasters will be rampant. Only by developing hotels and providing shelter for fleeing people then can we earn 5-star reviews. Otherwise, like those people in the camp before, rescuing them will be a waste of time and only provide popularity points. Hegaing and Zhao Chongyue can complete the 5-star mission involving 40 people in 20 days. With the 15 square meters they now have plus the 1 square meter they have now, Hegaing can fit his RV inside, and all the supplies can be stored inside without worrying about them being discovered outside. After roughly planning the upgrade route for the next 20 days, the RV will use its autonomous driving function to take the 3 of them to Jiangqing to pick up Qian Duoying and her boyfriend. The whole process went smoothly. At 10 p.m., the RV traveled 800 kilometers round trip and returned to the campsite. It picked up Qian Zhengli, her partner Zhou Fengyun, and Qian Zhengli's truck and RV from the valley and brought them back to the campsite. The Qian family mother and daughter were officially reunited. Xin Xiaoru didn't linger. She turned on the RV's high beams and began moving half of her supplies by the light. Qian Duoying frowned, wanting to say something, but ultimately stopped with a grim expression, silently counting how many things she had moved away. She took roughly half the amount of small daily necessities such as food, toilet paper, tampons, matches, and lighters, but she took all the weapons like the tang sword and various repair tools. Qian Duoying glared at him. "Put them down! Put them down! Those are ours. You can't take them." The 3 people who were moving things looked up and gave her a cold look, which made her freeze in place. Xin Xiaoru then said, "Tang swords are in high demand and low supply outside right now. You can't buy one even if you have money. If you want to buy one, it will cost 100,000. Qian Duoying was extremely dissatisfied, but seeing the 2 men opposite her and only having a useless boyfriend on her side, she didn't dare to speak for a moment and could only glare angrily. Qian Zhengli quickly pulled her daughter back and spoke politely to Xin Xiaoru, but the former intimacy was gone, and there was a distance on her face that she tried to hide but couldn't. "Money is just an external thing. We're willing to buy it, but could you leave us 2 knives? Xin Xiaoru nodded and sold 2 knives. Xin Xiaoru took almost everything, leaving behind a few repair tools, replacement parts for cars, circuit boards, and solar panels. However, she did leave behind a large quantity of seeds for various vegetables and crops. If they were willing to farm diligently, and with the help of Zhou Fengyun, a fellow countryman, they shouldn't starve. After packing her things before leaving, Xin Xiaoru looked at Qian Zhengli earnestly and said, "Auntie, we probably won't see each other again. Let me give you some advice. Times have changed. Respect those who do things. You are no longer the boss. If you continue to treat the people around you in the same way as before, neither you nor your daughter will have a good outcome." Qian Duoying was angry and wanted to argue, but Xin Xiaoru turned around and got into the RV. "That's all I have to say. Goodbye." She could almost imagine the conflicts that would arise among the 4 isolated individuals at the camp. Zhou Fengyun, skilled in farming, would feel that she would have to rely on herself in the future. Qian Zhengli and Qian Duoying would feel that since the supplies were theirs, their boyfriends and companions should listen to them. The boyfriend would feel that as a man he had to protect so many women, so he should eat better, dress better, and live better. But when it came to actually doing the work, he would shrink back, just like he had done with Xin Xiaoru and her 2 companions earlier. Interesting. Xin Xiaoru felt a mix of melancholy and relief. But it's none of my business now. On July 30th, a large amount of cash arrived in Yicheng. Long lines as people waited to withdraw the money. Xin Xiaoru and the others put all the supplies into the off-road RV, then hid the RV deep in the mountains and forests, and drove the empty mutated RV back to the city. They did nothing but exchange cash and electronic currency at a 1-to-3 ratio while acting as transporters, flying back and forth across the city. The off-white flying RV had already gone viral on social media the day it stormed the hospital. Later, as the city descended into chaos and the police and military were busy clearing out zombies, no one paid any attention to the off-white RV. As a result, many passers-by had seen it by chance and assumed that the RV probably hadn't done anything particularly heinous, otherwise it wouldn't have made sense for it to slip past so many police officers without being pursued. So when Xin Xiaoru registered an account for RV Hotel and posted her travel information on various platforms, many people immediately paid attention and were interested. Putting everything else aside, the fact that you can't fight each other in the RV and you won't get hurt, and it can fly are enough to make everyone's heart flutter. So after Xin Xiaoru provided the routes into and out of the city for the day, people along the way left messages indicating their locations and asking Xin Xiaoru to set a price so she could give them a ride. Xin Xiaoru was lazy and simply let the system take over her phone, collect data, calculate routes, and then begin her bus journey. Many people got on and off the bus along the way. Xin Xiaoru and He Gaiying sat in the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively. Zhao Chongyue, who was tall and strong and had awakened a jumping ability, sat at the door of the RV, acting as a doorman and ticket seller, allowing electronic payment for tickets to be purchased and boarded. Some people brought luggage, and Xin Xiaoru and the others would open the back door. There was a bed behind the back door, and underneath the bed was a very large storage space, which was enough for these people to put their luggage in and out easily. After one trip, the electronic currency income increased by more than 1,000 yuan, and the popularity value also increased by 23. I walked the first route at 9 a.m. and started the second route at 11 a.m. After a short rest at noon, I started the third route at 2 p.m. and the fourth route at 4 p.m. I walked each route 2 to 3 times depending on the distance. At 6 p.m., I dropped off people from the main urban area who needed to go to various places in the suburbs, and finished work at 9 p.m. At the end of the day, I earned over 15,000 yuan, my popularity increased by 292, and I also exchanged out a considerable amount of cash. The bus journey continued the next day. This time Xin Xiaoru learned through official channels which banks still had cash, and posted routes from various places around Yicheng to designated banks to attract customers again. The number of people was overwhelming, with up to 37 people crammed into one trip. Even the alternate dimension almost had to be divided into 2 layers to accommodate the people. The RV was cramped, but the air was great, and the air conditioning was on full blast. Aside from having to squeeze in close together, I didn't feel any chest tightness or shortness of breath. Someone tried to grope someone, but Xin Xiaoru dragged him out and beat him in front of everyone, which made the rest of the people behave themselves. Everyone was focused on getting money, finding a place to buy things and housing their dogs. And so, Xin Xiaoru and her two companions repeatedly picked up customers in their RV, earning 23,000 yuan a day, and increasing their popularity by 486. However, the remaining funds from the major banks were quickly exchanged. The government promised to register those still in line who hadn't received their money and provide them with some subsidies later. But everyone knew this was just a drop in the ocean. In this situation, He Gang quickly exchanged the remaining 450,000 yuan in cash, gaining 1.35 million yuan in electronic currency. Adding the 38,000 yuan he earned from the bus and the 200,000 yuan he earned from selling the knife to the Qian family, he had a total of 1.588 million yuan in electronic currency, which he transferred to Xin Xiaoru as a prepayment for the rent, extending the lease for 4 years and 5 months. The previous cash-to-electronic currency exchange on July 27 had been rented for 4 years and 9 months. Adding both sides together, it's a full 9 years and 2 months. Xin Xiaoru looked at the tenant's prepayments registered on the sign-up board in her mind and breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. No matter how the RV is upgraded in the future, she will have a guaranteed tenant for 9 years. However, now that He Gang has transferred all the money to her, she has a total of 3.328 million in electronic currency, which would be a waste not to use. Xin Xiaoru looked around the map and realized that apart from the 62 cities that had decided to cut off the power, there was no rush to withdraw money in other cities for the time being. They might still be able to withdraw money or even use electronic currency to buy supplies. Slide your finger across the screen, discuss routes with He Gang and Zhao Chongyue, and decide to exchange cash while taking long-distance buses across cities and even provinces to accumulate popularity points. Zhao Chongyue volunteered to stay and look after the supplies in the RV. After all, Xin Xiaoru's space was still too small, and most of the supplies were piled up in layers on the RV. He wouldn't feel at ease leaving someone to look after them. Xin Xiaoru disagreed. If you don't come along, my RV upgrade will be half as fast. Originally, it was supposed to be upgraded to level 2 on August 18th, but now it will be delayed until September 7th. Zhao Chongyue couldn't help but nod. This is indeed a problem. The location of the off-road RV is very well hidden. We landed from the air and then suddenly stopped in the deep mountains and forests, He Gang said. Unless someone specifically uses a drone to take pictures, no one will find it. Let's leave it like this for now and upgrade Xiaoru's RV first. Once we have more space, everything will be fine. With the matter settled, the three of them set up a long-distance bus, traveling between Yicheng and other provinces where the power supply remained uninterrupted. However, the apocalypse may not allow anyone to have a smooth journey forever. Xin Xiaoru and her friends had just managed to exchange over 600,000 yuan in cash when a solar geomagnetic storm broke out prematurely. Cosmic rays interfered with the use of all equipment on Earth, plunging the world into a 53-minute blackout. The moment the power was finally restored, citizens of all cities, regardless of whether there would be a power outage on August 4th, flocked to banks to withdraw cash. Xin Xiaoru and her friends took the 650,000 yuan they had just received and searched everywhere for supplies, including various seeds, grains, and vegetables and fruits that were not yet spoiled but were stuck on the road and could not be sold. Xin Xiaoru's alternate dimension can keep fruits and vegetables fresh, so things that many people dare not stock up on are things that Xin Xiaoru can buy directly. So even though the remaining 2 million electronic currency could not be withdrawn as cash, Xin Xiaoru still used the cash she had to hoard a large amount of vegetables and fruits, filling the entire alternate dimension. Then, she contacted the vegetable and fruit farmers and arranged to come back to them to collect their produce after August 18th. If they still had unsold agricultural products, they could sell them to her then. While Xin Xiaoru and her friends were busy with various tasks, Yicheng, the whole country, and even the world were in chaos due to power outages caused by geomagnetic storms. A few optimists believe that the geomagnetic storm has passed, and the world will return to normal. However, the widespread exceedances of radiation levels indicate that the Earth's environment is undergoing profound and unseen changes. And soon this intangible change can be transformed into something tangible. Local governments have taken various measures to preserve clean land and water sources, while constructing radiation-proof buildings and prioritizing the protection of core members such as scientists. Where conditions permit, build the largest possible shelters to ensure the safety of the people. Rumors and gossip are flying around, and the authorities don't have the resources to refute every single one. They can only debunk the most outrageous ones, such as, banana leaves can protect against radiation. So don't hoard food, hoard banana leaves instead. There are just too many other nonsensical claims to control. 62 cities have announced impending complete power outages, and those who don't want to stay in these cities will flee in droves before the blackouts. Those who believe that cities will survive better after the power outages will seize the opportunity to flock to them. Airplanes cannot fly due to radiation, so all transportation relies on vehicles and trains. The train was packed with people and had experienced 2 zombie outbreaks that resulted in numerous deaths. Many people were afraid to travel, but even more chose to take the risk and move to places they considered safer. Everyone was terrified. Everyone was looking at the sky as if a knife was hanging in the air, about to fall. Chapter 11. On August 2nd, Xin Xiaoru and her 2 friends had already used up half of their cash through careful saving. They couldn't use their electronic currency, so they could only exchange it for a small amount of supplies with some optimistic people who believed that online payment could still be used, or with people who had no other choice. For example, there was a paint manufacturer that sold paints for various purposes such as rust prevention, heat insulation, waterproofing, and radiation protection at an average price of 10,000 yuan per barrel, and supported electronic payment. Seeing this, Xin Xiaoru and her friends directly spent 500,000 yuan to buy 50 barrels of radiation protection paint, and 100,000 yuan to buy other different types of paint, which they fixed to the top of the RV and took away. There was another down comforter manufacturer who was reluctant to use electronic payments, but all the roads leading to his factory were blocked by car accidents, earthquakes, mudslides, etc., so he couldn't transport goods out, and people could only get out by motorcycle or bicycle. He had no choice but to accept electronic payments and sell various down comforters and down jackets because he had no money if he didn't sell. Seeing that the manufacturer's location was similar to the campsite, Xin Xiaoru bought warm clothes and blankets and gave them a pound of wheat seeds as a gift. You can plant half an acre of land in winter. Check the information and see if you can plant it. After that, Xin Xiaoru spent a lot of time looking for factories, farms, and other places in remote areas, and looking for merchants that accepted electronic payments. Before leaving, she would give away a pound or 2 of seeds to make a good connection and leave behind a thought for survival. On August 4th, 62 cities, including Yichang, experienced a complete power outage. The city looks no different during the day, but as night falls, it falls into a dark and silent void. Some people conserve all resources and go to bed early, while others are restless and too hot to sleep, so they fan themselves and chat with their neighbors to relieve their anxiety. There were still many cars on the road. Some were leaving the city on the last day, while others were moving from other places and still unpacking their luggage. The 35-degree heat makes busy people irritable, and even the slightest disturbance can cause them to explode. From a dark, lightless corner came the sounds of arguing, fighting, and robbery, the cause of which was unknown, but no one dared to go down and see. Because there are no police around, and the base station lost power, they have no signal and can't make emergency calls. By the time the police and military arrive, most of the calls will have already gone unanswered and the people will have fled. Such scenes are playing out in many corners of the city. Those who hear the commotion are both frightened and aware that the era of the survival of the fittest has arrived. Xin Xiaoru did not return to Yichang, but instead used electronic currency in the still electrified city to buy the stockpiled goods. Those who received the transfers brought their own food and able-bodied family members, and lined up day and night in front of the bank, not caring if they waited for days or nights, just so they could have their turn to withdraw the money. Finally, on August 7th, Xin Xiaoru spent all her electronic currency. Although prices were soaring and the 2 million electronic currency was as worthless as a few 100,000, she finally spent it all and bought a lot of supplies. The RV's stamina continuously increases as it travels back and forth to pick up and drop off passengers, leaving 2293 after deducting the stamina consumed. After that, the group didn't stop. They continued to operate as a bus, promoting themselves and dropping off passengers wherever there was electricity and internet access. Finally, on August 18th, the RV completed its mission and was upgraded to LV2, adding 15 square meters of extra space, for a total of 16 square meters. Xin Xiaoru finally had space to spend the last of her cash. She found the farmers or ranchers she had arranged to meet, bought the vegetables and fruits that were about to rot, and piled them all up in the alternate dimension. After finishing all this, she returned to Yicheng and put Hegaing's off-road RV and all the supplies into the alternate dimension. With all the supplies gathered, the group, who had been busy for almost a month, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and everything came to an end. Deep in the mountains and forests, the three lay on the bed in the RV, which was fully extended and occupied almost the entire interior space, and looked up at the starry sky without light pollution through the skylight. The cool air from the air conditioner brushed against the three people's faces, and even the leaves outside the window, which had been drooping in the daytime sun, seemed to come alive a little more. The watermelon juice extracted by the juicer is placed aside, with a stainless steel straw inserted inside. You can turn around and enjoy the icy cold freshly squeezed juice. Everything is so peaceful and beautiful. Hegaing recounted the incident where the organization had sent him to kill Xin Xiaoru. Those people didn't know the transmission route of the virus and thought that being splashed with blood would cause infection. You were a witness and were near where the zombie fell, so just in case, they asked me to kill all the relevant personnel. I rented your RV at a high price, thinking that I could do my job while monitoring you for a few days, and release you if you weren't infected. As it turns out, you weren't uninfected. You gained superpowers. Xin Xiaoru smiled and said, I know. She pointed to a storage box. Your smartwatch fell in the car, but the RV can easily unlock it. Hegaing was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes and remained silent. After a long while he said, You knew that, yet you still came to save me? Xin Xiaoru. You've already separated and you haven't hurt me. On the contrary, you've helped me a lot, haven't you? The room was quiet. With the secret, neither big nor small, revealed, everyone felt much more at ease. As Hegaing was drifting off to sleep, he heard Zhao Chongyue say, As long as we hide, everything should be fine. Is it safe? Hopefully so. But she knew that the three of them could only relax for a short while. After 2 days of rest, they would have to get busy again because, Are we going to consume food a little too quickly? Zhao Chongyue suddenly asked as he got up to cook noodles the next morning. Neither Hegaing nor Xin Xiaoru spoke. They simply watched him silently. He was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. You guys already found out? Xin Xiaoru sighed. I noticed it the morning you mutants fell into a coma and then woke up. Although it seems reasonable to go hungry for 2 days before eating and then eat a lot at once, the amount of food consumed, often measured in basins, is still too much. Now, almost a month later, their food intake is nearly 4 or 5 times that of an average person. In her previous life, Xin Xiaoru was just a nurse struggling to survive in a shelter, far removed from being a superhuman. However, hearing about superhumans' large appetites and actually witnessing it firsthand are two different things. To put it simply, their large appetite means that the amount of food, canned goods, fruit, and compressed biscuits they originally stockpiled, enough to feed an average person for 10 years, would only last them 2. After that, they would either have to grow their own food, trade with people who know how to farm when they need it, or join a base and become a superhuman working for that base. She preferred to try farming herself first. There's a mountain in Yozhuang, a nearby rural area, that I like because it's relatively high, Xin Xiaoru said. We went there to harvest vegetables about 2 weeks ago, remember? The two nodded. Xin Xiaoru. There is a mountain of terraced fields that no one has cultivated for 4 years and it is now abandoned. We can go and reclaim the land and try to grow some crops. If we can grow something, we can be self-sufficient. If we can't grow anything, we can find the government or nearby farmers to cooperate with. She pulled up the agricultural information she had downloaded earlier from the car's TV, and Hegaing, clearly prepared as well, skillfully pulled out an agricultural book with many notes. They were both theoretical strategists. Now it was time for practice. Based on her past life's experience, Xin Xiaoru roughly knew what natural disasters were coming. She attributed her foresight to the RV's warning. In the next few months it won't rain in Yicheng, and there will be a severe drought. So, we'll mostly have to rely on your snowball ability, brothering, for farming. You can take this opportunity to train your ability. The group agreed to fly to Yozhuang during the day and set aside a small terrace field as an experimental plot, where they would first try growing bok choy, which could yield results in a month. The RV has reached LV2, and the next upgrade requires 65-star reviews. Xin Xiaoru wasn't worried at all. She gave them 30 days, and they could finish by September 17th. The upgrade reward is still a choice between two options: a 50-square-meter space or a RV-built hotel that can accommodate 30 people. The diagram shows that the hotel has 10 bunk beds, upper, middle, and lower, distributed in a small space, with 4 toilets in the 4 corners for guests to wash up. Additionally, there's a note that completing a special mission can activate the dismantling function of the RV's built-in hotel. This means that while the RV is flying around, the hotel can be placed separately in a terrace farm or somewhere else, using a tree or wall as a door for guests to enter the alternate space hotel and rest. Friendly reminder: demolition carries risks. Once the doors of the dismantled built-in hotel are damaged, they will consume a lot of stamina to repair, making it impossible to take proper evasive action like with a motorhome. Xin Xiaoru mentally activated the special task for this function: to establish friendly relations with the base. Xin Xiaoru raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the RV was her golden touch, but it also had a certain tendency to guide her. It didn't give a final goal for the upgrade, nor did it promise what the future would look like. But from the hotel's perspective, it's about connecting with more people. Looking at this special mission, it's also important to establish positive connections as much as possible. The system promptly responded, "Yes, I'm a great system." Xin Xiaoru smiled and said, "Yes, yes, you're the best." The system watched her expectantly, wondering how she would establish friendly relations with the base, and then it discovered she was still continuing to cultivate her land. Farming is not simple. Even fertilization requires some effort. Blindly using chemical fertilizers can cause the soil to become compacted. Only natural fertilizers formed from the fermentation of human or livestock excrement can make the soil increasingly fertile with repeated cultivation. After arriving at Yozhuang, Xin Xiaoru found the septic tank that was originally used by farmers when they were farming and connected to the dry toilet, and poured the excrement from the RV toilet into it. He Gang took the toilet and said, "I'll do it." Undeterred by the filth, he took the latrine and poured it into the septic tank. The temperature in Yicheng is very high now. During the day when the sun is out, the temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius, and it drops to 34 degrees Celsius at night. If we weren't in the RV, we would be constantly in a very hot state. In such high temperatures, manure can ferment naturally in 5 days without fermentation agents, turning into natural fertilizer. However, the excrement from 3 people could only be used as fertilizer in very few places. Undeterred, they cleared a small plot of land not far from the dry toilet and used it as an experimental field. They then piled up the cleared weeds and the surrounding dead branches and leaves, set them on fire, and collected a pile of ashes to fertilize the soil. The water pipes for this abandoned farm are connected to a dam in the distance. They survived the earthquake and are still usable, though the water flow is very weak, likely because a section of the pipe broke somewhere. Zhao Chongyue patiently collected the water, carrying it over bucket by bucket. He Gang began to train his snowball ability, conjuring up as much snow as possible, piling it in the fields, and waiting for it to melt under the scorching sun and seep into the soil. It was a very simple process, but the 3 people who had never farmed before were actually enjoying it immensely and working with great enthusiasm. While the 3 of them were farming as if it were child's play, Yicheng/F was already almost bald. From the moment they discovered that anything related to electricity would significantly increase radiation and accelerate the spread of the zombie virus, they reported the situation and initiated a power outage in 62 cities. The other hundreds of cities did not stop, but instead sent people to observe. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed since the power outage. It's hard to say whether the zombie virus has been brought under control, but the city is certainly in chaos. In every street and neighborhood, cases of crime, robbery, murder, and rape are increasing. There is no signal, no electronic devices, and communication is disrupted. Everyone has returned to ancient times, but in an ancient times where most people are no longer innocent. Yicheng didn't have time to worry about all that. He organized people to build radiation-proof shelters, and once the shelters were completed, to provide them with some electricity in addition to radiation protection. They are also building a city wall. Originally, the design of this city wall was very large, almost intended to encompass the entire Yicheng, including the remote districts and counties. However, with the equipment unavailable, building the wall could only be done manually. Z/F initially considered providing dedicated power supply, informing workers of the radiation hazards, and then seeing if anyone would be willing to do the work. They will provide radiation-proof clothing, so we can do our best to protect ourselves. However, very few skilled workers are willing to build walls, even though they know the dangers of radiation. Even if they are willing, the radiation protection is too hot and heavy, and they will suffer from heatstroke symptoms after working for less than 2 hours. Yicheng tried to recruit people from other cities that hadn't experienced power outages to work there. After all, most of these people didn't believe in the claims of radiation from electronic devices and would probably be willing to work for food and money. They don't believe it, and they don't need to wear protective clothing. They can do infrastructure work just like before. However, the result was that, despite their disbelief, no one was willing to take the risk. With no other option, Z/F had to abandon the use of equipment and build a wall using makeshift methods. However, the old methods are too slow. Given that the zombie outbreak could happen at any time, it's impossible to completely enclose all the land in Yicheng. It would be good enough if we could use the existing buildings in the city center to build a wall around it. So the authorities called on citizens to build a wall together, while encouraging everyone to leave the city and go to any of the surrounding mountains and fields to cultivate the land, instead of staying in the house, because there wouldn't be enough food to support so many people in the future. Only a small number of citizens heeded the call. Everyone has a fear of difficulty. People in the city center of Yicheng have never even seen whether most grains, vegetables, and fruits grow on trees or are dug from the ground, let alone farmed. Farming. How do you farm? Is it just scattering seeds and watering them? Putting aside other issues, many people can't keep their potted plants alive after buying them. Besides, it's too dangerous outside. What if there are robbers? What if there are zombies? What if I get trapped by an earthquake or mudslide? Those who have connections to the countryside have already gone. The rest, even if sent there, have no idea where to live, what to eat, or which plot of land to cultivate. People like Xin Xiaoru, who accurately located wasteland and quickly got to work, are only a few with connections to rural areas. Everyone else is like a headless fly, completely lost. Z/F had to come up with more detailed regulations in an effort to relocate and disperse the population as much as possible, enabling everyone to become self-sufficient. However, there are too many people in the city. Even if all the wasteland were found, there wouldn't be enough land to go around to so many people. We still need the government, farmers, and local agricultural research institutes to cooperate in growing as much food as possible with improved varieties to reduce the risk of citizens starving to death. But damn it, Yicheng isn't a major city for grain research and cultivation at all. And it's been droughty for almost a month. The earthquake severed many water pipes, and after repairs, another earthquake caused them to break again. The entire water network is like a leaky tooth. There are problems everywhere. Left with no other choice, Yicheng declared. Urban construction requires a large workforce. Those who do not participate in the construction of city walls and shelters, or in farming now, will not be protected in the future. Z/F staff went door to door to gather information on residents' intentions. They identified who was willing to participate in the construction work and who was not. Those who are willing will be provided with accommodation in the vicinity of the research institute and the refuge. If any residents in the surrounding area are unwilling, except for the elderly over 68 years old and children under 14 years old, they will all be forcibly evicted to make way for those who are willing to work. Make trouble? They didn't arrest them, they just forcibly drove them away. And if they couldn't be driven away, they used guns. For a time, the entire city of Yi was filled with cries, shouts, and curses. Some wronged people secretly instigated the uprising, and actually organized several riots, wielding hammers, axes, and kitchen knives to fight the government officials head-on. Before the zombie virus could destroy humanity, humanity began to destroy itself. After a series of tragic deaths and suppression, Yicheng finally established a protective zone of only 400 square kilometers. At this point, Yicheng was no longer Yicheng in the true sense but rather Yicheng Base. After a series of changes of the once vast Yicheng with its tens of millions of people, only half remained within the protected area for various reasons, while the rest found places to live in city buildings outside the protected area. No one asked them to do anything and no one was in charge. The crime rate on the streets soared further, and because they were no longer under government control, some practitioners organized themselves to restart the power plant, and Yicheng started generating electricity again, outside of the protected area. It can be said that Yicheng's power outage protection measures have completely failed. Xin Xiaoru had mixed feelings about farming, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't shocked when she suddenly discovered that her cell phone had a signal. Ignoring the intractable pest infestation and the pesticides that not only failed to treat the problem but also killed many of the bok choy, I drove my RV around Yicheng. How should I put it? Perhaps it was because he had caused a ruckus at the hospital that he had stirred up a ripple effect, leading Yicheng to choose a power outage measure that hadn't been taken in his previous life. But the butterfly's wings were rather weak. It tried to flap them but failed, and the city became even more chaotic than before. However, this does not mean that everything is meaningless. Xin Xiaoru arrived at the protection zone, which is the area where the Yicheng base is located, and found that the city wall had been forcibly and quickly built up by manpower day and night. The base also seems to have organized teams of people with superpowers to work there. For example, people with strength-based superpowers can replace the mixer to mix cement, and people with gravity-based superpowers can reduce the weight of stones and bricks to make them easier to move, and so on. However, working during the day is still too tiring. Many people have to rest after working half a day in the morning, and then go back to work when the sun is not so strong in the afternoon, working until they can no longer see in the evening. The base built in this way is effective. It is at least 20 times larger than the base hastily established during the chaos of the previous life, and it can accommodate as many as 5 million people. Its rarity will become apparent when the zombie horde truly breaks out 2 months later. Now, however, everyone is blaming Yicheng for mismanagement, and the internal and external pressures are making the Yicheng base, which has already done its best, teeter on the brink of collapse. As Xin Xiaoru hung on the city wall, lost in thought, a person whose ability was unclear, whether it was gravity, wind, or flight, flew into the air and greeted her. "Hello, the managers of the Yicheng base would like to have a chat with you, is that all right? They mean no harm, they probably want to recruit people with superpowers or cooperate with us." Xin Xiaoru, Higang, and Zhao Chongyue exchanged a glance and followed the man downstairs. The person she contacted was Officer Liu, who had been in charge of the organized crime shooting case. Upon seeing Higang and Zhao Chongyue, he frowned involuntarily. "Are you from Warlin?" Higang remained unfazed. "They've already betrayed us. The shooting incident was because they were hunting down me and my brother." Officer Liu's expression softened almost imperceptibly. He said, "Let's talk about these two things together first." Officer Liu, along with a more senior-looking leader and a woman in her early 30s, received them. After observing her for a while, Xin Xiaoru guessed that this woman was probably the manager of the superhuman team. Her aura and relaxed demeanor were very similar to the superhuman she had seen in her previous life. As expected, she guessed correctly. Officer Liu introduced, "This is Director who was involved in the decision to cut off the power in Yicheng and its current management. This is Ms. Zhang Jai, the captain of the Yicheng base's first team of superhumans." Xin Xiaoru nodded. "Hello." Director who asked them to sit down and made his request. "We heard that your RV's special ability has no radiation. We would like to borrow the RV's high beams to facilitate nighttime construction at the base. Is there anything the base can help you with?" Xin Xiaoru immediately thought of the special mission written on the RV notice board, to establish a friendly relationship with the base. Yicheng is facing a difficult situation, which is partly due to her butterfly effect. If she were a citizen forced to work, she would certainly harbor resentment. However, as a reborn person with foresight, Xin Xiaoru feels a touch of admiration. "High beams aren't a problem. I can come over at night. It's just that I have a terrace field in Yozhuang that I want to reactivate for farming, but I'm having some problems with growing vegetables and dealing with pests. If someone familiar with the land could help me take a look, that would be much easier. This is a very small matter for the base. Putting aside everything else, there are quite a few farmers over 68 years old who can't do much work. Letting them travel in comfortable, air-conditioned RVs to Yozhuang to inspect the land would surely be something many would be willing to do. Choosing a location that seems more reliable would definitely be useful. The two sides quickly reached an agreement and began to talk about the organization He Gang had previously belonged to, wildfire. This was the first time Xin Xiaoru had ever heard of the organization's full name. This is a multinational genetic research organization involved in many gray and even black market industries. Zhao Chongyue is a henchman trained by their domestic branch, while He Gang is a henchman who also works as a technical worker, stealing secrets from many other companies that are also secretly conducting genetic research. Originally, the research in these dark zones had been conducted in secrecy for many years without any breakthroughs. However, at the beginning of the year, a foreign company suddenly extracted a special substance near a meteorite crater. During the experiment, a mutant rat was induced to have extremely high resilience and attack power, and it could bite through cages and chains. This invigorated the entire waddling organization, and they began experimenting on people. In war-torn countries, people die every day. If someone suddenly disappears, no one will be surprised, and no one will make a special effort to search for them. Even their relatives are just numb with grief, powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, Wetland targeted these war-torn countries, kidnapping and smuggling many people to conduct human experiments, resulting in numerous failed and deformed cases. However, there are a few relatively successful cases among these. They found that the stronger a person's willpower, the greater the probability of them undergoing positive distortion. Thus, the organization's sinister gaze unconsciously turned towards the Flower Kingdom. He Gang was initially unaware of what the organization had done. He and Zhao Chongyue were both orphans abandoned due to heart problems. They were adopted by an orphanage secretly controlled by the organization, treated at great expense, and then trained to work for the organization. Although stealing data from other companies, beating and interrogating people for research information were common occurrences, and he had even participated in gunfights and killings abroad, he had never killed any of his own countrymen. When He Gang was summoned to the Flower Kingdom branch and told that he was to kill a monster, he was completely shocked. These monsters were the product of Walter Lind's experiments on Chinese people, as well as the result of wealthy people with terminal illnesses actively seeking out opportunities to be experimented on. Some monsters initially underwent positive mutations, seemingly achieving a successful genetic upgrade. However, after returning to normal life for a period of time, they infected many others with the zombie virus, causing their genetic cycles to break down uncontrollably. However, by then it was too late. Whether it was the Flower Country or other countries that participated in this experimental project, especially some wealthy people who voluntarily participated in the experiment but had short lifespans, they were caught off guard and infected a large number of people after a brief recovery, and many places began to fall into the epidemic. He Gang and Zhao Chongyue received their mission to kill all those infected with the zombie virus and those who had come into contact with zombies. In the eyes of the organization, Zhao Chongyue was not very bright, so they were not very careful in some matters in front of him. This directly led Zhao Chongyue to discover the group of people in the organization who were capturing Chinese people for experiments before He Gang could. Unaware of the situation, He Gang, with a gloomy face, ordered people to kill infected individuals everywhere. He was also added to the police's suspect arrest file, and would never be able to live a normal life in the sunlight again. Meanwhile, Zhao Chongyue sought to settle scores and reason with someone in the organization, but was caught, beaten, and even subjected to human experiments, being injected with the zombie virus. Then came the scene where He Gang went back to save his brother, and at the same time took away what is said to be the most complete gene serum, and was then frantically chased and even drew his gun in the street. He Gang and Zhao Chongyue finished explaining everything, and everyone clenched their fists in shock. Xin Xiaoru was the first to recover. These people who conducted human experiments are truly beasts. However, the zombie virus is probably not directly caused by the gene editing agent. In their past lives, many people, though not bitten or scratched by zombies, still became zombified. At the time, there were rumors that it was related to cosmic rays or solar radiation. Now it seems that's indeed the case. Radiation can induce mutations, and this gene serum is an accelerator for the mutation of this zombie. The waddling organization deserves to die, but the human catastrophe seems inevitable. And when you dig deeper, it might even be related to the environment. It is now 2036. More than 100 years ago, humans began to show signs of destroying the Earth's ecology. The rate of mass extinction of species on Earth is faster than the 5 mass extinctions since the beginning of life, and the temperature changes are also very drastic. What took other nations millions of years to complete a mass extinction, humanity has seen the initial results in just 1 century. The Earth's atmosphere and ozone layer are thinning, their composition is changing, and their radiation protection is significantly weakened. Coupled with solar geomagnetic storms or cosmic rays, and then of all times Watling developed gene editing agents, the buff is fully stacked. Destroy it. Let's all just die together. After rambling on for a while, Xin Xiaoru heard director who ask, "Can we take the remaining vial of medicine and study it?" He guying. "What are you going to do?" Director who promised, "Rest assured, we will conduct joint research with the Beijing Municipal Research Institute and other research institutes in other provinces and cities. At the same time, we will also release relevant information to the scientific community, ensuring that no researcher is kept in the dark." Xin Xiaoru suddenly asked, "If we discover a way to get rid of zombies through this potion and restore them to normal, then would the zombies we've killed before and now be considered murderers?" Director who was taken aback, not expecting Xin Xiaoru to think so far ahead. He smiled wryly. "I hope that day really comes. Until a solution is found, the killing of zombies, and even the confrontation with non-zombie but inhuman perpetrators, is justified. When order exists, there are rules and laws. When order is lost, survival becomes everyone's primary concern." Although director who could not fully represent the official stance, Xin Xiaoru still had him bring the seal of the Yicheng base and stamp a disclaimer. "I don't know if this statement will be useful in the future, but I'll write it down for now. Make it clear again that if an antidote or a gene-mutating agent is developed, it should be given to Heguang first," Xin Xiaoru added. "Consider it as you returning it to him. If you can't contact Heguang at that time, give the agent to me." Director who looked at her and said, "You're already a superhuman. What are you still doing with this?" Xin Xiaoru made up an excuse. "I didn't mutate from scratches and bites but from radiation. I'll need this if I get scratched or bitten in the future." Director who looked at Heguang who nodded. "No need to give it to me, just give it to her directly after it's developed." Good. Chapter 12. Heguang had director who summon all the senior executives of the Yicheng base, as well as all the researchers and technical staff in the research building, and explained the events of the Wutlin organization. Then, in front of everyone, he handed over the reagent tube. As the reagent tube was taken away, Heguang and Zhao Chongyue felt as if a heavy stone had fallen. From this moment on, they completely severed ties with the past. Xin Xiaoru patted the two of them on the shoulders. "Let's go, we'll take an experienced old farmer back to take a look." Hearing that a farm in the suburbs needed workers, many farmers eagerly signed up. Not only were there elderly people over 68 with nothing to do, but even many young people wanted to go to Yozhuang. The reason is simple. Flying RVs are very popular in Yicheng. Going to Yozhuang means becoming an employee of an RV owner, and becoming an employee of an RV owner means being able to stay in an RV with air conditioning and electricity. Is there anything more appealing than sleeping comfortably in an air-conditioned room on a hot summer day? Xin Xiaoru looked around among the many people who had signed up in the square, but instead of choosing a young and strong person, she chose a little old lady in her early 70s. Her farmland doesn't require the use of Yicheng's able-bodied labor resources, and she doesn't need to hire anyone to farm for the time being. Even if she doesn't want to farm in the future and needs to hire people, she still needs to learn and practice farming skills herself so that she can be confident and avoid being deceived in the future. An elderly woman with farming experience is a good match. Of course, the most important thing is that this little old lady is a typical elderly rural woman, very short, and doesn't take up much space in the RV. The RV is theoretically designed to accommodate 4 people. 2 sleep on the closed bed and 2 sleep on the open sofa. However, the length of the bed before it's extended, which is the width of the RV, is only 1.75 meters, with dimensions of 1.75 by 1.0 meters. 2 petite girls can squeeze in to sleep there. The bed is positioned high, at the top of the sofa back, and can be pulled forward along the slots on the sofa and the tabletop of the adjacent storage cabinet to transform it into a 1.75 by 2.2 meter bed. Sometimes Xin Xiaoru, Higang, and Zhao Chongyue would sleep together on this bed, which occupied almost all the flat space in the RV. Sometimes they would sleep side by side, and sometimes two tall men would sleep side by side with their feet slightly dangling out. Xin Xiaoru would sleep sideways at the back of the vehicle, where their pillows would also be located. As for the sofa, it's long enough when pulled out, directly blocking the passenger seat and filling the aisle in front of the car door and toilet stall. It's 1.9 meters long, enough for a tall person to sleep on, but the width is taken up by the toilet stall and storage cabinet, leaving it only 1.0 to 1.2 meters. So, the bed arrangement for the three of them was actually quite awkward. Either the beds had to be pulled apart, and the three of them had to squeeze into the large bed. Either the bed isn't pulled out and Xin Xiaoru sleeps alone in the bed, while Higang and Zhao Chongyue sleep on the sofa, which is long enough but not wide enough. Or the bed and sofa are pulled out together, and both sleep on either side, but the person sleeping on the sofa is practically pressed against the bottom edge of the bed, with only their waist and above exposed, sometimes bumping into things when turning over. Later, with the space upgraded and Higang's off-road RV placed into the alternate dimension, the sleeping options for the three people became much more numerous. They could all sleep in Higang's large RV, with plenty of choices whether it was a double bed, a sofa bed, or a single bed. However, because the three of them had slept crampedly before, they subconsciously chose those who were petite and could fit anywhere. So the latter half of August passed by in the routine of our lives. During the day they worked in Yozhuang, planting, weeding, and killing pests. At night, the RV took them back to the Yicheng base, flying in the air with its headlights on to facilitate nighttime construction for the Yicheng workers. While the workers worked, Xin Xiaoru had the RV enhanced with noise isolation so she could sleep in it while it was airborne. With the problem of nighttime lighting solved, the base no longer required workers to work under the high temperatures and sunlight during the day, and many able-bodied men began to live a nocturnal lifestyle. Many others spend their days clearing land for farming, developing all the 400 square kilometers of land that can be developed, without caring about damaging vegetation or the environment, prioritizing farming and feeding as many people as possible. The gifted individuals weren't idle either. The base assigned specialized researchers to study and record the patterns of each gifted individual's training and advancement, helping everyone become familiar with their abilities. In particular, gifted individuals with military backgrounds combine military-style management with their ability training, learning to control their abilities, improve precision, appropriately stimulate their potential, and encourage their ability to increase. Of course, in order not to waste their superpowers, the captains of each superpower team would still lead their team members to link superpower training with base construction, and in addition to training they would receive some wages such as rice, flour, oil and salt to expand their own inventory. Higang and Zhao Chongyue were rigorously trained by the organization. When they saw the training methods of the Yicheng superhuman team, they were eager to join in the training. They would adjust their own methods when they felt something was wrong, and then raise questions and offer suggestions. Before they knew it, the RV trio and everyone at the Yicheng base had become close, forming a very special cooperative team. The special mission on the bulletin board in their minds, establish a friendly relationship with the base, had unknowingly become completed. They were just waiting for the upgrade mission to be completed so they could have their own hotel, or rather, a dormitory. While Higang and Zhao Chongyue were busy training, Xin Xiaoru wasn't idle either. She diligently learned a lot about farming from the old woman and took many notes. The crooked little bok choy in the terrace fields grew vigorously at a visible speed, showing a gratifying growth. Seeing the good results, Higang was able to condense more and more snowballs every day. Xin Xiaoru then cultivated a new vegetable garden and planted carrots, cauliflower, peas, garland chrysanthemum and other vegetables according to the old lady's suggestion. She was busy with this every day. Compared to the orderly chaos at the base in Yozhuang, other parts of Yicheng were already in complete disarray. The zombies had originally been killed by the army, police, and people with high combat skills like Higang, but for some reason, people continued to turn into zombies for no apparent reason. These zombies were not captured immediately and went out to wreak havoc, scratching and biting people everywhere. If Xin Xiaoru happens to see it while passing by, she will take her knife and deal with it. If she encounters some of the more agile zombies which are mostly deeply mutated and have already evolved crystal cores, Xin Xiaoru will quickly shoot them in the head, take out the crystal cores, and give them to He Guiying and Zhao Chonghua to absorb. She didn't keep anything to herself, and told the base about the sudden appearance of zombies and superpowered crystals. The base immediately took it seriously and began to implement a curfew. Aside from the able-bodied men who work at night, who can move around in Xin Xiaoru's RV, anyone else who moves around at night and is detected by the superhumans will be arrested and expelled from the base depending on the circumstances. The government is also urging everyone to monitor the condition of friends and family members in a room at all times, and to report immediately if anyone develops a fever or abnormally dilated pupils. Ideally, people should be restrained before reporting. For a moment, everyone at the Yicheng base was on high alert, seeing danger everywhere and suspecting that everyone was about to mutate. This vigilance is effective. Basically, anything roaming the streets at night is a zombie, and killing them promptly minimizes the risk of accidental injury. Furthermore, if someone discovers something unusual during the day and reports it to the police can easily kill the person before they fully turn into a zombie, saving time and effort. However, while the zombie problem has been brought under control, there have been quite a few serious incidents. The most typical example is people who can't stand each other fighting each other, or people with elderly family members who think the elderly are useless and only waste food, so they kill the elderly, and after the elderly person dies, their pupils dilate to a certain extent, and then they go to the police and say that they are zombies. After the police determined that it wasn't a zombie, the man started wailing and crying, "It's all my fault. I was too sensitive. I'm so sorry I killed you," and so on. The base's high command discussed the matter and decided to expel all these people from the base, regardless of whether it was true or not. The reason given was, such astute people could survive even in the dangerous outside world. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey. Fewer people were trying to cause trouble, and more people were following the police's instructions to identify zombies properly. If they were unsure, they would tie the person up and ask the police to confirm, rather than taking action themselves. Despite the strong measures taken to rectify the situation, the Yicheng base remains considered safe. Outside the base, things became increasingly chaotic. For example, when water and drainage problems arise in some residential areas, no one is willing to repair them for free, nor is anyone willing to use their dwindling resources to hire repairmen. Water shortages mean that waste in toilets cannot be flushed away, and the entire street becomes increasingly dirty. When Xin Xiaoru drives between Yozhuang and the base, she gets choked by the fumes and prefers to take other detours. In early September, there were many more zombies on the streets than the previous month. On September 7th, another solar geomagnetic storm struck, and the sky was filled with spectacular auroras. Countless people collapsed from the radiation. The following day, large-scale zombie outbreaks occurred in multiple locations around the world. The data from the second day in Flower Country showed that, apart from the 62 cities or bases that experience power outages, the probability of zombieization in other places reached 6%. On the third day, data was reported from various power outage bases and uploaded from nearby cities that had not yet lost power. The comparison was striking. Only 0.5% of people had turned into zombies during the geomagnetic storm, a difference of more than 10 times. Power outages are indeed useful, because many cities that experienced power outages had encountered similar problems to the Yicheng riots. They were forced to shrink their administrative areas. The police and military forces could be reduced and concentrated, and thousands of superhumans would gather in large numbers and obey commands. They would immediately resolve any zombie-like situations they discovered, and surprisingly, no zombie outbreak occurred. In contrast, in other cities, the original 6% of zombies were not effectively controlled and continued to scratch and bite people around them, causing the number of zombies to skyrocket. The most chaotic areas were those originally belonging to cities like Yicheng that had experienced power outages, but hadn't chosen to follow the official guidelines and do manual labor. Almost from the moment the geomagnetic storm arrived, it was decided that these locations would become hell on earth. After dealing with the zombies inside the base, Xin Xiaoru and her two companions, along with the superhumans from the Yicheng base, went out together to deal with the zombies outside. They rode in Xin Xiaoru's RV to a place densely populated with zombies, turned on the loudspeaker to warn ordinary people to stay away from the area, and then used the loud noise to attract the zombies closer. They then released a group skill from a high place, killing as many zombies as they could. Everyone's abilities were quite rudimentary. They were supposed to be group skills released from the air to kill zombies without taking damage, but their strength was limited. Many attacks only slowed down the zombies' already slow movement and didn't kill them instantly. If left unattended, most of the injured zombies would heal in less than 2 hours. After creating some obstruction, the group stopped on the roof of a 9-story building and continued to use loudspeakers to attract zombies. They would kill as many zombies as they came upstairs, and once they were too tired to kill anymore, they would take off and leave. Similar zombie killing scenarios are playing out in many places, but with little effect. It's better than nothing. This is because while an ability user is killing 100 zombies, thousands more might have already infected outside. The numbers on both sides are completely disproportionate. Many cities were determined to shut off the entire city's power, no matter how hot the weather, to slow down the spread of the zombie virus, but it was too late. On September 17th, all cities, whether they had lost power or not, were plunged into darkness. In the previous life, a geomagnetic storm that marked the complete arrival of the apocalypse swept across the globe. Satellites, communication networks, power plants, and signal towers were all destroyed. Half of the originally normal humans were once again affected by radiation and turned into zombies on a large scale. The proportion of those who have turned into zombies this time is 36%. The giant blade that had been hanging high in the air finally fell. On the same day, Xin Xiaoru completed the upgrade from LV2 to LV3 and owned a densely packed inn that could accommodate 30 people. The inn's room rate increased from 500 yuan per day to 1,000 yuan per day, or 5 jin of grain per day. She suddenly realized that running a motorhome hotel was intentionally leading her in a direction of helping ordinary people. Whether it's 1,000 yuan or 5 jin of grain, it's too expensive for most people. Unless it's a life or death situation, and the only way to escape the danger zone is to get on the bus and stay overnight, no one would be willing to spend that money to get on the bus. People who are willing to spend this money will only occasionally come in to enjoy the air conditioning when it's too hot, because it's considered undignified. Those who have plenty of money and food and are still able to survive in the apocalypse are mostly powerful and influential people in cities or bases. Unless they are about to die from the heat, most of them are unwilling to squeeze into a camper van and sleep with others, or go to a densely packed hotel in another dimension with even smaller beds. Icheng is a good example. Many leaders or wealthy people are interested in RVs and come up to sit and enjoy the breeze from time to time. However, when too many people want to come up and enjoy the breeze, he feels that competing with so many people for a place with air conditioning is not a good solution, so he finds an excuse to leave. Let alone paying for a night stay, they wouldn't even feel comfortable sitting for a little longer, let alone having so many people crammed into a small space. Therefore, hotels with densely packed beds are not intended for wealthy people who can afford it. At least not now. So who is it prepared for? It is for ordinary people who have no money or power, or ordinary people with special abilities. Can't afford money? Then give them food. Can't afford to supply food? Then grow it on the farm. To achieve this goal, a special task was specially arranged on the signboard, which allows the built-in dense hotel to be placed separately from the RV. Isn't this just so that while Xin Xiaoru can go about her carefree life, there are still people on the farm who can farm and live there? The 30-person RV can accommodate 30 people. In the early stages, when you can't farm and can't pay for the rooms, it's like they're staying for free. If you really want to put it in perspective, they contribute their popularity points every day to increase the RV's stamina. After the grain is harvested, it will be given to Xin Xiaoru under the guise of rent payment, as a token gesture to complete the system upgrade task. The new upgrade requires 100 5-star reviews. Even if we immediately found 30 people to farm, it wouldn't be enough time. Hegang and Zhao Chongyue will still have to spend 50 days to complete the task. Nominally it's a motorhome hotel, Xin Xiaoru sighed inwardly, but in reality they want me to farm and do infrastructure work. Chapter 13. To be honest, Xin Xiaoru is not interested in infrastructure. When she was reborn, she appeared calm, but the fear, anxiety, and despair that had accumulated in her heart for 5 years made her lose all motivation. With the RV, she felt that her life had a glimmer of hope, but that was limited to finding a few teammates, finding a remote mountain forest to farm, avoiding disaster, and surviving for as long as possible. However, her teammates were superhumans, increasing their ability to protect the RV, but also increasing their food consumption. None of them were skilled at farming, so she diligently learned, but only on the small plot of land of about 20 square meters that she had currently cultivated. Without pressure, she planted whatever she wanted to eat according to the season and observed it grow. So far, there seems to be little difference between farming and growing flowers. Once farming became a profession, a task that had to be completed, Xin Xiaoru felt a bit resistant. Seeing that the three of them might have to cultivate more than 10 acres of land just to feed themselves, and that in the future, if the environment deteriorated and land yields decreased, it might take 30 or 40 acres to feed the two superhumans, Xin Xiaoru became even more anxious. By cooperating with the base, providing lighting every night, you will receive 5 kilograms of potatoes. However, 5 gene is only enough for 1 meal for Zhao Chongyue. The system really figured out these weaknesses and arranged things perfectly for them. Xin Xiaoru was exhausted and planned to check out the situation in other places in a few days, find a few homeless people to live in a dormitory, and farm together. Thinking this through, she hesitated and chose the 100-person dense hotel as her next upgrade reward. Upgrade requires 100 5-star reviews from guests. Something seems off. Forget it, let them hire people to farm. Anyway, Yozhuang has over 200 mu of abandoned terrace fields. If a complete novice is responsible for 1 mu of land, Yozhuang will need 200 people to cultivate this small amount of land properly. While she was pondering these things alone, the RV was carrying dozens of superhumans, including He Guiying and Zhao Chongyue, on a patrol of the base. Even though it was daytime, the aurora was still dazzling and eye-catching. But what was once a dreamlike phenomenon had now become a terrifying death knell. Everyone who was originally working outside sought shelter in nearby shops, sweating profusely but afraid to go out. Those who were already at home wore lead plate radiation protection clothing issued by the base on their bodies and heads, which was better than nothing in terms of reducing radiation. Xin Xiaoru wasn't sure how much lower the mutation rate was in the base compared to other cities, but no matter how many percentage points lower it was still an enormous number on a base of 5 million. Moreover, these zombies no longer take a day to transform into zombies like the initial ones. Some even take several days. This time, starting from the appearance of the geomagnetic storm and aurora in the morning, screams have been heard intermittently. Many zombies broke through windows and doors, and walked onto the streets at a speed similar to that of a normal person walking, but with much greater strength than the previous zombies. With her modern strength, Xin Xiaoru went down and killed one zombie before quickly returning to the car. She dared not venture out again, leaving only the superhumans to fight outside. Finally, the RV used the old method, luring the zombies in batches to an undeveloped open area, and then hanging them up to blow their heads off one by one. Almost every newly mutated zombie has a crystal core. However, everyone is busy killing zombies, and no one has the energy to collect them. When they are surrounded by zombies and can't kill them all, He Guiying will release snowballs to cover an area of 4 or 5 meters around them, which will freeze into ice and freeze the zombies for 2 seconds. The others will then take the opportunity to enter the RV and fly into the sky. The RV returned to the superhuman base camp, where a new batch of superhumans went out with Xin Xiaoru to fight zombies, gathering the headless zombies back together. When they got tired, they went back and had another batch of superhumans join them, repeating this cycle more than 20 times a day without interruption. Other ability users who didn't get a turn used the most primitive method. Using their base camp as the core, they would kill one zombie at a time, and if a group came, they would guard the small gate of the wall and fight them in shifts. 3 days passed in this way, and the more than 5,000 superhumans each killed an average of more than 160 zombies, eliminating a total of 800,000 zombies. For the next week, the base did not resume work, but instead sent people with superpowers to search house by house and kill any stray fish that had slipped through the net. On September 27th, the Yicheng base officially announced that it had returned to normal. Restrained cheers rose and fell, and Xin Xiaoru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the immense financial pain. In just a few days, the RV's stamina had depleted by more than 1,000 units. She discovered that while upgrading the RV offered benefits, it also increased costs. After carefully inquiring with the system, she learned that even if a guest house remained unoccupied, it would incur an idle fee. Idle space fee. Are you kidding me? One empty bed deducts 2 stamina points per day, and 30 empty beds deduct 60 stamina points per day. Furthermore, the RV's flight cost has doubled, increasing from 1 stamina point per hour to 3 stamina points per hour. This means that over the past 10 days, the RV has been flying day and night, fighting zombies, consuming 72 stamina points per day for 24 hours of flight. Adding the 60 stamina points deducted for empty beds, the daily cost is 132. If the income from the RV is the same as before, with each person gaining 1 stamina point upon entering, then everything is fine. After all, there are about 100 superhumans coming and going every day. However, after upgrading the RV, you can only gain 1 stamina point by staying in the RV for a full 5 hours. 5 hours? Oh my god. How could someone with such an adorable RV resort to such outrageous tactics? If I hadn't worked as a bus driver and gradually accumulated over 7,000 stamina points, the RV would have been out of service long ago. I'm not upgrading anymore, is that not okay? Xin Xiaoru shouted at the system. Revert me back to LV3. The system's baby voice sounded a little guilty. I'm sorry. Go back. Xin Xiaoru emphasized. The system mumbled. You can't go back to the previous level. You can only stay at the current level. Xin Xiaoru was so angry she was speechless. So if I find 30 people to stay in the intensive hotel, the 60 stamina points won't be deducted? No, you have to pay the room fee to be considered a true occupant. Staying for free will only increase your popularity points by 1 point per person per day. Goodness, the increase is only half of what's deducted for empty beds. He-Gang had just finished showering when he saw her sitting in the driver's seat, fuming, driving the flying car out of the city. What's wrong? Xin Xiaoru. Recruit men. We must fill the quota of 30 people now, immediately. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yozhuang, 2 girls were being chased by zombies and frantically ran up the mountain. Once hundreds of zombies entered the woods, one of them grabbed his companion and flew into the air. When Xin Xiaoru came over and saw the person flying, she thought, is this a conscript delivered right to my doorstep? Then the skinny little girl who was being held raised her hand, and a pillar of fire shot out from her palm, setting the forest and the zombies ablaze. The forest had been dry for a month and a half without rain, and it was almost ready to ignite at the slightest touch. At the same time, the terraced vegetable fields not far away also caught fire. Xin Xiaoru. No, that wasn't a conscript. It was her soul that perished under the car a minute later. Boss, calm down. Zhao Chongyue was startled by her expression and quickly said, the vegetable garden is only burned to a small part of the edge. Brother Ing can use snowballs to protect the field. Seeing that Xin Xiaoru was driving the car like a runaway car, He-Gang said, I'll go down and control the fire. Once it's under control, the burned forest can be turned into farmland. Chapter 14. Arable land? After He-Gang said that, Xin Xiaoru calmed down. She flew the car around the fire to determine the range of the zombies' struggles, estimate the speed at which the fire was advancing, and delineate a boundary around the wildfire. The RV flew slowly in a circle, while He-Gang sent down snowflakes, freezing the marked area tree by tree, forming a thin ice wall. With limited superpowers, He-Gang would roughly exhaust his superpowers and rest for a while after freezing a 50-meter-long wall of ice trees before continuing to freeze trees, which he considered his daily superpower training. The 2 fleeing superhumans belatedly realized that they had trespassed on someone else's territory, and almost burned it down, and were filled with unease. They dared not abandon their post and leave. After the zombies were all burned to death, they went around the burning forest and ran to the RV, asking if there was anything they could do. Xin Xiaoru threw down 2 axes. Chop down trees and bring out half a meter of fireproof material. Put the chopped tree trunks far away so they don't get burned. The 2 nodded quickly, determined to atone for their sins, and began cutting down the tree. After a busy afternoon, the group finally finished building the ice wall and firebreak. The trees, covering about 30 acres, were still burning. To be on the safe side, Higang reinforced the ice wall to prevent it from melting before the fire reached it. Only then did she meet up with the two fleeing superhumans and ask them what was going on. It turns out they were boarding junior high school students from the neighboring city of Zhaoyue, trapped in their dormitory and out of contact with their families. As the number of zombies at the school increased and their food supplies dwindled, the two couldn't hold on any longer and went out to find food. They discovered that they were both superhumans and decided to escape together. At first things went quite smoothly. They rode their bicycles, leaving behind the stiff, lifeless zombies, and headed away from the crowded school and city center towards the industrial area they remembered as sparsely populated. As a result, I got lost halfway there. One minute I felt like I was in the suburbs, and the next minute I felt like I was in the city center of the next district. In short, it was all very confusing, and I also witnessed the extent of the city's chaos. Zombies are everywhere, and there are signs of burning everywhere. The strong are becoming increasingly brazen in bullying and robbing the weak. They could only keep running and hiding, but the zombies still noticed their movements and chased them all the way here. I don't want to start a fire either. The girl who wanted to start the fire nervously clutched the hem of her dirty clothes and stood awkwardly in front of the RV. But we really can't run anymore, so we can only see if we can start a fire to burn it. Xin Xiaoru's eyes flickered as she thought of the wildfire in her past life that forced her to abandon her RV, which had run out of fuel. It's likely that many of the wildfires back then were caused by people with superpowers fighting or doing other things. The two girls kept apologizing and Xin Xiaoru didn't say much more, only saying, "Be careful in the future. In this dry and hot weather, once a fire starts burning, it can't be stopped, and many mountains will be burned down." The two nodded repeatedly. Xin Xiaoru, is there anywhere to go? Or should we stay here and farm? Farming? Xin Xiaoru got out of the car and led the two people into the alternate dimension hotel from the other side of the car. The hotel wasn't large, but it had 10 bunk beds, enough to sleep 30 people. An elderly woman was sitting on one of the beds, and she greeted us as we entered, saying, "Boss." Xin Xiaoru nodded and said to the two girls, "She's an experienced farmer and can guide you in farming. If you'd like to farm together, you can stay here. The room rate is 5 jin of grain per day, which is 150 jin per month. Since we have neither money nor food, we can pay the outstanding room fees first. After the harvest, we can pay the outstanding fees and then renew the room fees for the next bed. We don't provide meals, but we can lend you food. The person with superpowers can lend you 5 jin of vegetables a day, but you have to return 5 jin of grain, understand?" The female student majoring in aviation opened her eyes wide and asked timidly, "Is there a difference between grains and vegetables?" "Yes. In any case, the system notification specifically refers to grains, beans, and tuber crops. A person who eats only grains, beans, and tubers for a long time will have an unbalanced diet. However, if they don't eat these and only eat vegetables like bok choy, they will be even more nutritionally deficient. Modern diets often include excessive amounts of meat, oil and salt, and sugar intake is also excessive. Eating only boiled vegetables for a short period can not only prevent nutritional imbalance, but also regulate the body and promote better health. But this will definitely not be the case in the long run. Xin Xiaoru, you can adjust the ratio of wheat, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and other vegetables as you like. Anyway, I need 5 jin of grain every day. Keep track of how much you owe. Grain cultivation generally has a long cycle, taking about 4 months to harvest. Vegetables like bok choy grow 1 crop a month. In the hands of professional growers, 1 crop yields 4,000 jin per mu, which seems much faster, but the nutritional value is not high. They can't finish eating it themselves and can't sell it, so it just rots in the field. The old woman briefly explained the intricacies of farming and selling crops. If you really want to eat your fill and survive, you still have to grow grain. But growing a lot of vegetables also has its advantages. You can feed chickens, ducks, and pigs. These livestock eat vegetables and grow meat, which is nutritious. Eating them gives you strength, which is the right way. The two girls were speechless. They never expected that they, who were lazy and knew nothing about farming, would actually have to farm and raise chickens and ducks. Although they had never done it before, the two of them agreed without hesitation. The main thing is, this hotel is so cool. At the end of September, Yicheng, or rather the entire flower kingdom, was still incredibly hot. Without electricity, many people regardless of age or gender, and those with health conditions died from the heat. The two girls are superhumans with much better physical constitutions, but they're currently suffering from the heat, exhaustion, dirt, and stench. They haven't had a good day in over a month. There's a hotel in another dimension that can take them in. What more could they ask for? Besides, this hotel isn't bad. It's just a larger student dormitory with more people. What's so unacceptable about that? Not only did they accept her, but they were also worried that Xin Xiaoru would look down on them for not having money to pay for their room and board, so they asked her to lend them food. They quickly said, "We're not going back anywhere. We'll just stay here and farm. Boss, you must take us in." Xin Xiaoru nodded readily, her previous irritability completely gone. "Keep it up, I believe in you." Just then the girls' stomachs growled. They asked cautiously, "Can we eat something now? I know we borrowed it, and we'll pay it back once we grow the food." Xin Xiaoru looked kindly at her and pointed to the lush green bok choy she had already planted. "They're over there, pick them yourselves. All the vegetables you want to eat later will be picked from the fields I've already planted. If you finish picking and eating them and your own vegetables still haven't sprouted, then you'll have to go hungry." The bok choy, being the first vegetable planted, has already grown and is ready to eat. Of the later planted vegetables, carrots have a longer growth cycle, taking another 2 to 3 months before they're ready, but peas, which are harvested every 2 weeks, have matured and are ready to be picked. The remaining cauliflower and garland chrysanthemum have growth cycles of 1.5 months each, and will be ready to eat in about 20 days. So, unsurprisingly, leaving this plot of land for them will ensure they don't starve. That is, from now on, you will all be responsible for planting, watering, and fertilizing this acre of land under the guidance of the old lady. If it is not planted well, you will still have nothing to eat. The girl nodded repeatedly, not seeing any problem, which made Zhao Changyue think to himself, "Wow! The tenant grows his own food, harvests it all, and eats it all. Yet he still owes the landlord 5 kilograms of grain a day. What a shrewd business." Seeing what he was thinking, Xin Xiaoru silently rolled her eyes. In short, that's how it was settled. With 2 more honest children in the field, and these children were also gifted individuals, Xin Xiaoru felt much more at ease. She dismantled the compact hotel and placed it on a brick-built earthen wall in the terraced fields. The little old woman and 2 girls, whom she allowed, could pass through the earthen wall to enter the otherworldly hotel. Xin Xiaoru showed them around the area. The hotel doesn't have tables and chairs, but you can make your own using the wood you cut down from the quarantine zone during the day. If you don't know how, I'll give you a woodworking book. Take a look at what tools you need, make a list, and I'll help you find them. Okay. Don't worry. That night, Xin Xiaoru, Higang, and Zhao Changyue did not sleep in the RV, but instead slept in a guest house to see if there were any gaps in their supplies. I stayed there for 1 night. Apart from the fact that the space between the upper, middle, and lower bunks was a bit low, making it difficult for taller people to sit up completely, everything else was fine. So the next day, the 3 of them went out with peace of mind to look for someone in distress who was destined to meet them. Zhaoyue City is a small neighboring city. It is larger in area than Yicheng, but its economy and population are much smaller. It is a typical agricultural city, and many of the best-selling dates come from here. Zhaoyue City was almost entirely overrun. A month ago, the government began to gather supplies from the city, concentrating state-owned supermarkets and grain warehouses on a single farm in an effort to distribute them systematically after the disaster. The idea was appealing, but reality was harsh. Significant resistance was encountered even in the mobilization phase. Both superiors and subordinates had their own self-interests, and the citizens as consumers were also protesting because they couldn't buy what they wanted. After finally managing to gather some supplies and keep the zombies out of the storage area, 2 solar magnetic storms caused the logistics department to collapse from within, and the entire government of Zhaoyue City completely lost control of the city. Forget organizing police and mobilizing the army, they couldn't even gather many willing superhumans. Everyone acted independently, forming their own small groups and stationing themselves in various parts of the city and countryside. When Xin Xiaoru arrived, she saw many small bases surrounded by walls. Most of the people in these bases were people with superpowers. Outside the base, there was a vast and swarming mass of zombies. The surviving ordinary people are either being hunted or on their way to being hunted. As the RV flew by, those who managed to get there in time could have their heads smashed off with an ice spike, allowing survivors to create distance and try to escape. Those who couldn't get there in time, or those surrounded by too many zombies to save, could only watch helplessly as they were torn to pieces. Chapter 15. The three men walked through several tragic scenes, their faces tense. There are superhumans among humans, and there are superhuman zombies among zombies. Zombies with ranged attack abilities will hit the RV, and if you don't dodge in time, the exterior walls will suffer severe damage. At this point, the RV will automatically deduct stamina to compensate for the damage to the exterior walls. Xin Xiaoru gasped in distress. Since leveling up, her stamina had dropped from over 7,000 to over 6,000, and now only had a little over 5,000 left, leaving her completely unable to make ends meet. Just as I was about to curse this ridiculous upgrade system again, the system suddenly spoke up to remind me. If someone who enters the RV gives it a 5-star rating, then even sitting for just 5 minutes will earn you 1 popularity point. Xin Xiaoru's eyes brightened slightly, but she still cautiously asked, "There aren't any other pitfalls, are there? Don't tell me later that I'll lose a certain amount of stamina points if I don't give a 5-star review." No. The system was both amused and exasperated. Its reputation with its host was probably in the negative. Xin Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the system was encouraging her to save people, but she couldn't worry about that now. Stamina was like the balance on a bank card. As long as it wasn't increasing, it felt like it was decreasing. When money keeps flowing in and there's still no income, your heart will clench like knotted hair. But when a new way to make money suddenly appears, you don't care about the ulterior motives. You just roll up your sleeves and get to work. I happened to see a person in an apartment building, leaning against the window, staring in terror at the banging on the bedroom door. Clearly, there were zombies outside and he had nowhere to escape. She maneuvered the RV and stopped it outside the window. "Hey, wanna ride? I'll give you a lift." The boy turned around, startled by the sudden sound. Looking back, a ray of sunlight pierced the darkness beneath the overcast sky, shining onto the windowsill. A head popped out of the RV, which was suspended in mid-air. Upon closer inspection, he saw 2 other people in the passenger seat and the back door, both looking at him. At that moment, he couldn't describe the overwhelming bittersweet emotions surging within him. He burst into tears instantly, his speech failing him, and he could only nod frantically. Zhao Chongyue opened the car door and let the person in. The boy climbed onto the window and jumped over it without hesitation. I had expected the RV to shake when I jumped in, like when getting on a bus or elevator, and the vehicle would lurch downwards if I stepped too hard. But the RV was perfectly stable, like a metal box placed on flat ground, without the slightest ripple. Seeing this, his heart, like the strange RV, suddenly felt at ease. He gave Zhao Chongyue a grateful yet cautious smile, hastily wiped away his snot and tears, and awkwardly shrank his dirty hands, not knowing where to put them. Xin Xiaoru. "There's a sink on the table. You can wash your hands or drink the water. Relax. This RV has been used as a bus before, and it's taken in all sorts of difficult passengers. It won't make a difference if you're not one of them." The boy then washed his hands and face, drank several mouthfuls of water, and carefully sat down on the sofa. Xin Xiaoru looked at the satisfaction feedback on the notification board. "Excellent. Saving a life is indeed the best way to get 5 stars. Her stamina will be restored in 5 minutes. Where are you planning to go? Do you have anywhere to go?" Xin Xiaoru pulled out a few lollipops from the snack box, and each of them, including the boy, got one. "If not, come and farm here with us." Zhao Chongyue picked up where Xin Xiaoru left off and gave an enthusiastic explanation. The boy was confused and only managed to extract a few keywords. There were dormitories with air conditioning, food to eat, and the need to farm and raise chickens and ducks. If they couldn't farm or raise anything, they would starve to death if they couldn't pay the rent. Is there a more direct way to survive? There is none left. I'm willing to learn farming and to raise chickens and ducks, the boy immediately said. I'm also willing to pay rent. I have 500,000 yuan in cash at home. Xin Xiaoru. Goodness. Turns out he's a rich man. The RV immediately turned around and returned to the bedroom where the boy had been. There were no more zombie attacks outside the bedroom. Probably because they couldn't smell any living beings, they turned and left. The boy got out of the car, quickly pulled open the large wardrobe in the bedroom, and opened the middle drawer. The several drawers of cash made the group of people blink. The boy found a black garbage bag, and without thinking twice, stuffed all the money into it before returning to the RV before the zombies could smell the scent and come back. He looked at Xin Xiaoru eagerly. Is this enough for me to stay for 500 days? Yes. Then I'll hand it in right now. Xin Xiaoru was happy. I found a stable tenant again after a year and a half. Welcome home. Although the RV system allows for transactions and payment, money is now worthless. No one would be foolish enough to exchange supplies for inedible paper currency. What should we do with this money? The bulletin board in my mind has clearly come to life, triggering a limited time deal. You can spend 500,000 yuan in cash to expand the RV space from 5 square meters to 50 square meters. Xin Xiaoru's eyes lit up. What a great system. It's selling her a house at pre-apocalyptic prices. It's like a house flying in the air. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? And it can't be driven on the road either. The system gave me a perk so I can be a little more relaxed now, I said excitedly. No, from the outside the RV looks the same size as before. You can only feel that it's 50 square meters once you get inside. Xin Xiaoru. So happy after all that hard work upgrading little by little. I finally got 16 square meters of storage space and a dormitory for 30 people. Now I've just gotten a little brother for free, and received 500,000 yuan for even more space. This young man is truly her lucky star. System? But this is a benefit I worked hard to give you. It has nothing to do with him. Xin Xiaoru ignored it, and immediately clicked the trade button. The RV suddenly grew larger at a visible speed. Even its height increased to 5 meters, instantly opening up a wider field of vision. Enough for more than 10 people to sing, dance, rap and play basketball. At the same time, the money in the garbage bag that Xin Xiaoru had received also disappeared. Xin Xiaoru smiled and waved to the boy. Thank you for your patronage. For the next 500 days you can stay in the dormitory, and I will take care of all your food, clothing, accommodation and transportation. If you are satisfied, please give me a 5-star review. The boy stared blankly at the changes in the RV, realizing that his money had played a role, and his anxiety instantly subsided. Thankfully, as long as the money is useful, I don't have to worry about being fired by the boss. Although it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the next year and a half, he secretly resolved to figure out his future. Whether it was farming or exploring other ways to make money, he was determined to seize this opportunity and survive. With the increased space in the RV, Xin Xiaoru's rescue and evacuation process became somewhat easier. It was no longer like the previous bus trip, where guests were crammed together, almost forming a human pyramid to barely fill the entire RV space. This sense of ease didn't last long. There are simply too many people who can and should be saved. Of these people, 95% give a 5-star review after getting on the bus, while the remaining 5% are either hostile to those who are currently doing well, or they are numb and have no motivation to be grateful. If it was the former, seeing the hostile look in his eyes, Xin Xiaoru immediately signaled Zhao Chongyue to turn the corner and kick him out. If it was the latter, unable to provide a 5-star review, he was useless to her. Xin Xiaoru admitted to being selfish and didn't want him to take up space in the RV or a hotel spot, so she could only choose a corner with fewer zombies to put him down. However, it's estimated that someone like that wouldn't survive long in a different place. The hotel only has 30 beds, and Xin Xiaoru can't accept everyone. Zhao Chongyue chats with these people, and He Gang occasionally starts conversations to probe what they did before. We do not accept elderly people who are alone, not from a farming background, have no special skills and are unable to work. We do not accept non-superpowered children under 6 years old who are too young to understand and require a lot of care. We do not accept people who are too shrewd and opinionated and who are not easy to maintain a 5-star satisfaction rating when they calm down. We do not accept people who are in a very poor mental state, who are in a state of madness and cannot calm down. Aside from this group and those who have their own ideas and places to go, There are still many people left. After seeing the others off, Xin Xiaoru explained the current situation of Yozhuang terraces and asked for the opinions of these homeless people. As expected, everyone was instantly delighted and expressed their willingness to go. Those carrying backpacks immediately unzipped their bags, offering food and money, begging to be taken in. The rest of the people, having nothing, could only watch Xin Xiaoru with longing, hoping to be assigned a spot themselves. Xin Xiaoru had already made up her mind. She accepted the money and food, reserved places for these 8 people, and decided the remaining places by drawing lots. For those who didn't get a spot, I can still take you to Yozhuang, Xin Xiaoru said. My superpower hotel needs people who approve of it. If someone doesn't approve, I can sense it, and my superpower business will be affected. If any guests are dissatisfied with the hotel, I will clear them out and replace them with new guests. You can farm near Yozhuang so I can give you priority. If you're still willing to stay at the hotel, then no one could refuse. They quickly expressed their willingness to go to Yozhuang to farm. Finally, the hotel reservation for 30 people was finalized. In addition, there were 12 more people who were locals from Zhaoyue City. They knew where there were warehouses for storing dry dates and asked Xin Xiaoru to take them there. If we can get some dry dates, boss, please leave us enough for 2 months. We'll plant crops and vegetables for those 2 months, and things will definitely improve. These people spoke with great conviction, clearly indicating that someone in their family grew dates and that they themselves possessed some knowledge of farming. Even with much uncertainty in their hearts, they had to strengthen themselves and remain resolute. To farm you must succeed. Xin Xiaoru agreed. She followed the directions of the 12 people to several date warehouses. However, the locations they knew were also known to other locals, especially the local superhumans. Many warehouses had already been occupied. She went to 3 or 4 warehouses in a row, and each one was occupied. Xin Xiaoru thought for a moment, then abandoned the food warehouse and said instead, "We don't want dry dates anymore, we want fertilizer." Chapter 16. Do you know where there's a fertilizer plant? If you get the fertilizer, you won't have to worry about food rations for 2 months. I'll lend you some grain. High-yield farmland cannot exist without chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Xin Xiaoru farms on a small scale, using human or animal manure as fertilizer. However, if she wants to expand the scale, or like the Yicheng base where there is little land and many people, and she needs to ensure the yield per acre to support more than 4 million people, then chemical fertilizers and pesticides are undoubtedly essential. If you come to Zhaoyue City, an agricultural city, and can find as much fertilizer and pesticide as possible to bring back, it will be of great help to farming. Upon hearing this, the 12 people immediately perked up. The other locals also came up with various ideas, and by combining their thoughts with the map displayed on the in-vehicle TV system, they determined the locations of 3 fertilizer plants and 1 pesticide warehouse, and immediately set off. To conserve the RV's stamina, Xin Xiaoru alternated between flying and running. Fortunately, this amount of energy expenditure was manageable compared to the hundreds of stamina points she would gain from rescuing and transferring people over the next few hours. As Xin Xiaoru walked, she continued rescuing people. By the time she reached her destination, her stamina had increased by more than 50. She was very satisfied. At the first fertilizer plant, Xin Xiaoru followed the directions of the farmers in the truck and found the pre-made bagged fertilizer. She then loaded the bags onto the truck one by one according to the type of fertilizer. Everyone worked together to pile 5,000 kilograms of fertilizer onto the roof of the RV before heading to the next fertilizer plant. The second factory went smoothly as well, with only a few zombies and a few ordinary people hiding inside. Xin Xiaoru and her group killed the zombies but didn't touch the food rations of the ordinary people. They only moved the fertilizer. The people didn't say anything. Instead, they took advantage of the moment when the zombies were temporarily attracted by the vehicles to run to the nearby supermarket to find food and carry it back to the factory. The third fertilizer plant was a bit more troublesome. There were people with superpowers working there, and they shared the same idea as Xin Xiaoru, to use fertilizer for farming. The fertilizer plant is located in a remote rural area, surrounded by many fields. The superhumans who occupied the fertilizer plant wanted to make use of the surrounding land. They set up a cordon within a 500-meter radius, using sandbags meant for flood control to build a low wall up to chest height, preventing zombies from getting close and also serving as a warning to outsiders not to approach. Xin Xiaoru didn't want to cause a conflict, so she had to give up. However, just as the RV turned around and drove away, a familiar aged voice came from inside. Xiaoru? Xiaoru, is that you? Looking towards the sound, she saw an old man with gray hair waving at her from afar. Xin Xiaoru narrowed her eyes slightly. That was actually her adoptive grandfather? Soon, the superhuman who had been wary of the group on the second floor of the factory jumped down, frowned and asked, "Your relative?" The old man quickly replied, Yes, that's my granddaughter, a nurse. I never expected she'd still be alive. Brotherly, you see there are still sick people at our base, why don't we take her in, give her something to eat and help take care of her?" When Li Dayuan heard the word nurse, his eyes lit up slightly, but he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he gave the old man a meaningful look, which made the old man shrink back, before walking towards the wall where the RV was located. The wall isn't high enough to obstruct the view for either side. These sandbags won't stop anyone from forcing their way in. Li Dayuan. Is he someone's grandfather? Xin Xiaoru didn't even glance at the old man who had rushed over. Sitting in the driver's seat, she said indifferently, "No. My whole family is dead. I don't know anything about grandfathers. This factory has an owner. I won't disturb you. Goodbye." "Wait," Li Dayuan said quickly. "We can talk things over." He sensed that this person was related to the old man by blood, but their relationship was strained. Nevertheless, he wanted to assess the situation. "Excuse me. Are you a nurse?" Xin Xiaoru gave a soft hum, neither confirming nor denying. "Li Dayuan, one of my brothers is sick and I'd like you to take a look. Don't worry, he already developed superpowers before, and now he's either turned into a zombie or just seriously injured. I really have no other choice. I can't find any doctors or nurses. Could you please take care of him? We're willing to pay you. It just depends on what you need." He glanced at the mountain of fertilizer on the roof of the RV and said, "If you get better, I'm willing to give you 1,000 gene of fertilizer. If you don't get better, I'll give you 80 gene of fertilizer as compensation for your hard work." Xin Xiaoru thought it wouldn't hurt to take a look, but she insisted that they lift the patient into the car to see her, since she was only absolutely safe in the car. Li Dayuan looked troubled, but still gritted his teeth and agreed. He called to a few people, placed the unconscious patient on the bed, and carefully pulled the stretcher toward the RV. Once everyone was on the bus, they were all stunned. "I never expected there to be so many ordinary people inside, and the space was so big and cool. Put it on the bed." Xin Xiaoru directed everyone to move aside and make way. As the RV expanded, the furniture grew larger as well. The bed is now 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, big enough for several people to roll around on. Xin Xiaoru took off the man's clothes, carefully cutting away the blood-stained areas with sterilized scissors. It took her 10 minutes just to undress him, and she was drenched in sweat. She took out hemostatic and pain-relieving medicine and had Li Dayuan force-feed it to the man. "I'm not an anesthesiologist, I don't know how to use anesthesia. If he wakes up in pain when we're cleaning and suturing the wound later, you should explain it to him and hold him down so he doesn't move." "Good." Seeing that she was skilled and had all the necessary tools, Li Dayuan knew that he had found the right person this time, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked after his brother and occasionally handed tools to Xin Xiaoru, while the people he brought couldn't help but examine the layout of the RV. "Amazing, absolutely amazing. It looks like a regular-looking small RV from the outside, but the inside is surprisingly big and has such a high ceiling." For the first time in a month or two, they had enjoyed air conditioning in such hot weather, and it made them feel completely relaxed. Just as they were trying to chat with the people in the RV to get some information, they heard arguing coming from the doorway. "I'm a relative of the owner of this RV, why can't I come in?" "That's right, you bunch of bullies who rely on their master's power. Don't think you can be unreasonable just because you outnumber people. We're from this base and we're Xin Xiaoru's relatives. We're all on the same side. You tried touching me then." The residents of Zhaoyue, who had initially blocked the entrance, hesitated. Taking advantage of this moment of hesitation, The 2 men and 1 woman forced their way in. However, before Zhao Chongyue could even take a step forward, the scissors that Xin Xiaoru had been cleaning were suddenly thrown out by her, flying straight through the crowd toward the old man's neck. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. The middle-aged man and woman behind the old man screamed, "Dad!" A second later, the scene of blood splattering did not occur. The tips of the scissors hovered in midair, touching the old man's loose neck skin, without going any further. For a moment the middle-aged couple, like chickens being choked, stopped talking and watched this scene in a cold sweat. Xin Xiaoru, disinfect the scissors for me. Li Dayuan was stunned for a while before he realized that she was talking to him. He immediately wiped away non-existent cold sweat, grabbed another pair of surgical scissors, clumsily disinfected them again, and handed them to Xin Xiaoru. Xin Xiaoru remained completely unaffected. With the new tools she continued her work, sewing up all the patient's ruptured intestines and internal organs that could be sewn up. Her hands were steady and her mind was calm, which quickly calmed the people around her as well. With a sinister look on his face, Zhao Chongyue kicked the middle-aged couple out of the car door, one after the other, ignoring the terrified, stiff old man. The old man secretly resented it, wishing he could be kicked out of the car too. Looking at the scissors in front of him, he moved back shakily. However, for every inch he moved, the scissors moved in. The faster he moved, the faster the scissors moved. Originally there was no bleeding, but his fleeing movement caused blood to be drawn from his wounds. The 2 men who followed Li Dayuan in looked grim, wishing they could kill him right now. "Sorry, brother. We'll kick him out later." The man skillfully took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and handed 2 to Zhao Chongyue and he Guying in the passenger seat. Neither of them answered. Zhao Chongyue, "I don't smoke." He didn't say much else. The main issue is that Xin Xiaoru hadn't mentioned her family situation. Since forming the team, the 3 of them had assumed each other were orphans and hadn't inquired about their parents. Unexpectedly, Xin Xiaoru didn't have parents, but she did have relatives like her grandfather. Let's see how Xin Xiaoru handles it after she's finished with her work. Zhao Chongyue and he Guying remained silent. The 2 men from the fertilizer factory felt uneasy, thinking they had offended them. However, they didn't want to force a conversation and annoy them, so they could only put their hands together, tap their foreheads and whisper sorry with winks. The patient's injury was very serious. Xin Xiaoru spent 2 hours suturing the wound, and it was already dark outside before she finally finished. The errand boy had already gone back to the fertilizer plant to get clean towels, and after Xin Xiaoru finished bandaging the person, she wrapped the towels around the person's lower body. Xin Xiaoru stopped them from carrying the person away, despite their profuse thanks. "The fever might spike in the middle of the night, so we need to bring it down and observe the person overnight. It's difficult to cool them down outside, so we don't want them to die from the heat after such a long treatment." Li Dayuan's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he led his men to pile fertilizer on the roof of the RV. The original agreement was that 1,000 Jin would be given after the patient was cured, but now not only has it been given ahead of schedule, but they're also using their already meager food to treat Xin Xiaoru and the others to a meal. Clearly, they want to curry favor with them. After thinking for a moment, Xin Xiaoru took Li Dayuan and another person to he Guying's off-road RV in the alternate dimension for a meal. The alternate dimension was filled with all of Xin Xiaoru and her companion's supplies, practically cramming the area outside the RV to capacity. However, at Xin Xiaoru's request, the RV had secretly heated water and released the steam into this space. When Xin Xiaoru led the group inside, the guests could only see an RV with its lights on through the thick black fog. They couldn't see anything else. In an instant, the mystique surrounding RVs was amplified. Li Dayuan had originally wanted to forge a good relationship, and now he was even more eager. After a long period of polite exchanges at the dinner table, he tentatively asked, "Boss Xin, are you going to transport this fertilizer back to your own base?" Chapter 17. What seemed like a casual remark revealed that he wanted to know 2 things: whether the other person had a base, and whether they felt a sense of belonging and control over that base. Xin Xiaoru is very young. If it weren't for her capable and straightforward aura, which makes people think this is a capable person, rather than focusing on her appearance, Most people would praise her beauty. She has a slender yet not skinny figure. Even just looking at her arms and calves, which aren't covered by her short sleeves and shorts, you can see the smooth muscle lines. Her facial features are relaxed and bright, with large slanted eyes. When she smiles, she easily appears approachable, giving off an impression of no aggression. But clearly, Li Dayuan was not someone she needed to serve with a smile, so her expression was mostly indifferent, aloof, and uncaring. When he eats delicious food, a relaxed and satisfied look appears in his eyes. At other times, he is carefree and doesn't care what others think. To be able to do this in the end times, one must have something to rely on, Li Dayuan thought. Xin Xiaoru really didn't care. In this apocalyptic world, only profit matters, and there are 5-star reviews for RVs. Whatever the shit in the brains of those who dislike her but can't get rid of her is none of her business. There's no base, Xin Xiaoru said. There's only a farm. The people in the car are also going to the farm. Li Dayuan, are you the one in charge? Do you have any plans to turn it into a base? Xin Xiaoru shook her head. I'm just the landlord. I collect rent and make some money. I can't be bothered with anything else. Just look at Yicheng to see how troublesome it is to manage a base. With so many people, each with their own ideas, and the managers at all levels also having their own ideologies and self-interests, making any decision that benefits the majority of the base as a whole comes with immense pressure and responsibility to everyone. The base is constantly worried about how to build a wall, how to develop drugs and reagents, how to continue operating the research institute when all the industrial and supply chains are cut off, how to develop superpowers, how to ensure food production, how to cope with high temperatures and increasingly severe water shortages, and so on. The base exists to keep as many people as possible safe, and she wants as many people as possible to give her 5-star reviews. People who do a lot of work are often thankless, while those who simply and directly save lives are more likely to be loved. Even if the kind of reckless heroes in movies came into reality and became righteous superhumans who rid the world of evil, even if this is also their job as part of the base, they would be much more likable than bald people who do practical things, worry about people's livelihoods, make decisions, and manage regulations. She's just an ordinary person. How could she care about so much? Oh, wait a minute. Xin Xiaoru suddenly remembered something. She doesn't need to build a base, so she doesn't need that many people. But the upgrade of the RV system is clearly aimed at accommodating more people. At this stage, simply rescuing people each day and earning a couple hundred stamina points is enough to cover the current expenses of the RV hotel, and even leave a considerable amount saved. But if she lets it upgrade, the expenses will increase and the workload will pile up. Given this, why would she even bother upgrading? System. What if I suddenly realize that's the truth? The system's childlike voice sounded somewhat urgent. Only by upgrading can you unlock more features. The post-apocalyptic environment is harsh, and there will be more and more mutant zombies, mutated plants and animals. If you don't upgrade, it will be very difficult to deal with wildfires, tsunamis, floods, extreme cold, and volcanic eruptions in the future. You experienced or heard about these things in your previous 5 years, didn't you? Xin Xiaoru paused, her anger subsiding as she returned to reality from her fantasy of giving up. Yes, the apocalypse has only just begun. Not wanting to upgrade and increase costs means having to meekly maintain the status quo. The RV's speed, defense, and stamina are sufficient for now, but what about in the future? In her past life, she had always followed the main force, barely surviving in the shelter. But later, when food became scarce, she, a nurse who was supposed to be a rare and precious resource and should have been providing medical care and earning a salary in the rear, was forced to rush out of the base to find food and died in the struggle for supplies. This was enough to illustrate how dire the situation was. Would people who are starving really not try to find farmland and risk their lives to get to Yozhuang and eat whatever they can find? Even if the RV is moved to a remote mountain forest, it will still face a large number of mutated animals and plants. In some ways, they are more terrifying than zombies. After all, when zombies come, you know for sure that they are zombies. But among the densely packed, inconspicuous or inconspicuous plants, can you really distinguish which are harmful and which are harmless? Furthermore, in less than 4 or 5 years, by this time next year, the mobility of RVs will be insufficient. Those speed-type ability users and flying ability users, as long as they are still alive, will develop extremely strong survival skills and catch up with RVs in no time. If everything around you is getting stronger, and your RV is standing still, then you're falling behind. Xin Xiaoru closed her eyes slightly, giving up on the meaningless fantasy of giving up. The upgrade still needs to be done. However, we still need to think about establishing a base. Li Dayuan, may I ask if your farm is in a safe location? At this point, his intention was quite clear. I don't know if it's necessary or possible for us to join. He was very sincere. After learning that Xin Xiaoru was unwilling to leave the RV, he asked the younger men in the factory to prepare and clear the roadblocks so that the RV could drive in directly for a visit. Xin Xiaoru wasn't being coy and agreed to go in. No need for clearing the obstacles. The RV can fly in. Li Dayuan paused slightly. Fly. Xin Xiaoru nodded. The RV traveled on the ground to get to the fertilizer plant, which was quite unexpected for Li Dun. After they finished eating, they returned to the RV. Xin Xiaoru and He Gang sat in the driver's seat, while Li Dayuan and Zhao Chongyue stood behind the passenger seat, watching the RV rise into the air. It was completely dark by then, but the RV's high beams were very bright, and after being amplified by the RV's own wattage and the angle of the beams was adjusted, they illuminated almost the entire factory. The men, women, and children at the fertilizer plant were greeted and were not afraid. They simply stood up and stared in astonishment at the flying RV. From the outside, they could barely see the people in the cockpit because the space behind them was distorted and blurry, and they couldn't see anything at all. Only those inside the RV could see outwards in one direction. Li Dayuan was shocked, but he spoke calmly and quickly introduced the current state of the factory. Li Dayuan was an equipment maintenance worker at several nearby factories. Because he dealt with many factories, he was a good person and knew many people. After awakening his Earth-type ability, he gathered all the ability users in the vicinity and went to a fertilizer plant where there were relatively few zombies to use as a base to collect surrounding resources. The sandbags that were stacked up to form a wall were all made by my superpower. Li Dayuan was a little embarrassed but also a little proud. My superpower is limited and not hard enough to make an earthen wall. I can only use up most of my superpower every day to fill the sandbags and then build the wall little by little. Zhao Chongyue gave a thumbs up. That's already amazing. Xin Xiaoru nodded in agreement. There are 8 superhumans in the base, men, women, young and old. As for ordinary people, some were rescued while collecting supplies, and some were related to the superhumans and came here for help. Zhao Chongyue pointed to the old man who was still slumped on the ground not far from the car door, with the scissors in the air still pressed against the old man's neck. His in-laws are small business owners here, and they used to be my clients. They stayed with us. Xin Xiaoru. Are the people he knows here superhumans? No, Li Dayuan said hastily, afraid that an old man would ruin the plan. They are all insignificant people. Oh, that's good. Xin Xiaoru instantly became much happier. The old man behind him trembled with a mixture of fear and anger upon hearing this. Li Dayuan whispered. To tell you the truth, we superhumans originally formed our own team to try and survive. But we couldn't bear to leave them and ended up saving more than 60 ordinary people. Now these people do a little weeding and planting every day, wasting seeds for a month or two without growing anything, and they don't dare to go out to find supplies. There were already relatively few people and zombies around here, and they weren't walking fast. They would only go out briefly to get some things, and if they saw a zombie, they would run back as fast as they could without taking any risks. The things they brought back were only enough for them to eat for 2 days. The rest of the time they relied on the few of us to bring them supplies, which was really too much for us. And more importantly, there are only a few factories, canteens, and supermarkets here. If the car runs out of gas after a few trips, and the nearby gas stations won't have any gas either, then we'll either have to live off our savings or walk to more distant towns to find food. Li Dayuan couldn't continue speaking. The gloom between his brows just wouldn't go away. Zhao Chongyue patted him on the shoulder, knowing what he meant. Those who know. There might be more supplies in town, but there are also more people. Going there isn't called collecting supplies, it's called looting. Something might happen, and nobody knows what might happen. Of course, the main reason is that it's pointless to feed these idle people. The little bit of affection and pity they had before has been completely worn away by 2 months of feeding them. Li Dayuan composed himself. This place is very far from the official shelter, and the car is out of gas, so we can't get there. Besides, I know the conditions at the shelter aren't likely to be very good. What's the situation where you are? I don't know if I can join, or if there's anything you can say. Xin Xiaoru. It was a piece of wasteland. It used to belong to several surrounding mountains, and only a few families farmed there. Later, the farmers moved to the city, and the land was left vacant. Now I've taken it. There are few people, few zombies, and plenty of land, which used to be terrace fields with good soil quality. Li Dong caught these key pieces of information and his eyes lit up. Can we go take a look? You can. Xin Xiaoru looked at the 4-star satisfaction rating for Li Dayuan in her mind. Your friend want to talk to me? Chapter 18. Of the 8 superhumans gathered at the fertilizer plant, 5 had families, while the remaining 3, including Li Dayuan and the patient, were all alone. The patient is still unconscious and unable to respond. Li Dayuan and another single woman joined the farm without hesitation. The woman, named Nan Shuasu, was in her 40s and in good spirits. Upon learning that they could go to the farm, she immediately asked, "Are we going to farm, or mainly fight zombies?" Xin Xiaoru. What do you want to do? Fighting zombies, the woman said frankly. I used to work in the supply chain. I've never farmed, and I'm afraid of messing things up. If I had a choice, I'd rather fight zombies. Seeing this, Li Dayuan nodded. I'm about the same. I can fight zombies and do some equipment repairs, but I'm not good at farming. Xin Xiaoru. Understood. You don't need to farm. We'll talk about what else you need to do later. The remaining 5 superhumans also wanted to come to the farm to farm. However, they had families with them, so if they were to leave, they would all have to go together. Xin Xiaoru roughly understood the situation and refused these people. An elderly man said anxiously, "We don't need you to feed us. Our current supplies are enough for us to last for a while. Once we grow our own food, we won't bother you anymore. It is precisely because you can be self-sufficient that I have no need to take you in," Xin Xiaoru said. "If you come to our place, you will have to pay rent." Currently, Xin Xiaoru's facility has 30 beds. After these people grow their own grain, they will be charged for their rooms based on a daily allowance of 5 jin, 2.5 caddies, per person. The 12 extra people from Zaoyue City had no place to live, so they had to build their own wooden huts, thatched huts and tents, and grow their own food. Once the RV was upgraded to LV4 and became a new hotel for 100 people, they would move in and pay rent just like the people before them. During this period when there are no upgrades or beds available, the extra people will have to pay 30 jin of grain per month as rent for the land. In return, Xin Xiaoru will try her best to look after them and protect them. The situation is different for these people with superpowers and their families. They don't need Xin Xiaoru's care. Their own family members can protect and take good care of them. What they lack is a safe farm and the means to get to their destination. Xin Xiaoru brought them to Yozhuang, which basically achieved their goal. From now on, Xin Xiaoru will be useless to them. Who would willingly pay protection money to you when they are self-sufficient? Do you really think you're a landlord? Even if you don't immediately understand, after a while, you'll start to have thoughts and doubts. What Xin Xiaoru wants to find back are people who can be considered her own, not people who make it convenient for others to build bases next to hers. Among your group of 60-odd people, there must be some local farmers. Ask them for knowledge about farming, and if you farm properly, you can at least have enough to eat even if you don't leave, Xin Xiaoru said, getting straight to the point. The problem is that some people think they are too old, some think they are too young, some think they are women, and some think they are respectable people. They are unwilling to learn farming techniques in a down-to-earth manner. They just eat whatever they can get and don't feel the urgency of farming. This makes those who go out to risk their lives to work increasingly frustrated. Xin Xiaoru glanced at everyone and said, "I won't want someone like that." The superhuman returned to the fertilizer plant with a grim expression and discussed the matter with his family. The next morning, only one little boy with superpowers was brought by his mother and grandmother. He sincerely expressed his desire to join the farm and said he would work hard and pay rent. None of the other superhumans came looking for her. It was obvious that those who didn't come were dissatisfied with the rent and Xin Xiaoru's rudeness. The little boy, however, was too young. Even with his special abilities, he was too weak to kill zombies in the very early stages and couldn't protect himself and his family. He needed to grow up in a safe place. Xin Xiaoru looked at the 4-star satisfaction rating from the 3 people, old, middle-aged, and young, on the indicator board and agreed. The patient has passed the most dangerous stage, and the wounds inside and out are healing rapidly. Li Dayuan couldn't wait for his good brother to wake up naturally, so he roughly shook him awake. As soon as the others opened their eyes, they immediately told them about Xin Xiaoru and the farm. Would you like to join me? If you are, just say so before you go to sleep. The way he was shaking so vigorously, Xin Xiaoru believed he really wanted to go to the farm with his brother. Guan Naiqing, enduring the excruciating pain, mumbled, "I'm willing." Then, bang. He was gently laid back down on the bed. Li Dayuan. He's willing. Xin Xiaoru. Okay. This patient has a 5-star satisfaction rating, which is really good. And so, Xin Xiaoru came out with a car full of people, a roof full of fertilizer, and a trailer full of supplies and started her journey home. As people who have no worries about food and clothing and have air conditioning, Xin Xiaoru, He Gang, and Zhao Chongyue are not actually very enthusiastic about hoarding supplies. Sometimes when they pass by and see abandoned cans, they will deliberately leave them there for ordinary people to take, just in case they can save their lives. But Li Diyuan, Nan Shuasu, and even the little boy Fong Fong were very excited and wished they could jump off the RV immediately and take away all the leftover items from the roadside supermarket. Seeing that Xin Xiaoru had no intention of searching the supermarket, Li Dan was heartbroken. If you don't take them, these supplies won't reach the survivors. They'll only end up in the hands of more powerful superhumans. Xin Xiaoru knew. But what if behind these superhumans, there were also families and ordinary people they wanted to protect? It's not that she didn't take supplies, it's just that she took different things than others. While others wanted biscuits and canned food, she wanted baseball bats and shovels. While others wanted grains and vegetables, she wanted seeds and fertilizer. While others wanted sausages and ham, she wanted piglets and chicks. The former can provide emergency relief, while the latter is essential for survival. Those fleeing for their lives have no use for the latter, and the powerful don't need to seize the former. It was already evening when they returned to Yozhuang, and Xin Xiaoru arranged for everyone to settle in. The 30 people who arrived at the otherworldly hotel were overjoyed. They never expected the hotel to be built on a brick wall. Not only was it amazing, but it was also very cool inside. There was water, electricity, and food to eat. It was incredibly comfortable. The extra 12 people, along with Fong Fong's family, temporarily set up tents behind the brick wall. It's cooler in the mountains than in the city, but the temperature still reaches 35 or 36 degrees Celsius at night. They didn't want to be cooped up in a small space, so they simply set up a huge canopy overhead and laid out picnic mats, moisture-proof mats, and other similar items on the ground. Basically, whatever Xin Xiaoru could find, she let everyone choose what to lay out. There are many mosquitoes in the mountains. Xin Xiaoru lit mosquito coils, but the effect was not significant, and the mosquitoes were still rampant. But whether it was because they were too tired or because the smell of mosquito coils had a psychological effect, people slept very soundly no matter how much they were bitten and itchy. Xin Xiaoru took out a mosquito killer and plugged it into the socket on the outside of the RV. For a moment, the dark mountain forest was only illuminated by the small night light inside the RV and the faint light from the mosquito killer. After the RV space was expanded to 50 square meters, it could sleep many people. Li Dayuan, Nan Shuasu, the little boy Fong Fong, patient Guan Naiqing, He Gang, and Zhao Chongyue were all in the RV. Xin Xiaoru went to the off-road RV in another dimension. Everyone slept soundly and peacefully. The night was quiet. The next day dawned very early. By the time everyone had slept and woken up, it was already fully light. After quickly washing up, Xin Xiaoru and the others went out to formally assign tasks to everyone. First, there's the land. People from rural areas with farming experience can start planting right now. Those without experience need to learn from the old lady. You can choose where you farm, but Xin Xiaoru suggests not to go too far away so that you can look after each other. Everyone has unlimited food each day. They can eat as much as they want. Xin Xiaoru also has a lot of fruits and vegetables she collected before, which won't spoil in the alternate dimension, and the same goes for the hotel in the alternate dimension. Xin Xiaoru looked around and asked the old lady, Fong Fong's grandmother, and another elderly man to be in charge of cooking the big pot of rice. Nothing too elaborate, just cook it like a simple clear broth stew. Enough to fill your stomach. These 3 people are hired by Xin Xiaoru, with food and lodging provided daily, but no salary. However, the lodging arrangement is rather unique. Xin Xiaoru pays them 5 jin of grain per day as wages, and then recoups the rent by paying 5 jin of grain per day for lodging. This way the task is completed and free labor is secured. Although they work for free, there's no pressure to farm or eat. If they don't want to work, there are plenty of other people to do it. Ordinary people don't eat as much as those with superpowers, so Xin Xiaoru will let everyone eat as much as they want for 4 months. After 4 months, whether it's millet, wheat, potatoes, or corn, they should all have some yield. At that time, the number of days they ate will be calculated. Men will need to eat 1.5 jin of grain per day, and women will need to eat 1 jin of grain per day, which means that each person will need to eat a maximum of 180 jin of grain. For those who stayed at the RV hotel over the past 4 months, Xin Xiaoru planned to charge a token amount equivalent to 1 pound of grain per day. This fee wouldn't meet the RV hotel's pricing standard, nor would it fulfill the upgrade requirement. It was simply to raise awareness among guests about the need to pay for their rooms. For months later, the room rate will be charged at the original price. However, 1,000 yuan a day or 5 jin of grain a day is very expensive as room rate. That's 150 jin a month, and 900 jin in 6 months. If a unit of land area is planted normally without disease or disaster, yielding 2 kinds of crops a year, each yielding 1,000 jin unit of weight, then almost all of that 1,000 jin will go towards housing costs. To eat, one must rely on the extra 1 or 2 of land. To eat vegetables, one must seize the opportunity to plant vegetables between the 2 grain planting seasons, or plant only a small portion of another of land with grain and the majority with vegetables, ensuring a continuous supply of vegetables. However, given such harsh conditions and high room rates, can everyone really give her a 5-star rating? Many people in Zhaoyue City have now escaped death, and they don't mind paying high rents. But what about 6 months or a year from now? Xin Xiaoru questioned this. Slender fingers tapped on the table, several data points calculating in her mind. TSK, she complained. What a terrible system. The system looked up at the sky, remaining silent. Xin Xiaoru. Forget it, let's just walk and see. Now she also needs to arrange where the superhumans go. Xin Xiaoru no longer made the 2 girls who had set fire to the mountain to farm. Instead, she took them to the Yicheng base in a motorhome with the new superhuman to participate in training and zombie hunting activities. Defeating zombies will yield crystal cores, which will upgrade your ability level. The faster you level up, the greater your advantage will become, like a snowball rolling downhill. Judging from Hegang and Zhao Chongyue's current levels, they are already far superior to others. Li Dayuan's Earth-type ability cannot condense earth walls, but Hegang can already create ice walls 10 meters wide and 10 feet thick. Just 2 months ago, he could only create tiny snowballs. Exercise is useful, and going out to kill zombies regularly is also useful. Xin Xiaoru was upgrading her RV while balding, and Hegang and Zhao Chongyue were also working hard in secret. In early October, they surpassed more than 5,000 other ability users in the Yicheng base's ability user assessment, and became one of the top 10. Chapter 19. Researchers' understanding of the intensity of superpowers is still unclear, and no standards for judging levels have been established yet. Based on Xin Xiaoru's experience in her previous life, she is probably just getting familiar with her superpowers, and has entered the stage of a second-tier superpower user. Hegang and Zhao Chongyue were originally trained by the Waldteran organization as henchmen. They were highly skilled in combat and had great strength. After acquiring superpowers, their original advantages were significantly amplified. If Hegang's ice-based ability is currently just a supplementary magical attack, intended only to freeze zombies and then headshot them for their crystal cores, then Zhao Chongyue's approach is much more direct. He possesses a jumping ability, and combined with his amplified strength, he's practically a half-power-based ability user. He can leap from a standing position, bounding 3 stories high, hurtling towards his target like a human cannonball, destroying it in the process. In the initial stages, he and other ability users with enhanced physical attributes will perform more impressively than other ability users, serving as the main damage dealers. However, as the level increases, abilities like ice-based magic attacks will become more prominent, making them the primary damage dealers, while those with enhanced physical attributes will need to transition into support roles or roles focused on ambushes. The two girls in Li Dayuan and the other ability users had never received training at the base. They were suddenly thrown into a place like a military camp for training, and they were completely dumbfounded. Xin Xiaoru wasn't guilty at all. She sat in the RV with a smile and waved to the group. "Train hard, we'll have hot pot when we get back." After saying that, he left with the RV. He Gaiying and Zhao Chongyue went down to train, leaving Xin Xiaoru alone in the car. She didn't have to be alone for long. During this time, she went to patrol outside the base to see if there were any people she could save, and she would try to gain as much stamina as possible. Along the way, she would stop at hardware stores or repair shops for cars, bicycles, and generators to check the situation. If there were no zombies, she would quickly grab something to eat. The RV was parked in front of the shop, acting as her eyes and ears, alerting her mentally whenever a zombie approached. She would return to the RV before the zombies arrived and speed away. And so time passed steadily and regularly, and before we knew it, it was mid-October. The high temperatures and drought in Yicheng have lasted for 4 months, and water resources in various places are already insufficient. Nan Shuasu, who came from Zhaoyue City, has water-based superpowers. She and He Gaiying, who has ice-based superpowers, haven't been fighting zombies lately. Their daily training routine involves constantly using their superpowers, depleting them, and creating ice and water for everyone. On the farm, 62 mu, approximately 4.8 hectares, of land have already been planted. To prevent water evaporation, everyone has built shade and heat-insulating sheds on each vegetable plot. But even after trying all the methods, there still wasn't enough water. Every day, Xin Xiaoru drives her RV to nearby rivers and reservoirs to fetch water. The RV and the separate Otherworld hotel are connected by water. As long as the RV has water and electricity, the Otherworld hotel will automatically have water and electricity. However, the water levels in the reservoir and river are dropping day by day. In another month or so, there may be no water left. Nan Shuasu and He Gaiying will have to hold on. Yozhuang is alright with only 40-odd people and 60-odd acres of land, but Yicheng has 4 million people and 600,000 acres of land. Its population and farmland are 10,000 times that of Yozhuang. Every high-ranking official in Yicheng is worried sick. The Yicheng base, not daring to rely on good weather and sudden rainfall, made a decision to mobilize the entire base to upgrade the level of a water-based ability user. This user, while continuously leveling up, must produce as much water as possible every day. He Gaiying and Nan Shuasu were very interested and wanted to compete for the spot. However, they were from Yozhuang and only trained with the Yicheng base out of friendly cooperation. The zombie cores they collected wouldn't be sent to the trading city base, and similarly, the base wouldn't give them the spot. The two could only regretfully give up. Xin Xiaoru did some mental calculations. If each person drinks 1,200 milliliters of water a day, 4 million people would need 4,800 tons of water daily. That amount of water would only be achievable by the most advanced group of superhumans in 2 or 3 years. Creating such a large number of superhumans in a short time is difficult. The base was clearly unsure of the situation, so while increasing the strength of the water-based ability users, they also sent truck after truck to the surrounding area to find and transport water, and to see if they could build temporary pipes to bring the water over. Seeing this, Xin Xiaoru also joined the group, taking He Gaiying, Zhao Chongyue, and Fangfang, a little boy who was exhausted from practicing for so long, with her to fetch water and fight zombies along the way. As soon as Fangfang got into the cool RV, she took a shower and washed her hair, then leaned against a corner and quickly fell asleep. He Gaiying and Zhao Chongyue, who trained even harder, still had the energy to train Xin Xiaoru in the RV. Xin Xiaoru needed to improve her physical strength, endurance, and zombie fighting skills as much as possible. Although she didn't fight zombies now and spent 90% of her time in the RV, a strong body was crucial for her survival should she be caught outside and unable to get back in, or encounter any unexpected events. The journey to reach the water was not smooth. The noise from large trucks and lorries attracted many zombies. These zombies chased after the vehicles, and if the vehicles were in poor condition with rocks or collapsed roads and bridges blocking the way, the zombies would catch up. The superhumans had to clear or build temporary roads to allow vehicles to pass while dealing with hordes of zombies in front and behind them. At this point, the off-road RV that had long served as a bedroom in the alternate dimension came in handy. This RV had been modified, with hard spikes all over its front and back. As long as it had fuel, it could be used at full power to rampage through hordes of zombies, making it a formidable weapon. After maiming a zombie, the superhumans will pounce on it to finish it off, quickly headshotting it and taking the crystal core before it recovers. And so, the convoy stumbled and bumped its way through many places, even passing by bases in several neighboring cities. However, the situation at each base was not ideal. 2 bases showed strong hostility, driving away the convoy and preventing them from fetching water and repairing pipelines nearby. To avoid conflict, the convoy had to turn back and fetch water along the way. This amount of water is just a drop in the ocean compared to the daily consumption of the Yicheng base. After returning, various departments held an emergency meeting, discussing various issues with maps in hand, but in the end, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. For a time, Yicheng was plunged into a state of oppressive despair due to water shortage. Xin Xiaoru's mood wasn't exactly good either. After her rebirth, she flapped her butterfly wings, and Yicheng, under pressure, reduced the impact of the zombie mutation, greatly increasing the survival rate of humans. Deep down, I couldn't help feeling proud. After all, I had quietly changed the course of a city. But now it seems that Yicheng's efforts were in vain. He survived the 2 most severe radiation attacks and the crisis of a full-scale zombie outbreak, and the base was dozens of times larger than in his previous life. But resources were limited, and the number of people that could be supported was limited. The rest would still die. In that case, what do Yicheng's pressure and sacrifices amount to? Didn't her reminder to Yicheng just give him hope only to add to his despair? The RV was parked on the roof. Xin Xiaoru looked down at the lifeless base and the farmland that was dying because of lack of water, and felt depressed. Master, a dispute has broken out at the Yozhuang Interdimensional Hotel. The system's voice sounded. The people staying in tents wanted to go to the hotel to ask for water. One person agreed to deliver the water, but the others stopped them, and they are arguing now. Xin Xiaoru was already annoyed, and hearing the argument only made her more irritated, but she could only go back to check. On the way, the system relayed the real-life situation of the group arguing and even almost coming to blows. It turns out that water resources are limited. The water that Xin Xiaoru brought was divided into purified water for drinking and unpurified water that was put directly into a large water tank on the open ground for everyone to irrigate and cultivate the land. Only those with a bed can afford to have a spare basin of purified hotel water for showering and washing themselves every day, even if it's a little tight. An elderly woman staying in a tent approached a young man staying at a hotel, saying she hadn't bathed in a long time and wanted to get some water to wash herself. The young man, without thinking much of it or asking for anything in return, kindly gave her a basin of water. The other people in the hotel didn't say anything when they saw this. After a few days, everyone discovered that the clean water supply in the guest house was rationed. This amount was allocated daily based on the actual needs of the 30 guests. If the woman outside used it, it meant that someone inside wouldn't have enough water for a shower. So today, when the aunt asked the young man to fetch water again, the others were unhappy. If you're going to be generous yourself. Why should you use other people's water? You can help others if you want, but keep your own. The young man initially felt guilty, but as he was relentlessly criticized, he grew angry. The boss didn't say that only those inside can use the water. What's the rush? Are you trying to set a rule to fool me? Who's going to listen to your nonsense? Those who hadn't had water for the past few days suddenly flew into a rage, slamming their hands on the bed as they stood up and yelled, "Are you playing dumb here? Huh? Can't you see that besides the 30 of us, no one else can get in? Oh, so you can't get in but still use the water inside? Where did your twisted logic come from? Did your father die and no one taught you anything?" The young man, whose parents had both turned into zombies, suddenly reddened. "Who the hell are you talking about?" The two sides quickly began to wrestle. That's how arguments are. Anyone with a normal brain knows who's right and who's wrong. But when one side gets emotional and says something extreme, things inexplicably veer off course and turn into meaningless emotional venting. Unfortunately, fighting is prohibited inside the hotel. If you punch someone, they're fine, but you'll be left with a numb arm from the impact. So the two of them went outside the hotel to fight, pulling and tugging at each other. System. The old lady who was originally going to get water has gone back to her tent. Xin Xiaoru. Looking at the bright, dazzling sunlight outside, Xin Xiaoru felt that it was a good day to make an example of someone. By the time the RV arrived at the hotel, the fight between the two men had already ended. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable when Xin Xiaoru came over. "Boss, you've arrived." Xin Xiaoru stopped the car, not even getting out to sunbathe, and said directly, "Zhang Suelio Wu Guoquan, you can't stay here any longer. Get in the car, I'll take you away." Zhang Suelio was the aunt who had encouraged the young man to fetch water. Wu Guoquan was her husband. The couple, who had been secretly observing from their tent, shuddered upon hearing this. Wu Guoquan quickly pushed his wife out. "Quick! Speak properly and explain things to the boss." Zhang Suelio rushed out and was about to kneel down at the slightest provocation. Xin Xiaoru. "Don't even mention kneeling down, kowtowing won't help. If you come up here yourself, I can take you to a safer place. If you don't come up, then I'll plow up all the uncultivated land on the mountain, and then leave you to fend for yourself in any of the surrounding towns. Choose one." Chapter 20. Zhang Suelio was startled by this decisive attitude, but she still subconsciously knelt down and kowtowed, making the same exaggerated gesture of begging for mercy as before. Xin Xiaoru was not a soft-hearted person. Seeing that she insisted on kneeling, she just watched coldly. "I really didn't know there was a water limit," Zhang Suelio pleaded. "Boss, please give me a chance. I promise I won't take this water. Really. I swear. It's not about the water." Xin Xiaoru stroked the turntable of the RV with her fingers and said calmly, "I just can't stand it. Taking advantage of other people's good intentions. Stirring up trouble so you can disappear without a trace? What are you thinking?" Zhang Suelio's face flushed red. Whether from embarrassment, anger, or heat. "No, I was just scared. How could an old woman like me fight against two grown men? Even if I didn't run away, I would still get caught up in the fight and get beaten." "Okay. Xin Xiaoru. Get in the car." Zhang Suelio was still trying to argue, but on the other side, her husband had already taken the opportunity to bypass everyone and secretly escape from a place out of sight. Except for Xin Xiaoru, no one noticed. Xin Xiaoru. Catch Wu Guoquan, who ran away from behind the tent. Whoever catches him gets a pound of sweet potato. The group, who had just been tense and had various thoughts, immediately realized what was happening and turned to give chase. Behind the tent was a long downhill slope. Although Wu Guoquan was middle-aged, he was still a strong middle-aged man, and running downhill made him very fast. For a while, the group of people behind him couldn't catch up. Xin Xiaoru didn't ask anyone to keep an eye on Zhang Suelio. She went straight back to the alternate dimension, took out a crossbow and a whip from the weapons stored in the warehouse, returned to the RV, and opened the window. "System, help me aim." A transparent light, tinged with faint golden threads, shone forth. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this power was the same as the one that had stopped the RV hotels from fighting each other. It can stop others from fighting and also help Xin Xiaoru move around. Just like how it used a scalpel to threaten the old man at the fertilizer factory, it can provide appropriate assistance at Xin Xiaoru's request. With the RV's corrections, Xin Xiaoru's arm slowly adjusted its angle, precisely positioning itself to follow the RV's takeoff and Wu Guoquan's running, and a crossbow/arrow was shot directly at the ground in front of Wu Guoquan's feet. He lost control of his strength and crashed straight into it. Instantly, his toes went numb, his calf grazed the crossbow bolt, he lost his balance and fell to the ground, even rolling several times down the hillside. The people behind followed closely, successfully subdued the man, and asked Xin Xiaoru for instructions. Xin Xiaoru stepped off the carriage, holding a crossbow in one hand and a whip in the other. The heat wave swept in, dispelling the cool air left behind in the air-conditioned RV. Xin Xiaoru pulled out the crossbow bolt from the ground. It was still usable. She blew off the dust, put it in the crossbow storage box, and said to the men who had captured the man, "Each of you will receive a pound of potatoes, which will be distributed later. This man has eaten quite a bit of food over the past few days. I was thinking of letting it go, but he doesn't think so. In that case, let him do as much work as he can before leaving." Xin Xiaoru handed the whip to one of the men with a fawning expression. "You are responsible for supervising him and making him remove all the weeds from the remaining 140 acres of wasteland in Yozhuang within 1 day. If he can't remove them, beat him. Don't give him food, just water. I will throw him down the mountain whenever he finishes the work." Wu Guiquan stared at her in disbelief, about to spew feces from his mouth. The man who received the whip reacted quickly, immediately covering Wu Guiquan's mouth. "Don't worry, I can definitely do it." Xin Xiaoru. "The land belonging to Wu Guiquan and Zhang Zuelio will be jointly managed and cultivated by you all. Of the harvest from this batch of grain on these 4 mu of land, I will take 40%, and the remaining 60% can be divided among yourselves according to the amount of labor you contributed. The land has passed the stage of intensive fertilization and sowing. Now it's just a matter of watering every day, controlling the ground temperature, and checking for pests and diseases. The work isn't too heavy. We just need to wait for the final harvest." The group was overjoyed upon hearing this and thanked him repeatedly. Xin Xiaoru waved her hand. Taking this opportunity, she reiterated the rules of Yozhuang. "I found this wasteland. If anyone wants to farm here but is disobedient, I will throw them out. Similarly, if anyone doesn't want to stay here, they can say so. After you pay back the food rations you owe me, I will find a relatively safe village nearby and release you. But if you leave Yozhuang and try to farm nearby, and then run back to Yozhuang at the first sign of danger, I'll make sure you die before the zombies. Understand?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Only a few people exchanged glances, their faces showing hesitation. Xin Xiaoru glanced at them a few times, then matched them with the 5 or 6 people in her mind who had a 3-star rating, and gave an additional explanation. "My ability can see your satisfaction level. If you are not satisfied with living here and are only staying here reluctantly, I will send you out after you have paid off your food debts." In the end, Zhang Zuelio was still unwilling to leave Wu Guiquan, and worked with him to remove weeds. They were exhausted and hot all day long, and didn't finish until 3 or 4 in the morning. They were too exhausted to speak. After cooling off in the RV, an overwhelming sense of dread rose within them. As the RV rose, the peaceful farmland receded further and further away. The farm was no longer in sight. They knew that this exhausting day would likely be just the beginning of their daily routine. Even Wu Guiquan, who was full of ulterior motives and never spoke anything decent, couldn't help but kneel down like his wife at this moment, and even seemed to want to shift all the blame onto his wife and keep the blame for himself. However, Xin Xiaoru did not respond to this. She lay back in a heavily tilted seat and increased the fog concentration inside the car to almost the maximum. Wu Guiquan and Zhang Zuelio couldn't see anything inside or outside. Only the warm yellow light shone through the surrounding fog, giving them a sense of reality. After an hour of flying and running, Xin Xiaoru landed the RV. The fog dissipated, the car door opened, and outside was a village with a small number of zombies wandering around. How long has it been since they last saw a zombie? Feels like a lifetime ago. An invisible force is pushing them forward. They are now to live entirely on their own. After finishing these tasks, Xin Xiaoru prepared to go to the Yicheng base to pick up Hegang and the others. However, as soon as she turned her head, she remembered something. The RV and the otherworldly hotel had the same water and electricity supply. As long as the RV had water, the hotel could also get plenty of water. So, if the RV flies to a place with water and keeps getting water, wouldn't the interdimensional hotel have a continuous supply of water? She had been stuck in a fixed mindset, focusing solely on using the RV to collect water. But the RV itself was clearly the water supply system the base needed. The pent-up frustration of the past few days was relieved, and Xin Xiaoru couldn't wait to arrive at the base. She woke up Hegang and Zhao Chongyue, who had already taken a nap on the dormitory for superhumans. After discussing for a while, they took a short nap in the RV. As soon as it was light, they couldn't wait to find the base leaders to discuss the water supply. The base leaders were very excited and immediately called out the meteorological analysis team to analyze all the possible areas in the flower country that might experience heavy rainfall, using geographical maps as a guide. Rivers, lakes, and seas evaporate large amounts of water vapor every day. This water cannot simply disappear into thin air. When Yicheng and the surrounding vast area experience drought, there must be heavy rainfall somewhere else. Experts analyze the areas most likely to experience heavy rainfall, pointing out several target locations to Xin Xiaoru from near to far. Xin Xiaoru felt more confident, even thinking that if all else failed, she could simply go to the beach and collect seawater. She refused to believe the sun could dry up the sea. Everyone sprang into action. The base sent someone to accompany Xin Xiaoru to Yozhuang to connect the pipes. As long as there are water pipes in the alternate dimension hotel, even if they are directly connected to the wall, the system can control the water flow. Thus, a huge pipe with a diameter of 1 meter was connected to the wall inside the alternate dimension hotel. Strong laborers began working day and night to build pipelines, hoping to lay them across the entire distance of several dozen kilometers from Yozhuang to Yicheng as soon as possible. Upon hearing the news, the gloomy crowd in the city spontaneously volunteered to participate in the construction without any mobilization from the base. Neither the heat nor the scorching sun could stop them. The enthusiasm of these people took everyone farming in Yozhuang village by surprise. Suddenly, it dawned on them that life in Yozhuang was much better than outside. Although in 3 or 4 months they would have to pay a heavy rent that would take up almost 1 acre of their 2 acres, ultimately, all they needed to do was farm, instead of worrying about drought, zombies, or living hand-to-mouth. People from Yicheng were so envious of the leisurely farming life in Yozhuang that they were practically green with envy. After chatting for a while, I discovered that some people were actually causing trouble. Some were even dissatisfied and wanted to go out and farm on their own. Really? They were so happy. Some people maliciously praised the external environment. There is drought, but now that the water pipes are connected, it's fine, isn't it? We have water and land, we can farm our own land, and we don't have to pay taxes or rent. It's great. Yes, it's better to do it yourself. I envy those who can live in a motorhome. It's so much better to farm your own land. You have nothing to worry about and you won't suffer any losses. If you can come out, then come out when the boss is in a good mood. After all, how are you going to make room for us if you don't come out? People tend to believe what they want to believe. Of the 40-odd people at Yozhuang, 7 gradually became interested. The rent is too expensive. After this batch of grain is harvested, they can pay off the rent and food rations they owe for the past few months. There should still be plenty left, enough to feed them for a while. The boss said they could be put in a safer place, where they could farm and eat as much as they could grow. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The group discussed it quietly. However, most of the residents of Yozhuang just looked at these people coldly with the eyes of someone looking at idiots. The citizens of Yicheng base were practically jumping out of their skins, but they just couldn't see through them. If it's really that good, and the Yicheng base doesn't restrict these people from leaving, why don't they leave? This is the apocalypse, a world of zombies. He's probably just relaxing in Yozhuang and gone mad, still dreaming. At this time, Xin Xiaoru, Hegang, and Zhao Chongyue, who had already set off, were completely unaware of all of this. While the group hurried on their way, they rescued people and earned stamina points along the way. Meanwhile, Xin Xiaoru was also calculating the next upgrade date for the RV. Originally, with only Hegang and Zhao Chongyue, the RV could be upgraded to LV4 on November 6th. However, the addition of a tenant with 500,000 yuan in cash, who was the only new member to immediately pay the room fee and maintain a 5-star rating, accelerated the completion of the task. Xin Xiaoru. It should be able to upgrade around October 24th. At the same time, your stamina is also increasing rapidly. Almost every time you rescue someone in a critical situation, you will receive a 5-star rating from that person and gain 1 popularity point after 5 minutes of carrying passengers. The popularity score is increasing by hundreds every day. It's only been 2 days since the start, and the popularity score has already reached a daily increase of 1,000. Humans need water. They will die of thirst without it. But zombies don't. Wherever Xin Xiaoru went, zombies were everywhere. The group would deliberately hunt down some zombies with special abilities to obtain crystal cores with even greater energy. When they encountered small groups of zombies, they would also go down and harvest their heads. Having a motorhome made evacuation easier, and overall it wasn't considered dangerous. However, the motorhome was easily damaged by ranged or control-type zombies, hindering the evacuation of both the vehicle and its occupants. On the third day of their trip, they encountered a troublesome plant-type zombie. It might have already reached level 3. Not only did it whip 2 people down with a single swipe of its vines, but it also smashed the RV to pieces. The system consumed a full 1,000 stamina points before barely recovering. At the same time, it spent another 200 stamina points to activate a short-term acceleration mode, violently tearing through the vine cage and ramming into the plant-type mutant zombie, crushing it to pieces so it couldn't reassemble for the time being. Only then did Zhao Chongyue find an opportunity to seize the crystal core and completely kill the enemy. After this match, He Gaiying and Zhao Chongyue were injured and had pain in their genitals. While Xin Xiaoru was hiding in the RV, she didn't feel any physical pain, but her spirit was severely shaken. 1,200 stamina points. 1,200! And then there are the crossbow bolts she shot but dared not retrieve. Each bolt she used was one less she had left. The losses are huge. Xin Xiaoru's good mentality prevented her from collapsing. Fortunately, such a tier 3 zombie was just an isolated incident. Otherwise, she really couldn't withstand such a huge daily drain. However, this also made Xin Xiaoru clearly realize that even though her stamina had increased to 7 or 8,000, it was still not enough, far from enough. For her, stamina is like money. Others fight by strength, but she fights by spending money. She has to keep making money, so that she can spend it recklessly in fights. As a result, Xin Xiaoru rescued people more and more frequently, especially on the 5th day when she passed through a big city. Her popularity value increased to an astonishing 2,351. Xin Xiaoru breathed a sigh of relief and felt even more motivated. Asterisk. October 21st, Ranjing. It was pouring rain in Ranjing that day. However, this level of rainfall is relatively rare in the past 10 days. The entire city has been turned into a vast expanse of water. Villas, bungalows, and all the buildings below them are submerged, and only the 3rd or even 4th floors and above can be stood on. However, many supermarkets and warehouses are single-story, or only on the 1st or 2nd floor. The survivors have run out of food and can only survive on the supplies they looted during the previous emergency. The same goes for Song Weiyu. However, her supplies weren't stolen. They were bought by her parents, who worked as supermarket managers, and left them for her at the beginning of the apocalypse. Later, both of them developed fevers and went outside. They told her not to open the door under any circumstances, not even if they knocked on it themselves. A day later, 7-year-old Song Weiyu stood on a stool and saw her parents through the peephole, their eyes completely black as they frantically knocked on the door. She cried bitterly and stubbornly refused to open the door. Yet she still mutated. Fortunately, she did not mutate into a zombie, but instead mutated into a superhuman, specifically a water-based one. She explored by touching herself, learning to manipulate raindrops, puddles, and even suddenly sensing the moisture within zombies. Suppressing her fear, she instinctively groped her way through. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and she was now able to drain the water from the zombies' skulls to kill them. Outside the door, there were many shriveled zombies piled up in layers, 2 of which were her parents. She killed them with her own hands. At that time she was only 7 years old. The corridor reeked, and the swollen water below was covered with all sorts of filth and garbage. Song Weiyu swallowed the damp, moldy flour, the last bit of food in the house, and stood by the window lost in thought. "I'm sorry, Mom. I wanted to eat sparingly but I couldn't resist. I'm so hungry, so incredibly hungry." The toy rabbit's ear had a hole torn in it. She had unconsciously pulled it while she was starving. It wasn't that no one shouted to ask if there were any survivors or people with special abilities, but Mom and Dad had said that no one should answer the door. Under the dark and gloomy sky, a warm yellow RV steadily flew by in the torrential rain. The RV seemed to have spotted something and flew towards the 8th floor of a residential building. The driver's side window was obscured by a small awning of a residential building. A woman's muscular hand reached out from the car window and knocked on the girl's window. "Little sister, are you going?" At that moment, Song Weiyu inexplicably thought, My mother told me not to pay attention to whoever knocks on the door. What about whoever knocks on the window? Her eyes were vacant, and she nodded blankly. However, from Xin Xiaoru's perspective, she pointed very quickly and forcefully, not even waiting for the RV to move and align itself with the door. When she saw the RV move slightly, she thought the vehicle was about to leave, and with superhuman speed, she suddenly jumped onto the driver's side window, her small body throwing herself into Xin Xiaoru's arms, her clothes soaking wet, gradually wetting the entire cockpit. Xin Xiaoru paused slightly, closed the car window, and let the RV continue driving. He, Guang in the passenger seat, went to find a new person to be rescued, while she carried the little girl to the bathroom, asked for her opinion, and then prepared hot water for her to wash up. The child was too young and didn't seem to be in good physical or mental condition. Instead of asking her where she planned to go, she changed her into her own long dress as a skirt and then fed her a large bowl of rice before asking her about her condition. However, after washing up and eating her fill, the little girl snuggled into Xin Xiaoru's arms and fell asleep immediately. Chapter 21. Xin Xiaoru doesn't know why, but she feels like she's become a mother at a young age. Especially checking the little girl's satisfaction level. There was no satisfaction rating and the notice board stated, "The little girl considers you family, and does not participate in the guest satisfaction survey." The family member status was only triggered by Aunt Qian, and that was because Xin Xiaoru considered her family, so she didn't qualify as a tenant. So, even if someone considers you family, you still won't qualify as a tenant? Xin Xiaoru paused slightly in her arms, holding the little girl. She remembered that on the notice board it seemed that only she considered Qian Zhengli as family, and no one said that Qian Zhengli considered her family. The heavy rain pounded on the roof of the RV, and even with noise reduction measures, the rain still made a pattering sound. In her previous life at the beginning of the apocalypse, she was initially in a hospital. Later, zombies appeared and couldn't be controlled immediately, plunging the entire hospital into chaos. She drove out in her RV and hid here and there. She wanted to go find Aunt Qian so they could discuss what to do, but the earthquake and landslide blocked the road. Aunt Qian finally managed to wait for the rescue team and came out with a backpack, but soon lost signal because a nearby base station collapsed. The two then completely lost contact. Xin Xiaoru didn't have much money. After buying supplies, she didn't have enough to buy gasoline. She almost died later when she participated in the gasoline scramble. Many rumors circulated in Yicheng about a shelter, some true and some false. Among the few true ones, Xin Xiaoru rushed to register, but the shelter was already full, and there was no spot for her. Later she went on the run, but her RV ran out of gas. Just then a wildfire broke out in the area where she was hiding, so she couldn't live in the RV anymore, and had to abandon it and flee. What was the situation of Qian Zhengli and her daughter at that time? Did they ever think of her? Xin Xiaoru didn't know. Perhaps, maybe, or even if they did remember, they would probably scold her for being useless and failing to protect them. Xin Xiaoru held the warm baby in her arms, but her heart felt a chill spreading outwards. He Guang handed her a thermos cup, said nothing more, and directed the RV to rescue people. Many people are trapped in buildings now, as are zombies. The latter won't drown, but they also can't swim. Humans are less dense than water, so without equipment or skill, they either float on the surface or drift in shallow water, unable to sink to the bottom and move freely. In many places, zombies are thrashing about on the surface, which looks particularly terrifying from the RV's vantage point. The RV took the rescued people to a nearby high hilltop, gave them some vegetable seeds to help them with their own food, and left without offering any more assistance. Some parents, seeing Xin Xiaoru holding her child, pushed their own children over with tears streaming down their faces, hoping the RV could also accommodate their children. As long as she is alive. She is just a child, she can't eat much. Please, I beg you, you are good people. Saying this, she was about to get off the bus, leaving the child alone on the bus. The child cried and wanted to go downstairs, and for a moment they were all crying and making a fuss. Xin Xiaoru held Song Weiyu in one arm and rested her chin on her other hand, looking out the window. She has no family. If her parents were still alive and hadn't died in that car accident, would they have made the same decision in the apocalypse, doing everything in their power to give her any chance to live? as long as there was even a sliver of hope for her? Xin Xiaoru didn't know. She asked everyone else to leave, leaving only the families with children. There were only 3 families, with a total of 4 children and 5 adults. Xin Xiaoru, other survivors will be coming in later. Shut up and don't say anything. I won't support you for free. You need to learn to farm and do other work and pay me high rent, otherwise you won't survive. The group readily agreed, feeling as if they had escaped death, and wished they could kowtow and express their gratitude on the spot. Xin Xiaoru waved her hand, signaling the RV to support the person's knees. She still felt these people were too conspicuous. When she stayed behind earlier, she almost encouraged the others getting off to follow suit, begging and pleading to stay. Thankfully, the RV used its internal resources to get them off. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos would have ensued. Thick fog rose from the alternate dimension, reducing visibility to its lowest point. Xin Xiaoru led the 9 people to the off-road RV in the alternate dimension, where they squeezed in. She wanted to put the little girl in there too, but as soon as she let go, the child who had been fast asleep woke up immediately. Without saying a word, the child clung tightly to Xin Xiaoru and wouldn't let go. Xin Xiaoru had no choice but to continue carrying the person back to the driver's seat. After that, while rescuing people, I encountered many others who were with children or were children themselves. Most of the children who survived alone were children with special abilities. Some, like Song Weiyu, remained silent and deeply traumatized, while others resembled frantic little animals, displaying clumsy attempts to please or barely concealed wariness. Some of these children with special abilities didn't even give the RV a 4 or 5-star review, only a 3-star rating, clearly indicating a lack of trust in the RV and viewing it merely as a means to escape the danger. Xin Xiaoru didn't say much, but simply introduced the situation of the farm. These children with superpowers could stay or leave as they pleased. The children didn't react much, but the adult superhumans were very enthusiastic, revealing their superhuman identities and expressing their desire to go to the farm. Xin Xiaoru shook her head and did not accept it. The farm has limited arable land and can only support a limited number of superhumans, Xin Xiaoru explained. Moreover, the yield is unstable, and we may not even be able to feed ourselves. If the first batch of grain had been grown now, she would have less food pressure and could still take in some people. However, seeing that her own food reserves were dwindling, and although there were plenty of vegetables in the fields, the grain would still take 3 or 4 months to grow. She didn't have enough food to raise young superhumans. Unfortunately, the superhumans had no choice but to give up. On October 24th, the day the RV was finally upgraded to LV4, Xin Xiaoru added 31 guests besides Song Weiyu, including 11 adults and 20 children. Among the children, 9 were superpowered individuals, and the rest were ordinary people. The upgrade reward is a 100-person communal hotel. The structure is similar to the 30-person hotel in Yozhuang, but 3 times the size with a total of 33 bunk beds, upper, middle, and lower. There's also an extra single bed. This single bed even has its own private room, which Xin Xiaoru guesses could be reserved as a small room for the management staff. The 31 newlyweds immediately found a place to stay, and were overjoyed after moving in. The hardships of the past few days seemed to have been somewhat alleviated. Song Weiyu remained silent, clinging to Xin Xiaoru, unmoved by anything she saw. Xin Xiaoru sighed and decided to let her follow her around like a little tail. She led the group in repeating the tasks of rescuing people, earning popularity points, fighting zombies, and collecting crystal cores. It has to be said, Hegaing is truly thriving in this city that's practically flooded. His ice-type ability no longer requires him to condense ice crystals himself. Instead, he can directly use the water that's everywhere to condense it into shape, blow up zombies' heads, and extract the crystal core. Zhao Chongyue was somewhat constrained, only able to fight zombies on the shore, which was not as efficient as Gu Ying's for the time being. After a day of eating and sleeping, the children with superpowers also joined the ranks of those fighting zombies and collecting crystal cores. It's unclear how the children agreed, but half of the crystal cores they earned would automatically be given to Xin Xiaoru. Xin Xiaoru didn't refuse, after all. Her RV was the core of everyone's safety in fighting zombies. However, after the RV was upgraded to LV4, The room rate had changed to 5 caddies of food or 5 crystal cores per day. For the children with superpowers, 5 crystal cores were easier to obtain than food, so Xin Xiaoru simply calculated the crystal cores they handed over into the room rate. While the group was busy around Rancheng, Yozhuang and Yicheng also made some very big moves. Yicheng mobilized its manpower to quickly construct makeshift pipes and connect the main water pipes of the Yozhuang Otherworld Hotel to the Yicheng base. Since the area was teeming with zombies, all the superhumans in the base sprang into action, killing zombies while protecting the pipeline project. The repaired pipes still need to be watched over from time to time, because there are many survivors and superhumans outside who are eyeing them covetously, wishing they could poke a hole in the pipes the moment the water is turned on, so they can collect as much water as they can. After the base overcame numerous difficulties and finally repaired the pipeline, Xin Xiaoru arrived at the area of the torrential rain. The massive flow of water broke through the shackles of time and space and arrived at the drought-stricken Yozhuang, then followed the pipeline to Yicheng. People erupted in cheers as they listened to the rushing water flowing through the pipes. They're finally saved. The farmland will not continue to be abandoned, and people will not die of thirst or hunger at any time. The pipes, spliced together in an emergency, had some loose welds. Rainwater from afar, not fully filtered, hissed and gushed out of the RV, and someone nearby couldn't resist rushing forward to catch the small streams of water, cupping them and putting them in their mouth. It doesn't taste good, it has a strange flavor, but it can save lives. That's enough. Everyone at the Yicheng base was so excited that they couldn't wait for the water to boil. They drank large gulps of water to catch their breath before some started boiling water and others started watering the fields. Perhaps some drought-resistant vegetables could still be saved. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and although the vegetable garden had not yet been planted, the entire city of Yi was already visibly teeming with life. However, there were too many superhumans and survivors stealing water along the way, and the base couldn't keep up, resulting in many holes being broken in the water pipes. The Yicheng base simply dug canals based on the existing pipelines. The water that flowed out of the broken pipes wasn't wasted. It flowed along the canals towards Yicheng. Anyone who wanted to drink water along the way could drink it. As long as the pipelines were still there, most of the water would still flow to the Yicheng base. To thank Xin Xiaoru, the Yicheng base made a decision to build a wall around Yozhuang, encompassing several nearby hills, including the terrace mountains whose owners had died or turned into zombies, into Yozhuang's territory. The wall would only stop when it encountered a hill that already had an owner. All the others would be considered part of Yozhuang's territory. Once the map was drawn, the length of the wall was no shorter than that of the Yicheng base, and its area, including the uneven mountainous terrain, was actually larger than that of the Yicheng base. They got right to work, mobilizing able-bodied men, and those with special abilities to build infrastructure. They worked day and night, full of energy, seemingly tireless, which shocked everyone in Yozhuang. The people of Yozhuang, as insiders, haven't even had time to build the wall yet, but Yicheng is much more proactive, which makes them seem even more useless. So, in addition to farming every day, the people of Yozhuang also built walls and watchtowers. The drought lasts a long time, and sometimes wildfires break out, or fires of all sizes occur in gathering places due to high temperatures. Based on her memories from her previous life, Xin Xiaoru estimates that she will have to stay away for another 6 months. But the food supplies are almost depleted. We can't support so many people, they have to go back to farming. So when the hotel was fully booked in November, she returned to Yozhuang as quickly as possible, leaving the new guests and the 100-person interdimensional hotel there. She planned to leave behind the last of her food supplies, then go to the Yicheng base to ask for some more food before setting off again. When Xin Xiaoru returned home, she was shocked by the changes in Yozhuang. The once somewhat shabby terrace fields are now lush and green, with various grains and vegetables gradually taking shape. The newly built walls and watchtowers clearly enclose the hills stretching for 10 to 20 kilometers, and looking down from the aerial RV, one feels a sense of grandeur in depicting territory. Thick pipes connect to small ditches, winding downwards and extending to Yicheng in the distance. However, today, because the RV has returned and there is no water source, the pipes and ditches appear somewhat dry. The farmers in Yozhuang seemed to sense something, looked up at the sky, and spotted the familiar off-white RV. They immediately waved and cheered, calling out Boss Xin, and Big Brother Xin. The pale yellow chicks and ducklings, led by their mother hen, chirped incoherently. In Yozhuang, livestock have actually appeared. As the RV approached the livestock area, Xin Xiaoru discovered that there were not only chickens and ducks, but also lambs and piglets. They were eating a variety of vegetables, their eyes filled with confusion. Xin Xiaoru. She felt that her gaze was even more bewildered than that of these chicks and ducklings. How come my own resort has undergone such a complete upgrade in just a few days? After taking a stroll around the Yicheng base, Xin Xiaoru understood. It was the Yicheng base that was behind it. Whether it's building walls and infrastructure or raising livestock, Yicheng base has far more experience than Xin Xiaoru. Having received Xin Xiaoru's help, they reciprocated by transforming Xin Xiaoru's Yozhuang in just 1 month. Xin Xiaoru's expression was complicated. Indeed, infrastructure projects still require professionals. Originally, she didn't plan to join the base because she felt she was free and comfortable. Now she thinks that having a mutually beneficial partner to support each other would save her a lot of trouble. She no longer felt that Yicheng was too crowded and had too many mouths to manage. Just kidding, as long as everyone can live well together, who would want to cause trouble? Besides, she also heard from the people in Yozhuang that many ordinary people from Yicheng base came to help build the wall. So, after briefly returning home to settle the new couple and the new hotel, Xin Xiaoru agreed to return 2 months later, at the end of January next year. At that time, the guests of the 30-person hotel would hand over their first batch of food, whether it was returning food, the discounted room rate after the first quarter, the room rate prepaid in advance for the next quarter, etc., all of which would allow her to see the results and replenish the empty inventory. At that time, the RV upgrade speed will instantly increase from 3 per day to 33 per day, and will quickly upgrade to LV5, or even reach LV6, unlocking more RV functions. Currently, the RV is at level 4, offering 16 square meters of space, enough for one 30-person hotel and one 100-person hotel. The next stage, level 5, will add another 100 square meters of space. According to system instructions, the height will increase from the current 5 meters to 10 meters after the upgrade, perfect for using as a storage room for collecting room fees. Xin Xiaoru looked at the indicator board, calculating the speed and gains of the upgrade, and a great sense of satisfaction filled her heart. It seems like the most stressful time has passed just like that. The group rested for a day at Yozhuang, held a meeting at the Yicheng base for another day, and then set off again on the 3rd day. This time, besides Xin Xiaoru, He Gaing, and Zhao Chongyue, as well as the clingy Song Weiyu, there were also 3 children with superpowers who had been brought back last time, and 2 superpowered individuals from the fertilizer factory. Xin Xiaoru took them out to train together, to coordinate their abilities to fight zombies. The remaining ability users trained in batches with the Yicheng base, taking turns guarding Yozhuang. They have their own wages, and Li Dayuan manages and distributes both the crystal cores and the food. Xin Xiaoru didn't have time to linger or investigate further, before continuing her journey to fetch water from another location. Once they set off, it was already January of the following year. The drought in Yicheng is slowing down, and the rainfall in the rainstorm areas has finally reached a turning point. Chapter 22. The cities that were flooded, starting with Rancheng, gradually began to clear up, and the place where Xin Xiaoru was collecting water started to move closer to the sea. As we walked, the days of encountering torrential rain became fewer and fewer. In many places which were at higher elevations, the floodwaters had already receded, leaving behind a patch of decaying silt mixed with corpses and garbage. The zombies were stuck in the mud and were quickly harvested by He Gaing. Song Weiyu, an autistic child who hadn't spoken a word since clinging to Xin Xiaoru, seemed to have recovered a bit. She became familiar with the RV space and He Gaing and the others and started fighting zombies. It was at this moment that the group clearly sensed the differences between ability users of the same type. For example, He Gaing, no matter how much he trained the precision of his ability, couldn't sense the flow of water elements within humans or zombies, let alone control it. But Song Weiyu could. She easily manipulated the water elemental surge within the zombie's head. Even after discovering that Xin Xiaoru needed the crystal core, she directly ensured that the headshot only occurred around the crystal core. After the explosion, the crystal core remained brightly and completely suspended in the air, much to Zhao Chongyue's delight. This is so convenient. We don't have to reach in and rummage. Late January. For 10 consecutive days, Xin Xiaoru and her group did not encounter any major rainstorms. In some places there was only a light drizzle, but it was no longer a continuous shower. On the other hand, at the Otherworld Hotel in Yozhuang, Xin Xiaoru could already sense that the demand for water had decreased. They are still drawing and storing water every day, but not as rapidly as before, around the clock. The flow control is in their hands and the flow has slowed down. It's time to go back. At this time, the first batch of grain in Yozhuang was successfully grown despite numerous difficulties. Yields were not high. Wheat fared slightly better, with a yield of 800 jin per mu. Other grains such as soybeans yielded only about 300 jin per mu, almost half of what they were before the apocalypse. However, beans themselves don't yield very high per acre, so few people grow them. It's hard to say what crops are suitable for different soil types. Everyone is figuring things out as they go. Xin Xiaoru did not directly accept soybeans, but instead had them exchange them for high-yield grains, and then use the exchanged grains to pay the rent. When others refused to exchange, she used the grain she had collected to do so. Once they had enough grain, she used some of it to pay for the room and board. To make the exchange easier, Xin Xiaoru went to Wuchang and collected a large number of banknotes that had become worthless. She set up a small vegetable market and crudely established the rules for exchanging grain. It's less of a vegetable market and more of a non-profit transit point. For example, Xin Xiaoru buys soybeans, which are relatively scarce, for 10 yuan per kilogram and sells them for the same price. The soybean growers in Yozhuang can sell the 600 kilograms of soybeans they grow on their 2 mu of land for 6,000 yuan, and then use that 6,000 yuan to buy wheat from Xin Xiaoru. At the vegetable market transfer station, wheat is priced at 3 yuan per jin, 0.5 kilograms. Residents of Yozhuang can sell their wheat to the transfer station at this price or buy wheat at the same price. Soybean growers can exchange 6,000 yuan for 2,000 jin of grain, essentially earning the same income as those who regularly grow grain. The transfer station appears to have lost 2,000 jin of grains but gained 600 jin of beans, resulting in a significant loss. However, beans are highly nutritious, containing fats, proteins, and trace elements that are essential for everyone in the apocalypse. The people of Yozhuang, accustomed to millet and flour, will definitely need beans to supplement their nutrition and will certainly go to buy them. To buy, they need money. They will then exchange their saved grains for money and use that money to buy soybeans. Thus, a dynamic balance will be achieved at the vegetable market transfer station, where everyone can take what they need according to their own requirements. Of course, transit stations also have another very important function, which is to serve as warehouses. The RV has been upgraded to LV5, and now has a new 100 square meter, 10 meter high interdimensional warehouse. Xin Xiaoru placed it at the transfer station. Whether it's rent collected or food bought from others, she puts it in the interdimensional warehouse and opens a market once a week to sell the food inside. Grain stored in a warehouse will not mold or get infested with insects. It will be exactly the same when it goes in and when it comes out. Even if it is stored for 10 or 8 years, the grain you eat will still be fresh grain. If the residents of Yozhuang trust the transfer station, they can exchange any remaining food for cash after paying their rent, and buy only what they need each week or month, making it convenient for everyone. If they don't trust the transfer station, that's fine too. They can find their own ways to extend the storage period of their food. To manage the grain, Xin Xiaoru found 3 people she was already familiar with from the fertilizer plant. One was Guan Naiqing, a speed-type ability user who had been rescued by Xin Xiaoru from serious injuries. The other 2 were a middle-aged mother and daughter. The older mother was 51 years old and named Lu Guanyue, and the younger daughter was 31 years old and named Lu Shiqiu. They have a 6-year-old child with superpowers named Fang Fang, a strength-type superpowered individual. She has been training with the superpowered individuals in Yozhuang for a long time, and serves as a small support for the mother and daughter. Guan Naiqing and her mother manage the vegetable market transfer station together. Firstly, they have the protection of a superhuman with martial arts skills, and secondly, Lu Shiqiu and her mother are originally accountants, so they are efficient and meticulous in their work, and they are also very good at farming and raising chickens. Xin Xiaoru is very relieved to entrust the transfer station to them. During the peak harvest season, Xin Xiaoru would allocate extra funds and grain to help them hire trusted people as laborers. Her own child Fangfang would be a good candidate, as would other children with supernatural abilities. The vegetable market transfer station was thus initially formed. "There's something I need to make clear," Xin Xiaoru said at the gathering. "All buying and selling is limited to within Yozhuang. No one else is allowed to spend money to buy anything from the transfer station or from any of you. Money outside is worthless. If you sell your own food to outsiders at a higher price and then use a lot of money to buy food inside Yozhuang, believe me, you won't have a good ending." Everyone felt a chill and quickly promised never to trade with outsiders. Yicheng heard about the transit station and wanted to discuss whether he could join. Xin Xiaoru disagreed. She herself manages Yozhuang, a place with 130 people, and she's always worrying about things, afraid of making a mistake. With so many people in Yicheng, she's afraid she won't be able to control them. "I can use the rent I collect to make a deal with you. The surrounding mountains need to be cleared. I want to cut out a large fire break, then set the mountains on fire for farming," Xin Xiaoru said. "I want to use the grain to hire some laborers from you." Yicheng base naturally agreed. Yozhuang is self-sufficient in food, and even has a large surplus unlike them. The high temperature and drought have killed a lot of food, and it looks like we will have to go hungry for several more months. Now we can only eat simple vegetables and rely on the fat we accumulated before the apocalypse to get by. Believe it or not, some people who were extremely thin before the apocalypse, regardless of gender, are now less energetic and in less good condition than slightly overweight people. Of course, excessively obese people are also in poor condition because their physical strength is hampered by their weight. People who are moderately overweight and robust are the most suitable for survival. The RV was upgraded to LV5, and the resulting 100 square meter alternate space was used as a warehouse. The next task is to achieve 0 out of 1,000 positive reviews for a 5-star RV hotel. At the current growth rate of over 30 reviews per day, it should be able to upgrade to LV6 by early March. Xin Xiaoru plans to continue choosing storage space. This time it's 300 square meters, which will be very convenient whether she continues to use it as a warehouse or to carry it with her when going out to collect supplies. With these plans in mind, Xin Xiaoru continued her busy work in a good mood. February in Yicheng was still very hot, but a light drizzle fell from the sky, so everyone reduced their workload of watering the plants, in addition to fertilizing on time. The new hilltop has been cleared out, and the people in the 100-person hotel are finally starting to take their second plot of land one after another. After a quarter, everyone had learned that they needed to cultivate 2 acres of land, or at least 1.5 acres to support themselves. The harvest from 1 acre covered the expensive rent, while the other 1.5 acres were used for their own consumption. If you want to eat staple foods, then work hard to grow them. If you want it easier, grow fewer staple foods and more fast-maturing vegetables. Those vegetables that mature in a month grow exceptionally fast on hot, rainy days. You basically don't need an acre, just a few dozen square meters is enough for daily consumption. The remaining vegetables can be fed to livestock, chickens, ducklings, and piglets alike. All will thrive. In early March, the new residents of Yozhuang got on track, and the superhumans learned the training system at the Yicheng base before returning to Yozhuang to live and train. They would only go to the Yicheng base for a week or two to exchange experiences, and the rest of the time they would be constantly fighting zombies, leveling up and standing guard. Everything was peaceful and thriving. However, at some point rumors began to circulate among the superhumans outside. Without large bases or organizations, superhumans often roamed around, robbing various places for supplies, water, and energy. Numerous conflicts, large and small, occurred, some of which affected Yozhuang. Then, out of nowhere, someone suddenly claimed that Yozhuang was the best land in a large area both inside and outside the province. Whoever seized this fertile land could farm and survive. Those who know the inside story might say a few words about Xin Xiaoru's RV and water pipes. Those who don't know don't care whether it's true or not. All they need is a fertile, expansive piece of land. Powerful superhumans have already established themselves as kings of the mountains or built bases on existing large-scale farmland. These territories were genuinely conquered by superhumans. Others may have coveted them, even resorting to arson and sabotage, but none could ultimately seize them. Yozhuang is different. Since the apocalypse, Yozhuang has been relatively isolated due to its remote location and the inconvenience of farming in the mountains. Even when conflicts occur, they usually happen while fighting zombies and fighting for crystal cores. During these conflicts, the superhumans outside have discovered that Yozhuang doesn't usually steal emergency resources like canned food and gasoline. Instead, they take a lot of tools. This proves that Yozhuang is indeed well run and doesn't have to worry about food and clothing. If that's the case, why don't they take over Yozhuang and seize the already fertile land? I heard there are a lot of ordinary people inside. These people don't know how to fight zombies. A magnetic storm will mutate many of them. They'll die sooner or later anyway, so it's better to let them take over. As a result, unsettling activity began to occur in the vicinity of Yicheng. Xin Xiaoru is not a superhuman and basically always travels in her RV. This makes her a very conspicuous person, making it difficult to gather information about her. Meanwhile, the other ability users in Yozhuang routinely went out to fight zombies every day. Especially when they were doing zombie fighting work for 4 or 5 consecutive days, they would occasionally run into other ability users, hear the news, and report it directly to Xin Xiaoru when they returned. Xin Xiaoru hummed in agreement, surprisingly curious. Can those 2 adults beat one of our kids who has superpowers? It's important to understand that with a motorhome providing escort, all superhumans, even a kid with only a sense of smell and little combat ability, can use their enhanced physical strength to kill a few zombies, then hide in the vehicle and go out to fight again once they've recovered their strength. After defeating the zombies, set them on fire and use the air wall to control the fire, turning the dead zombies into ashes and crystal cores. Everyone can get a lot of crystal cores. That kid with an olfactory ability gets 7 or 8 a day. He pays 5 as room fee and gets 2 more as a reward, so he gets about 4 or 5 a day, which is much more than those random ability users. The person who came to report couldn't help but nod. Those who left the main RV group to fight zombies were purely for training and to acquire the resources they wanted. The amount of crystal cores obtained solo was far less than with a group, because there were more zombies and time was limited. You didn't have time to collect crystal cores after killing a zombie. When you finally decide to loot the corpse, some peeping Tom or thief has already seized the opportunity, while you're distracting the zombies and gone to loot it themselves. The only good thing is that all the resources you find by going solo are yours to keep. Whether it's clothes, shoes, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, shampoo, or shower gel, you can find and get whatever you need yourself, without being bound by a large group. So, people occasionally come out to hunt for resources based on their needs. There are a total of 40 superhumans in Yozhuang, 27 of whom are rescued children with superhuman abilities, and only 13 are adults. Xin Xiaoru mentally reviewed each person's superhuman ability attributes and their previous relationships with each other, took out a piece of paper, and arranged 10 teams of superhumans, with 4 people in each team, and at least 1 adult superhuman. The squad, possessing flight and speed-type abilities, takes turns guarding the 4 watchtowers, sounding the alarm if any situation is detected. The mountains are quiet, and the shrill sound of the sirens can travel a long distance. Combined with the smoke from the watchtowers, which rises and clearly indicates the location of an enemy attack, everyone knows roughly where the enemy is. Xin Xiaoru, an ordinary person disguised as a superhuman, is actually the least capable fighter among them all. The 4 superhumans who reside in her RV are Higang, Song Weiyu, an Earth-type child and a Metal-type child. 3 ranged attacks plus 1 Earth-type defense, to ensure the RV can attack safely even while flying in the air. In the days that followed, to outsiders, Xin Xiaoru's RV continued to carry people out to kill zombies, seemingly oblivious to everything. But the 10 teams of superhumans had almost completely gelled together. We're just waiting for a head-to-head, real-world battle. Chapter 23. The opportunity came quickly. In early March, just as the RV was upgraded to LV6, more than 50 superhumans arrived in a large group. It is clear that these superhumans do not come from a single group, but are scattered and operating independently. They have temporarily organized themselves to jointly annex Yozhuang. They came from the south and north respectively, from 2 directions with barely any mountain paths. The battle began almost as soon as they got close. The sonic power rippled out from the south, sweeping across everyone's eardrums and causing a wave of dizziness. Xin Xiaoru turned on the loudspeaker in the RV. All non-superpowered individuals returned to the hotel. Superpowered individuals, please help those who are unable to leave in time. Soon, the people scattered across different areas of the two hilltops were quickly carried back to the hotel by the superhumans, one in each hand. Xin Xiaoru flew her RV to a more remote location in the fields to pick up people, put them into the RV one by one, and then took them all back to the hotel. At this moment, everyone could see the fireworks rising from the watchtower in the sky. According to the prearranged group division of labor, they ran in two directions, one to the south and one to the north. Since the south is closer to densely populated areas like Yicheng, Xin Xiaoru chose to take Yigang and the other 5 relatively strong groups to the south first. A superhuman who releases poisonous mist works in tandem with a wind-type superhuman to blow the poisonous mist towards the source of the sonic attack. The RV can consume stamina to increase defense and block sound waves, while the people over there are using strong winds and poisonous fog to try to disperse the poisonous fog. However, the mountain air was filled with swirling currents, and since everyone was only a second-tier or lower ability user, they couldn't directly blow the poisonous fog across the mountaintop. Even if the fog was blown away, it would bounce back from the mountains or be blown away by the wind-type ability users on the RV side. Furthermore, the poison mist ability users continued to escalate the situation, and an increasingly dense purple mist filled the clear valley. After several rounds of probing defenses from a distance, the two sides finally got close enough to see each other. Several ice blades and metal spikes came flying, but the RV quickly dodged them, stopping halfway up the mountain in a blind spot under the cover of the poisonous fog. Zhao Chongyue and the others without ranged attack abilities put on gas masks, quietly got out of the vehicle, and moved forward through the woods, quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest. The RV rose again and continued to approach the enemy. The ambush begins. The 30 or so ability users who had gathered from the south covered their mouths and noses. Their wind-based abilities managed to create a space free of poisonous fog, but everyone was affected to varying degrees. Some had stinging eyes and noses, while others experienced numbness in their tongues, hands, and feet. The symptoms differed but all showed signs of poisoning. As soon as a ranged attacker spots a corner of the RV and enters their attack range, they quickly strike. However, the RV skillfully utilizes the terrain and fog, appearing and disappearing intermittently, making it difficult to find. Moreover, they originally thought that these superhumans, who had been living comfortably in the mountains since the apocalypse, had never experienced battles, and that their combat experience, mentality, and superhuman ability levels should be inferior to theirs. However, in the few long-range clashes they had, they discovered that they were actually no match for their opponents. How is that possible? They're clearly considered very cunning and powerful people outside. The ranged attackers on both sides continued to clash, while the sonic attackers continued to harass them. These ranged attackers were well positioned and protected in the center, rarely attacked by the attackers in the RV. However, as the distance between the two sides closed and the attacks became more frequent, the ranged attackers found that their teammates seemed unable to protect them. Their movement was not as convenient and flexible as a motorhome, and their living space was limited. After being blocked by the motorhome's offensive, their formation was unknowingly disrupted. Once the formation is disrupted, many melee ability users suddenly appear and ambush those with weak defenses. In just 10 minutes, all 5 men fell victim to the sudden sneak attack. Before these people could even focus their attention on the attackers and discover that many of them were children, another attack came from the sky from the superhumans in the RV. Thus, the game, which the outsider initially thought would win and the Yozhuang players were anxious about, dragged on for 2 hours, including travel and wrap-up time, before finally coming to an end. Yozhuang won a great victory. Unlike zombies, superhumans can slowly recover and continue moving unless their heads are blown off. For them, an injury is an injury, and if a vital organ is severely damaged, death is certain. Killing a superhuman is easier than killing a superhuman zombie. Xin Xiaoru was initially worried that many people, especially children, might suffer severe psychological trauma when killing superhumans, but when it actually happened, she discovered that some children were even more ruthless than adults. In the beginning, there is no concept of good or evil. Before they have received education or discipline, their actions are based either on instinct or imitation. Before the RV rescued them, the children instinctively chose to fight to protect themselves, instinctively imitating those who wanted to kill them and steal their supplies. Anyone who tries to take away their precious little peace and security will face their death. Xin Xiaoru had never seen Song Weiyu act so ruthlessly before, not even when she was killing zombies outside. Now that bad guys were knocking on the door, she instantly turned into a furious little beast, wanting nothing more than to tear everyone to pieces. In comparison, adults with more ideas were more hesitant to act, and even inadvertently let go of several supportive, low-profile superhumans. Some ran away, but Xin Xiaoru didn't care. She needed people to spread the reputation of the Yozhuang superhumans as ruthless. Some ran dozens of meters before being caught up by the Yozhuang superhuman children and killed with a single blow, which surprised Xin Xiaoru. I suddenly couldn't help but wonder, what will a child who has experienced life and death, and whose mind is not yet fully developed, become as they grow up? The skulls of those with special abilities contain crystal cores. Xin Xiaoru had someone like Song Weiyu, whose abilities were somewhat unique, come out and break open the skulls as effortlessly as possible to extract the crystal cores, and then distribute the resources reasonably according to everyone's contribution. Back at Yozhuang, everyone celebrated, bringing out all sorts of ingredients, even slaughtering a pig and a dozen chickens and ducks to celebrate, and for a while they ate and made a great fuss. Xin Xiaoru sat on the mountaintop, looking at the traces left by the battles in the south and north. Not enough. Yozhuang is not strong enough. Today there are 50 people, tomorrow it could be 505,000. There are over 5,000 superhumans in the Yicheng base alone. If someone could gather that many people to fight, could they withstand it? Xin Xiaoru opened the can and drank the whole can of pineapple beer in one gulp. Suddenly, the next phase of the RV project flashed through her mind. Upgrade requirement, 2,000 5-star guest reviews. Upgrade bonus. Add 0.1 square kilometers of land to the RV hotel's protected area. The protected area's coordinates can be hidden or obscured. Unauthorized personnel approaching within 10 kilometers of the area will lose sight of it and become unable to see in dense fog. This upgrade reward has no other options. Are you sure you want to accept this reward? Chapter 24. Xin Xiaoru was stunned for a moment upon seeing this. 0.1 square kilometers is 100,000 square meters, or 150 mu. Isn't that the territory of Yozhuang, which is close to a mountain? As for the hidden coordinates within a 10-kilometer radius, that's an area of 300 to 400 square kilometers, roughly covering the territory that the Yicheng base helped build the city walls on. Xin Xiaoru was certain that the system was assigning tasks based on her current situation. It was like giving her bait to lure her in, then guiding her to establish a territory or base that the system desired. In this base, Xin Xiaoru is the queen, and also a worker for the system. She is protected by the system, which provides her with a safe place to live and a safe environment, and the system also needs her to do some things on its behalf. The target of 2,000 people is not much. The second batch of people who came to Yozhuang at the end of November last year have been working for more than 3 months. By the end of this month, one batch will have harvested their produce and started paying their room fees, officially becoming members of her tenant task force. There were over 130 guests in total across the two groups, but the number of 5-star reviews wasn't consistently 130 plus every day. Some might have been out hunting or gathering resources, and therefore not staying at the hotel for those days. Others might have been in a bad mood, perhaps experiencing inconvenience, arguing with other guests, or simply becoming dissatisfied with their routines. In short, there were various reasons, and in these situations their hotel ratings would drop from 5 stars to 4 or even 3. Except for a small minority, most people cannot maintain a 5-star rating for a long time. Those who can maintain a 5-star standard every day are either as clear-headed as He Gang, who knows that the hotel is the most convenient and safest place to live in the apocalypse and has always been satisfied, or they are content with what they have and are satisfied not only when they first settled in Yozhuang, but also for several months afterward. They leisurely worked and ate and drank and were still very satisfied. Aside from these two categories, everyone else gets less than 5 stars 2 or 3 days out of 10. All things considered, the average number of 5-star feedback received per day is just over 100. Once the second batch of people can officially become paying guests at the end of the month, Xin Xiaoru will complete about 100 tasks a day. The total task volume of 2,000 can be completed in about 20 days. Xin Xiaoru was satisfied with this speed. She was eagerly anticipating the day she would be upgraded. However, in this process she had to eliminate some people who had not received a 5-star satisfaction rating for a long time. She discussed with the people at the Yicheng base that if anyone from Yicheng was willing to go to Yozhuang, they could swap with a few people in Yozhuang who had consistently achieved a 3 or 4-star satisfaction rating. For the Yicheng base, this was a minor matter. There were plenty of people willing to go to Yozhuang, so exchanging a dozen or 20 people was no problem at all. But for the people of Yozhuang, it was like a bolt from the blue. Once you come to Yozhuang, you can't possibly be kicked out? Xin Xiaoru didn't directly address the issue of satisfaction. After all, bringing it up would imply forcing all guests to be satisfied with the hotel. Some people who were initially satisfied might become dissatisfied upon hearing about this selection method, or their satisfaction rate might drop. Forcing themselves to be happy and grateful every day would suppress that genuine sense of satisfaction, preventing them from reaching the system's expected 5-star standard. Therefore, Xin Xiaoru only said that her special ability had certain selection criteria. Some guests had not made any mistakes or slacked off for several months, but they were subtly repelled by her RV hotel's special ability, so they could not continue to stay. You can take the vegetables from your garden and the livestock you raise with you. If there's anywhere nearby, I'll take you there. If there's nowhere to go, you can go to the Yicheng base if you'd like. When Xin Xiaoru said that, everyone panicked. Especially the 12 people she named, including 2 child superhumans, all panicked and began to plead for mercy. Xin Xiaoru shook her head. I'm sorry, my ability has its own selection mechanism. You have already learned to farm and you can work at the Yicheng base. As long as you work hard, you all have a chance to survive safely. You can take the ripe vegetables with you. For the unripe ones, I will estimate the yield of this batch of grain, deduct the grain and rent owed to me, calculate the ratio between the number of days of cultivation and the final harvest, and determine the amount of grain that should be supplied to you. She kept her word and gave everyone 5 days to tidy up. However, by the 5th day, half of the people still held on to a glimmer of hope, saying that they still had a lot of things to finish in the fields and wanted to be given a few more days to finish up before leaving. What if I have a few more days and my boss's superpowers will be accepted? Xin Xiaoru shook her head firmly. Can't. With those 3 words, the feedback, which had only been 3 stars in the past few days, suddenly dropped to 2 stars or even 1 star. Xin Xiaoru didn't have mind-reading abilities, but the RV satisfaction feedback system and the reviews revealed, to some extent, the guests' true feelings about the RV hotel. They were nothing more than things like, they could have taken us in, why did they kick us out? They're so cold-blooded. Saying our feedback was related to her power upgrade is definitely an excuse. And so what if she upgraded? Is it more important than our lives? What difference does it make if she loses a little power? The gratitude I felt for being rescued a few months ago has mostly faded, leaving only a stronger resentment at having gained something only to lose it again. Xin Xiaoru remained unmoved. A small favor is appreciated, but a large one breeds resentment. If she were in the tenant's position, she might not necessarily do better, and her sense of satisfaction might fade even faster. But none of that matters. Your position determines your role. She's the owner of the RV, so she's destined not to consider the accommodation issues from the perspective of the guests. In mid-March, 12 residents were exchanged between Yozhuang and Yicheng bases. The newcomers to Yozhuang were overjoyed. Despite not being in good health and being pale and thin, they were so excited on their arrival day that they couldn't sleep all night. They couldn't wait to take care of all the precious fields they had taken over, cleaning the insects off the vegetable leaves one by one and sweeping the dust off the leaves. They worked very hard, and their excitement and anticipation in this new place inspired everyone else in the club. A few days ago, the people of Yozhuang were anxious because 12 familiar faces were leaving. Now, encouraged by the newcomers, they feel it's not a big deal. After a few months, they have all been rated as qualified. Although they don't understand the standards, they can continue to do what they did before, so they shouldn't make any major mistakes. Moreover, the people who left seem to enjoy complaining and gossiping from time to time. By avoiding this aspect, they might be able to get a better evaluation. The group, who had been somewhat dejected, perked up again, some farming and others clearing land, and thanks to the newcomers' descriptions, they cherished life in Yozhuang even more. In less than 10 days, Xin Xiaoru noticed that everyone's overall satisfaction level had increased. The number of 5-star feedbacks per day rose from around 100 to 110, and finally stabilized at around 125, with a 5-star satisfaction rate approaching 95%. The remaining 7 people, however, suffered from various anxieties, and their satisfaction level plummeted to 3 stars. The other people chatted with the newcomers and learned that the Yicheng base lacked food, clean water and electricity, which made them cherish life in Yozhuang even more. The 7 people who chatted with the newcomers noticed that those who know how to farm can farm, and one person can try to be responsible for 1 acre, those who know technology can do technology, and those who don't know anything can do manual labor and infrastructure construction, since there is no electricity or machinery, and many tasks such as building defenses and forging knives and ironware require a lot of labor. With so many options, isn't this much better than just farming in Yozhuang? And it sounds like the Yicheng base not only won't charge rent, but they'll actually pay salaries? Even if it gets a little hotter and we can't use the air conditioner to sleep at night anymore, it's still within our tolerance. And so, in late March, the 7 people took the initiative to leave Yozhuang and go to the Yicheng base to make a living. Xin Xiaoru organized their information, made arrangements with the Yicheng base, and quickly exchanged it. In this way, after changing 19 people in a month, Yozhuang actually raised the 5-star satisfaction rate to an astonishing 100%, which was similar to, or even better than, the state of all the talents who were rescued. Xin Xiaoru was quite happy. At the end of March, Yicheng was hit by a heavy rainstorm. Meanwhile, everyone in the 100-person interdimensional hotel was wearing raincoats and braving the heavy rain to harvest the first batch of food. They finally have food. Although the rain was torrential and the soil in some places was loosened and washed away by the rain, covering some of the crops and causing some damage, everyone patiently dug out the buried grain from their 2 acres of land, collected it, and took it back to the hotel to wash and store it. During harvest season, the vegetable market transfer station is open every day. Xin Xiaoru led everyone to the transfer station to store their food. As soon as the damp, wet grains and vegetables entered the alternate dimension warehouse, they began to rise with moisture, as if all the water that would take a week to dry under the scorching sun had been extracted in a minute, leaving behind the most intact and best preserved dry grains. Everyone was overjoyed and continued to harvest despite the torrential rain. Despite the rain, everyone had a bountiful harvest, and the farmland was filled with laughter and joy. However, at the same time, dozens of kilometers away at the Yicheng base, researchers were quite gloomy. Their research building is a newly built radiation-proof building since the apocalypse. It is also one of the few places in the entire Yicheng base with electricity. Now, researchers are holding meetings to discuss the newly analyzed data. The good news is that the rains have been getting heavier over the past 2 months. The wildfires in the surrounding area have been brought under control, and the groundwater level has been replenished. The bad news is that rainwater contains increasing amounts of acidic, corrosive, and even radioactive substances. Although it hasn't reached the point of directly threatening human life, if this trend continues, the external environment will become increasingly harsh, and human mutations will shift from being external to internal due to eating and drinking. Rainfall, or rather changes in the aquatic environment, ultimately have a fundamental impact on all humans and all living things. Solar geomagnetic storms and cosmic radiation have the greatest impact, arguably on urban areas filled with electronic devices, where radiated water flows out of mountains and land, entering the bodies of every living organism. Will it only be people in the city who are mutated? Could animals or even plants that don't use electronic devices also undergo mutations? The research building submitted the report, and the leaders of the Yicheng base held numerous meetings to discuss it. Before the end times had fully arrived, they had already stored up large amounts of water and soil in preparation for the complete deterioration of the external environment. But these things, if they're meant to support someone long-term, can only support 10,000 people. At most it'll be 20,000. The shelter must be officially opened. Chapter 25. Out of 4 million people, only 20,000 can be selected for full protection. If this gets out, it will surely cause a riot. If Xin Xiaoru were here, she would find that this shelter is an enlarged version of the shelter she had tried so hard to enter in her previous life. Due to a severe shortage of medical staff, she fought tooth and nail to secure a spot. However, the shelter was poorly prepared at the time, and even after getting a spot, she lived a very miserable life, with nothing to eat and no proper bed to sleep in all day. In hot weather, it's sweltering and teeming with mosquitoes, and everywhere is filthy and reeks of rotting skin diseases. In extreme cold, you're covered in chilblains without mattresses or blankets, and you can only truly huddle together for warmth, surviving on the body heat of others. If one day you find a cold patch around you, it means that person is dead and their body has lost its temperature. The Yicheng shelter is now better prepared. It has borrowed the campus of a university in Yicheng and enclosed a large area of nearly 4,000 acres with sheds, creating a sealed space. There is also an artificial lake inside, which is the so-called drinking water area. It's relatively spacious to house 10,000 people here, allowing for some room for management. But if you squeeze in 20,000, it will be extremely difficult with no room for error. If the food supply is slightly insufficient, or if there's a disease, pest, or other accident, large numbers of people will die. The Yicheng base held meetings for a long time, but still couldn't make a decision. They preferred a safer approach, taking in 10,000 people. But if, after a few years, the external environment proved relatively stable and the shelter could support 20,000 people, then the lives of the 10,000 people they had abandoned would weigh heavily on the heads of those who made the decision. For a moment, the leadership in the meeting room were unable to make a decision. They decided to send 5,000 people to the shelter for trial stays first, and then gradually move all the research institute's equipment there, taking it one step at a time. However, this matter encountered a problem from the very first step. How to choose among 5,000 people? Once the selection is made, how will the selection be communicated? The base prioritizes protecting high-level decision-makers and researchers. But what about their families? Should frontline police officers, civil servants, and their relatives be protected? Should the relatives of selected young adults be protected? We are all human beings. It's not easy to survive in the apocalypse, and it's not easy to protect your family. It's even more difficult if you have a family to support. Logically, for survival, the most elite, robust, and skilled individuals should be retained. However, if these individuals are forced to abandon their families and friends to enter the shelter, and everyone in the shelter is fully aware of this, what kind of atmosphere will the shelter create? Furthermore, the able-bodied men currently building the shelters, and the farmers cultivating the land within them, all assume that the vast tracts of land are for planting. How would they feel if they knew that all their hard work was just building nests for someone else? With no other option, the base's leadership could only act quietly and move the research institute in first. They went in and out with the construction team to avoid being seen. Everything went very smoothly at first, but before long, the construction workers noticed something was wrong and whispered among themselves with their family and friends, spreading some rumors in a small circle. Researchers at the institute received the news and began to move quietly. Everyone in the family, young and old, had to work every day like everyone else. Living together for so long, it was inevitable that some observant people would give them away. More and more people began to suspect something was amiss. One night in early April, when the last glass roof of the shelter was sealed, everyone discovered that the research institute, which was usually always lit, was suddenly dark. It was already deserted. What was originally a small-scale rumor suddenly amplified, speculation was confirmed, and all sorts of rumors spread like wildfire. Is the base going to abandon us? They concentrated all of Yicheng's resources there, took all the able-bodied men to build shelters, and now they're going to abandon us? Are you telling us to just wait to die? I heard that after the weather forecast, heavy rain was predicted, and most of the low-lying areas in Yicheng would not be able to hold out, so they moved to higher-lying shelters in advance. All of Yicheng's energy resources, such as oil and diesel, have been transported to the shelters. I was the one driving the truck that transported oil last week. What a terrible person I am. I should have just driven it myself. The well-organized city of Yicheng descended into chaos in just 2 days. The superhuman, holding a megaphone, spoke on behalf of the base management. The shelter is to preserve the human race. It guarantees that at least a group of people will survive. Operating the shelter doesn't mean abandoning everyone. Can't you see that we superhumans are all outside with you, protecting you? So don't worry. The superhuman was telling the truth. But this did not convince the public. The general public is constantly at risk of succumbing to the high temperatures and mutating, dying at any moment, or turning into zombies. The superhumans, however, are all successful mutants. They have no fear of mutating again and are resistant to harsh weather conditions. Even though the ordinary people in the base have all died from radiation-induced mutations, these superhumans are still alive. People went on strike, demanding that a leader without supernatural abilities come forward and speak. As someone who frequently collaborates with Xin Xiaoru has been flying to a newsstand or the rooftop of a low-rise building in Yicheng from time to time these past few days to check on the situation at the Yicheng base. Seeing everyone demanding that the leaders come out and speak, Xin Xiaoru knew that the situation in the shelter was not going to improve. With so many leaders involved, someone must have come forward to give an explanation. Some people will likely move out with their families to maintain order. But will this lead to good results? Won't. This simply removes those with a sense of righteousness who want to protect everyone from the core of the leadership. They're busy running around the base, leaving the higher-ups who enter the shelter to be even more selfish and autocratic. It will be even more difficult for outsiders to get in. Money, food, and women. The black market is becoming increasingly frequent. The shelters are no longer a refuge for everyone, but rather the exclusive domain of those in power. However, unless those in power become superhumans, they cannot lead and command a group of superhumans without upholding the greater good and protecting the masses. Take her for example. Xin Xiaoru herself can cooperate with the Yicheng base. It's a win-win situation for everyone. Even if there are no prior agreements regarding benefits, she will still do things like remote water delivery. But if the partner changes from a state-owned base to a completely transformed refuge, then all she can talk about is interests. Other superhumans who willingly follow orders are mostly like this, without any self-destructive tendencies or acting independently. Once the nature of the situation changes, they will immediately treat you as easy prey, as a competitor. Either you give way to me, or I will seize all your land, people, and resources. Xin Xiaoru sat in the car, silently watching everything unfold with Higang in the passenger seat. If you were an outsider, what would you do? Higang suddenly asked. Xin Xiaoru. I want to show that I am a nurse and can join the medical team to try and get a spot. Higang. What if it's not the nurses but other people who have no value to the shelter? After a moment's hesitation, Xin Xiaoru drove the RV to the gate of the shelter. She looked at the eager crowd and said, I will do the same as them, trying every possible way to get resources from the shelter, even if it's just a little bit. Don't talk about preserving the flame for the survival of humanity. If I die, my relatives and friends die, or even if our deaths are, to some extent, due to some people diverting resources from us, making it possible for me to foresee my own death, then what does the survival of humanity have to do with me? I only have this one life. I haven't traveled through time or been reincarnated. When I die, the world will be empty. Chapter 26. The situation at the Yicheng base took a sharp turn for the worse, and the significance of the shelter had become an open secret. The families who were originally being secretly transferred were attacked twice, so the base simply sent armed forces to send the selected people to the shelter. This completely enraged the ordinary people who weren't selected. They surrounded the shelter and the original office building, demanding an explanation from the base and the return of the resources that Yicheng had collected over the past year. Regardless of whether any of these people originally owned a supermarket or a warehouse and handed it over, they all reached a consensus: Yicheng, and the things collected around Yicheng, should belong to everyone rather than be transferred to the shelter. The principle of taking from the people and using for the people should be reflected here, right? Now, resources are concentrated and no one gets a share, making all the previous efforts a joke. 4 million people, all those who could move, flocked to the small shelter, which was packed with people for several kilometers around. The off-road vehicles that were transferring people were also stuck in the congestion. Sister Zhao, please go and inform Xin Xiaoru quickly, and ask her to use her RV's supernatural abilities to escort my family. The middle-aged man in the car shouted anxiously. The flying-type ability user, called Sister Zhao, did not move immediately as he had hoped. Looking at the dense, thronging crowd, She felt powerless and couldn't help but wonder why she had listened to these people. She had obtained the crystal cores herself by killing zombies, and the food could be obtained by cultivating 2 acres of land. She believed in helping others and making things convenient for herself. They would even accept stricter, even harsher, orders from their superiors. But now the base needs to shift its focus to the shelters. The land in the shelters is only enough to feed the leader's own people. The more than 5,000 superhumans can only eat the stored food or the food grown by ordinary people outside. If that's the case, what is the role of leadership? Instead of combining their respective resources and needs, they think they can do nothing and be high and mighty parasites. What gives them the right? Take the lower-level leaders among this group of people, for example. They're not at the level of making decisions, nor are they the type to work hard and get things done. They also have little interaction with these superhumans. Does a small shelter for 10,000 people really need so many leaders? There are also many family members. It's a general topic, but when it comes to specific individuals, Sister Zhao remembers an incident where she was shortchanged by a bottle of water. When she went to ask a leader for it, the leader and his family said, "You're good friends with the water-type ability user. If you're short a bottle of water, just ask her to use her ability. Why are you being so petty, Sister Zhao?" "But this is what I'm entitled to for my work." A heated argument broke out between the two sides, attracting the attention of several other lower-level staff members, all of whom sided with the leader to varying degrees. Finally, the leader's father, in a condescending manner, said, forget it, just give it to her. Be generous, this woman has it tough too." Sister Zhao almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but for the sake of that bottle of water, she forced herself to hold it in. "After I got back, I finished the water, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I got. He gave out the supplies that were supposed to be given, and it's been turned into a favor. Does this kind of person deserve to live a decent life?" Looking at the junior leader in the SUV, Sister Zhao casually grunted and turned to leave. Xin Xiaoru's car was on a low roof not far from the shelter, not hard to find. But Sister Zhao seemed not to see it, looking around as she passed by. Similar incidents occurred near many vehicles being moved to shelters, as well as inside and outside the shelters themselves. On April 11th, Xin Xiaoru's RV was finally upgraded to LV7. In addition to the existing 416 square meters of storage space and the 130-person alternate space hotel, a new domain was added, encompassing an area of 0.1 square kilometers, a full 150 acres. Outside this domain, a vast fog with a diameter of 20 kilometers stretched out, seemingly rising naturally from the mountains, not abrupt, yet isolating the terrace fields from the outside world. A sandbox-like map of the domain appeared in Xin Xiaoru's mind, with clouds of small, transparent, slightly white cubes floating above it. Xin Xiaoru flew the RV into the sky while simultaneously attempting to move the small cubes inside her head. When she pushed away all the small cubes near the mountain where her domain was located, the fog in that area dissipated, revealing the real sky once more. When she piles up a lot of small squares in a certain area, the visibility in that area drops rapidly. In the places where the fog is thickest, it's almost pitch black. If you insist on piling up more small cubes, water vapor will condense in the corresponding area, and a light drizzle will fall. Xin Xiaoru. So this is what it means to manipulate events. Yes, it's kind of fun. She was having a great time moving the blocks representing fog on the sand table in her mind. Meanwhile, gunshots rang out in Yicheng, dozens of kilometers away. Because the riot involving millions of people was too horrifying, and the superhumans were no longer as obedient as before, the higher-ups at the base, or rather the shelter, had to resort to firearms. They originally equipped themselves with these weapons only to scare people, not to actually do anything. But this time they really did kill people. The crowd was terrified. The previously orderly but chaotic crowd suddenly turned into a panic jostling, and even a stampede occurred. Some people wanted to retreat, while others were provoked into fighting spirit, advancing instead of retreating, determined to drag someone down with them, even if it meant their own death. Yicheng is in complete chaos. Xin Xiaoru received the news the next morning. When she drove her RV to check, the Yicheng base was already clearing the way with heavy weapons. Some were crushed by the rolling tracks, some suffocated to death in the shoving, and some rushed into the bulky cockpit, trying to smash the glass and break in, only to be shot away by bullets from behind. Xin Xiaoru felt a chill run down her spine and hurried toward the entrance of the shelter to see if she could run into someone she knew and ask about the situation. There were many acquaintances, both superhumans and staff members, many of whom were familiar faces. However, these people started tearing each other apart, with some helping the shelter and others helping the civilians, clearly showing their differing stances. When Xin Xiaoru came over, they didn't have time to pay her any attention. Finally, someone noticed her and waved to her as if pleading for help. Only then did Xin Xiaoru find an opportunity to land in the RV, grab the person's clothes and pull him up. That person was none other than Director who frequently dealt with Xin Xiaoru. As an ordinary person, he suffered very serious injuries. It's hard to say what happened to his thoracic vertebrae, ribs and internal organs. He also had severe cuts on his shoulders and arms. When Xin Xiaoru pulled him up just now, his wounds were torn open again, and he was covered in blood.